Pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've...
Learn more, schedule a training, or book R.C. and Juliana to speak at watchmenaction.org. That's watchmenaction.org.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Welcome back. Jeff, you'll let us know how we're doing. Just adjust it however you need. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Look at that food. What a blessing. Marshall, thank you and your team so much for this wonderful. This is, wow. Go out of town, get treated good.
Amen.
So, guys, welcome back. For those of you who missed the open, we gave some background on ourselves, and we talked about the levels of government. You can actually go back and watch that video after this is all over. But we want to get into the core of the teaching. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take you guys through some actual stories and pieces that we've worked on over the last few years.
Louder.
And we're going to connect some dots for you on, as our friend Michael O'Fallon from Sovereign Nation says, the causes of things. Because once you understand the causes of things, you then know what you need to do. But more importantly, you'll see it coming before anybody else. You'll be like, I know what that is. I know exactly what I need to do. You guys ready? Yeah. All right. So let's start. Oh, yes, cell phones. Please silence your cell phones. First fine is $75. Second fine is...
Able to Juliana.
Second fine is $375. All proceeds go to the R.C. Williams Foundation.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. The R.C. Williams Foundation for Juliana Armand. Okay. So we want to preface for you guys, how many of you are familiar with the term polycrisis? Has anyone heard this before? Raise your hand. No? Anyone? Okay, we got a couple. Thank you, Alan. Okay, great. So we figured in the preface that we would help you guys understand the context of a polycrisis because it is critical to what's happening to you right now. RC, what's a polycrisis? Glad you asked. Thanks for asking. Let's go. So let's go down here. So the polycrisis is real. So I'll read you the description from Cambridge in case you can't see that. It's fine, we'll read it to you. A time of great disagreement, confusion, or suffering that is caused by many different problems happening at the same time so that they together can have a big effect.
Father is not the author of a polycrisis. No. Father is about order, not about chaos. So we know who's causing it, right? But we wanted to make sure that you guys understood that what you're looking at right now, between the borders being open, all the stuff that's happening in our communities, right? All of this is intentional. There's a reason why they're putting us through a polycrisis, so we need to recognize what's really happening.
Yes, you mentioned actors. Let me just do this real quick. So we talked about these people are on a stage, right? Does anybody know who that guy is? Oh, yeah.
Boo.
Okay. So I put that, I'm going to go back in a second, but I want you guys to recognize something. You may recognize that face. This website, IMDb, is the Internet Movie Database. And on this page are all Mamdani's acting credits.
Along with Zelensky.
Vladimir Zelensky has an IMDb page?
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
So,
who's heard of Central Casting? For those of you who don't know what Central Casting is, it's an organization where they pull people to be able to do political stunts. They are actors. Think about that, right? A polycrisis is theatrics that they're creating around us, and they're using people to do that to us. But they justify and they tell you, no, this is really happening for this reason over here, but in reality, it's actually happening for that reason over there. And the reason why we have ripped from the headlines and we are the Watchmen is so that we can say, church, they're lying. This is what they're really doing. This is the reason why they're bringing in. So that's why we're going to go through all these different articles so you can really see why you're looking at a polycrisis.
Yeah, and as we move along here, I want you guys to think about something. Once upon a time, there was a young guy who came out of nowhere, was incredibly charismatic, and then all of a sudden ascended to the highest office in the land. Y'all remember who that is, don't you? Isn't it interesting that you have a young guy that came out of nowhere who is incredibly charismatic and stands on the cusp of becoming mayor of New York? Do you see a pattern? Yes. All right, y'all. You're in good shape because they knew what Central Casting was. Juliana, I'd like to do this quickly. So just quickly, you guys, this is from September of 2024. We talked about the longshoreman strike and how that was part of a polycrisis, right? Because if they can kill the supply chain, they can get you to panic about anything else. Mm-hmm. Can't get goods, price goes up, people start to panic, they stop spending, credit contracts, next thing you know, you've got an economic crisis. Everybody good?
Well, they closed the what of Iran? The Strait or
Strait of
something?
Hormuz, right? So you close the Strait of Hormuz, oil prices go through the roof, right? So they got you looking that way. Here's what you may have missed at the same time. So John Kerry was at the World Economic Forum the same time that was going on, and I'll paraphrase what he said. The First Amendment is our enemy. The reason disinformation can spread is because of that pesky First Amendment. And I, meaning he, propose that we need to just move away from it because the Constitution's a living document. Where's Tricia? Because she's going to yell.
Because it's not a living document.
It's not a living document, right?
They said what they said.
Yeah. So just keep in mind, guys, two quick examples, right? Crisis. Oh my God. Price is going to go up. I can't get my stuff. And all of a sudden, then Kerry's like, well, you know, it's that pesky First Amendment. Yeah, we need to stop that. You guys good? Everybody follow? Yes. All right. So now that we've set the preface for the polycrisis, we're going to start with the end in mind. So how are they going to get us there? Anybody heard of Chrislam?
Yes. You have.
Very good.
How many have not heard of Chrislam? Who's heard of, correct, Rick Warren, who's heard of the Abraham Accords? Awesome. For those of you that don't know, I'll let RC fill you in exactly what they are.
Yeah. So Chrislam is a merging of the religions, right? Hey, any path you want to take to God will get you there and send you over a cliff straight to hell. I digress. So the logic of Chrislam is, hey, look, we're better together than separate. Let's just all go to heaven together or whatever you envision that to be. That was the logic of Chrislam or one world religion. So what Juliana was mentioning, the Abrahamic Accords happened, but what also happened that a lot of people missed in 2019 was the creation of the Abrahamic family house. The picture you see on the screen is Pope Francis and the top imam in the world sitting down signing documents for the Abrahamic family house. What is this? Well, it's in Abu Dhabi. So much for Abrahamic and family house. But The logic was this: let's bring Islam, Catholicism, the church, and Judaism together in one place. So what they did is they have this plot of land. They've got a mosque, a church, and a synagogue.
In a triangle.
In a triangle. Oh, hi. Didn't see that coming, did you? You're going to have a couple of those this morning. So would you all agree that symbolism is very important? Do you see just how important that symbolism is? And they sold this bill of goods to the general public in a very particular way. Why wouldn't we want to work together for the greater good of people? If that sounds familiar to you, that's what the World Economic Forum says. That's what these people say, right? The UN, their Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals. Hey, we want to end hunger and poverty and all these things. And the only thing you have to do to make that happen is to be an obedient slave and let us do whatever we want to do to you.
Yep.
This is another way they do it, because at the end, the goal, one world religion, is one world government.
That's right.
You guys understand? Yep. So you see what's happening here. These power brokers understand something very clearly. And by the way, that picture isn't by accident either. Everything is designed in a very particular way. If they can get you to panic about anything, they can also get you to do anything.
Yep.
You guys understand? People ask us all the time, what do I do? I'm like, hang on a second and figure out what causes things before you go run and jump off a cliff like the sheep.
But the thing that we need to understand is that the Pope is saying that in the churches.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Are the Bible alongside the...
Oh my.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And it's the same. Really? Have you read the Quran? Do you know what it says about the Christ followers?
Oh boy, infidels.
Infidels. Same thing with the Talmud. Okay? If you're Jewish and you follow the Torah, I love you. If you follow the Talmud, I don't love you, because it says in your book that you can rape our children, and it's okay. I'm sorry, that's not okay. And I'm also called a goyim. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to say that about me. You know, I'm the daughter of a king.
So, and we'll move on here in a second. Juliana mentioned something about the Quran and the Bible living equally. I just want to point something out here because it's important. We still agree on symbolism, right? Everybody good? Notice that the Quran was allowed in the Catholic Church, But nobody asked the follow-up question. Is the Bible allowed in a mosque? No. Y'all remember? Oh,
As a matter of fact, this candidate guy over here, he would never walk into a mosque and say the things that he said, because they would never allow their wives to be able to have an abortion.
Off a roof.
They would never allow a gay person to come into the mosque. Okay? So how dare you come into our house and tell us that you're okay with what's happening? We don't accept. Here's the problem. The church has the ceded ground, right? For a pastor to allow someone to come in and have a conversation with us and tell us that we should believe as they do and we should allow them to do as they want us to do, I'm sorry, when did we lose control? Because in the 50s and 60s, the church was the center of family, and all of a sudden, we've got the enemy coming into our house telling us how we should behave.
Whoa. Whoa. 1 Samuel, right? We want a king. No, we all don't want a king. Yeah, we want a king. Go tell God. Samuel's like, hey, man. And he's like, they don't hate you. They hate me. So I want you to tell them all the things that are going to happen to them because they won't listen to you.
2 pages in the Bible of how upsetting it is to be under a king. Yeah. Nothing's changed.
So where they ultimately want to take you is one world government, because that is a mechanism of control that takes away your freedom. Those who came before you fought in a very particular way for a very particular set of things so that we can have meetings like this right now.
That's right.
Guys, just so you guys understand. They want to take that away from you.
That's right.
And the methods in which they do it, they don't care what they use as long as it works.
And you believe it.
Yeah, and you believe it. They will kill you, mRNA, fluvid. They will kill you.
Come on.
They will kill your children. They will kill future generations and make them believe that it's righteous.
And they already have. I know I lost a family member. Right? A lot of us either lost a family member or friend or know somebody that did. It's touched literally everybody.
They will use tribalism to get us fighting with each other. Right. Black, white, male, female, this, that, the other. They don't care. Religion, hey, we're all kind of the same. It's good. You guys understand. One world government is control, and then they stair-step you back. There's a reverse engineering. What do we want to accomplish? We want everybody that's left, after we kill off most of the people, depopulation, to be slaves. How do we get there? Let's think. Okay, we need to take religion. We need to take government. We need to take medicine. We need to kill future generations. Check, 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 check. How should we execute? Oh, we've got the World Economic Forum. We've got the United Nations. We've got all of these things. Let's put our minions to work. Told y'all, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Everybody good so far?
Yes, loving it. We're just scratching the surface.
Yeah. So we talked about minions, right? Let me get to this. Everybody know who that is?
Yes.
Okay.
The devil incarnate himself.
So you guys remember Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum? He had to retire, right?
Is there anybody in here who doesn't know who that is?
Okay, I'm going to get to that in a second. So that is Yuval Noah Harari.
Yes.
Let me take a step back. Does everyone know who Klaus Schwab is? Yes. Former chair of the World Economic Forum, had to step down for some indiscretion because, well, that's what a criminal does. Okay. So Klaus, it's like these villains. We talked about central casting. Does Klaus Schwab not look like Lex Luthor, like a James Bond? Okay. It's like the circus. So he needed a minion. Yuval Noah Harari is his chief minion. Now, he is an avowed atheist, homosexual Jew. Right. Pastor Perry asked the question, how does that even work? Yeah. Yeah, and a professor. So here's the guy that's the chief minion. Now, in 2018, we're not going to play it today, he did a presentation that started this cascading effect of, well, I mean, come on, we're really going to be gods at the end of the day, right? Because of technology. Your likeness will live in the cloud beyond your human body. As a matter of fact, there's going to be a merging of machine and man, and we will be a super species. And for those who don't agree, well, they can just die.
He literally said that we're probably the last generation of natural human beings. When you understand that, when they say, population control, the Bilderberg got together here recently, and on their agenda was the depopulation. Like, they're telling us what's going on, and we're like, no, it's not really happening. Yeah, it's really happening. Believe your enemy. When they tell you they're coming after you, they're coming after you.
Yep.
Like, Noah Harari wants technology to reinterpret the Bible so that we have a real Bible. Excuse me? You're going to take my word, my Father's word that I read, and you're going to give me some what? It's not bad enough that we had somebody like King James, for example, who changed the Bible. All right? They've taken passages out. But because it's true. I kind of want to go, he was enslaving us, but yet we follow his Bible. For all y'all that like the King James Version, I love y'all. I do Geneva because I know that King James, bastardized the Bible. This guy over here wants to completely change it.
So there's a video clip here. The audio's not going to work, so I'll just describe it to you. In this interview, Yuval Noah Harari is in Portugal at a conference, and the question comes up about God and the Bible. And so what Juliana was describing, what he described is that men have created these things, and they're limited in their capacity and understanding of what is possible. If any of this sounds familiar to you, that's what Bernie Sanders and AOC say. Hello. See a pattern? You guys follow? You see what they're doing? Okay, good. So he says, that's bupkis. With AI, I can do this. With AI, it's going to surpass human intelligence, and it will be able to design documents that are far superior to what we have, including our own Bible.
Yep. So RC and I spent a lot of time and resources to create a workbook. We took the workbook and we put it into ChatGPT, and we said, you know what, can you make us a kid's version, a teen version? Because we had a couple of organizations that were like, can you make this for the teenagers? And we're like, sure. Well, chapter 12 of my workbook is Let God Be God, and has scripture in it. Do you know that ChatGPT took out every reference to God? Took out the entire chapter?
Hello. Oh.
So technology is programmed. Right? It's not our people that's training ChatGPT. It's people that are, that's why this morning I said, they're coming against the Christians. And the Christians don't realize that they're under attack. This is a war we're looking at. We think, we're not looking at tanks and bombs aren't going off in the United States of America. I'm sorry, this is what war looks like in 2025.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Good. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I did a panel on AI about a month and a half ago down in Southwest Florida. And fortunately, I was the one on the panel that actually said, hey, we've got a much bigger issue here. Here's what I stated, and this is true today. Technology is a tool, much like any other tool. It can be used for good or for evil. Here was my challenge to people. There were very wealthy people in this room with a lot of power. I said, here's your problem. There is no moral compass or biblical worldview coming at this thing. You're scared, but I have to ask you a hard question. Hey guys, Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your healthcare. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year.
What in the Hades did you expect to happen? When you seed ground, who's programming it? Because it's imperfect by nature. People say AI is perfect. It can't be because man created it. That's right. But who is programming this stuff? Where is their moral compass and biblical worldview? Yep. If you want to know why there's a problem, look in the mirror.
Yep.
These are the guys who are shaping thought over technology. Not today, not on our watch.
Facebook says that if you've done 500 posts, they know more about your personality and who you are and what you're going to do than you know yourself.
Y'all good so far?
That's pretty scary, isn't it?
Yeah. Y'all good so far?
Yep.
All right, we're about to go a little deeper. So, all right, so we talked about the idea of one world government, one world religion, some of the ways they're going to get there. The rabbit hole goes deeper. So that headline says bonus holes, the full frontal attack on women. So I'll preface for you guys, and then we're going to get into this whole womb transplant thing. Oh, right. Okay. So in the UK, because they felt that men who think they're women weren't getting the proper level of respect, the term for the female anatomy was inappropriate. So they deemed them to be bonus holes. That's the title of the article. Bonus holes. The UK medical leadership, in conjunction with the LGBTQIA plus minus 2 spirit sideways on Thursday, came up with this idea. Okay. Because we need to be more inclusive of men who think they're women. I will not say the word. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, RC and I have been fighting back because we need to understand that this is really a war on women. Okay, we write about the war on women. Even the Second Amendment. Right? You want to take away my gun? This dude walks into my house and wants his way with me. I can't take care of myself. I can't protect myself unless I have a gun. I went to John Jay College of Criminal Justice. I was the VP of the gun club. You're going to tell me you're going to take my weapon? No. Because you're disarming me to be able to protect my children. I'm sorry.
By the way, just a quick aside, Second Amendment protects the First Amendment.
That's it.
That's why guys like John Kerry can't, that's why they want to kill it. You see what I'm saying? And the reason they can't is because the Second Amendment exists. Y'all good?
Yep. Okay.
I just want to note the date quickly before we move on. This is almost 2 years ago. Okay? So we talked about the bonus hole thing. Here's what I want to get to, because it is even more nefarious than that. So I'll get through that. I want to get to this. Now, the answer may be no, but I'll start anyway. Has anyone heard of the Wellcome Trust? If not, that's fine.
Nope.
The Wellcome Trust is a nonprofit with a base in the UK and also a strong presence in New England. Here's what they did. They took money for a study from the NIH. That's your money, by the way. You're a taxpayer. Okay, everybody's got to pay. They took money for a study. Y'all ready for this? The study was taking the wombs out of female cadavers and putting them into men who think that they are women, with the goal of having a child.
Every woman should be standing up in protest to what they're doing with our money. They're coming against the women, because if they hurt the women, there's no children. Oh, wait, there will be children, and we'll explain that after.
Yeah. So, we started this with some pictures because we've been covering this for a while. There's a transgender MMA fighter who almost killed a woman.
Didn't she just lose her gold medal? Didn't she just have to
No,
give it back?
that's the boxer.
That's the boxer.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's quite a man. Thank you, guys. Most people missed that. Okay. So Washington Free Beacon, when the Bidens were doing whatever they were doing, Jill Biden gives the International Women of Courage Award to a man who thinks they're a woman. Right? Juliana was talking about no longer needing women to have babies.
They can literally take one person's DNA and create a baby. They can take 8 people's DNA, splice it together, and make a baby. Where's women in this factor? Is that baby, does it have a soul? Because it didn't come from father. Like, what are we creating? Is it technically still considered a human being, or is it not considered technically a human being?
Pesky women. Pesky women. So quickly, Ectolife, that video that you see up there, they said, well, what's the need even to have a birth the natural way? We can just create these pods. You guys can put your stuff in and a baby could be created. You can watch the whole process. If that looks familiar to you at all, if you've seen the movie The Matrix. Yes. Oh, art imitates life, except when it doesn't because it's already happening. Okay, so
RC is literally, we're going to start a podcast between him and somebody else that they love to look at movies and dissect them and say, this is what they told us some 20 years ago, right? So we're going to have a podcast about that because people need to understand that the devil has to tell you what they're going to do. That's right. Right? So we need to recognize what he's saying and how he's saying it to us.
Agent Smith is everyone and he is no one. Let me continue. So the Wellcome Trust didn't just take the money and make stuff up. This is a diagram. We actually had to read through the whole study, which I encourage you not to do. We did it for you. Here's the breakdown. They diagrammed how they would take a womb from a woman and put it into a man. That's the lower right. You can barely see it. And how a man could give what is called a butt birth.
I saw a video, I don't remember. Oh.
I'm going to come to that in a second.
I saw a video, I don't remember who it was, but she was in front of Congress and she was talking about how men can have babies. And when she was questioned, she talked about butt births. And I was like, are you kidding me? That we've got somebody in front of our government talking this blasphemy?
So they showed you how they were going to do this. They spent a whole bunch of money on it, right? So here's the conclusion of the study. The Wellcome Trust concluded that it would be immoral not to offer this to men who think they're women. Wow. It would be immoral not to offer because they deserve to have babies too.
This is why the church needs to have righteous indignation at this point.
All right. Righteous indignation.
That's right.
Amen. So before we move on, I want you guys to know some of the groups that have said they're on board with this and they can move quickly. One of those groups said, we're already working on it. We've got 2 teams of 5 people, and within 2 years, we'll be able to do it. Would you like to know who that is? Yes. The Cleveland Clinic. Oh! A lot of you didn't see that coming. The same people who purport to help you are your enemy. But unless you know the causes of things, you will not know this, yes? Okay, let's continue. So Juliana touched on this, and I'll go to it. So men making their own eggs. All right? Wall Street Journal goes through this. Gay Japanese scientist, I guess I'll give them the story. Yeah. Gay Japanese scientist says, well, I want to have kids. And I'm gay, so how's that going to happen? I can't adopt. Well, listen, we don't really need women. I can take cells from a man, or 2 men, or 3 men, or 2 men and 1 lady, or whatever, and I can just create a kid. Now, you guys are like, you're out of your mind, RC. Well, I would agree with you, except the Wall Street Journal did an entire feature on it. Like a full-length feature describing how this would work based on this guy's science. So now, war on women.
Yep.
Let's dehumanize women and say, well, a man can be a woman too.
Yep.
Then let's say, well, look, if that's the case, then a woman giving birth naturally isn't a big deal. We don't even need that. Then let's say, well, look, we don't even need a woman to have a child. the causes of things, because what's the real goal? It's not men with female wombs in them or anything like that. It is the destruction of the woman, which is a destruction of God's order. You guys remember the order? God, husband, wife, children? They cut the man out already. They've already destabilized it. Got to get the woman out of the way to get to the children.
Yep.
You own the children, you own the future.
Yep.
Everybody follow? Yes. All right, we'll keep rolling. So we've got you guys down this road, right? Well, if I told you it gets stranger, it certainly does. Over the last few months, there was a story that came out that young scientists at MIT had figured out a way to not have to experiment on animals anymore. Except for what they came up with. They said, well, look, we can grow bodyoids, basically human beings without a conscience or a spirit, in a lab and experiment and use those parts for things, instead of using pig hearts and everything.
And then the leftover.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
We can eat them along with our bugs.
Oh, they said it proudly. One moment, please. Yeah. Fake humans are being created and used for spare parts, medical experiments, and believe it or not, even food. Scientists are now talking openly about making full-grown human bodies in artificial wombs, engineered to be brainless and unable to feel pain. Oh. Oh. In a shocking article from the MIT Technology Review, a radical new source of transplant organs, lab-grown brainless human bodies. And I quote, "Bodyoids would be grown in artificial wombs and genetically engineered to lack any form of consciousness or pain perception." Last I checked, there is only one that can create life and gives us the gift of being able to do it on his behalf. When did MIT scientists come up with a way to do this? You guys know how that ends, right? But they're literally doing this, right? And so the Sun says these bodyoids could be used to create meat. It'd be more ethical than killing animals. I don't know about y'all, I enjoyed a great steak, and that came from a cow, and I prefer to have it that way. Yes. Yeah. You know, by the way, when they make that genetically modified food, it's basically the cancerous cells of whatever they created. That's the meat that they give you. Right. Oh, lab-grown cow is a great way. I'm not eating cancer. Thanks, have a great day. Okay. You guys, you get it? So you see where they're taking you, right? Yeah. If they can get you to accept these things, religion should include everybody. Don't really need women. They can get you to the point where you'll eat people. Y'all good? Everybody good so far? As good as you're going to get? Yes. All right. So we've covered these bases. Let's go to the control mechanism side of it. Juliana, did you want to talk a little bit about this?
So this is the big, beautiful bill?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Who understands that the big, beautiful bill neuters the states from being able to regulate artificial intelligence, so only the federal government can do that? Companies like Oracle, right? So now we're looking at, hold on a second. First of all, let's start with the fact that you can't legislate yourself powers. You're given few and defined powers given to you by us. And now you're going to tell us that you're going to regulate artificial intelligence? My people in the human trafficking world are screaming at the top of their lungs because of this. Because they're like, if you neuter the states and all the regulation comes off from the artificial intelligence, they're using that against our kids. Our kids are committing suicide because they're online, right? And they're talking to, could be a person, could be a bot, right? It could be artificial intelligence. And kids were told, you know what? You are really depressed. Your family really hates you. Kill yourself.
Why not?
Or you hate your family. Go kill your parents. And they're using artificial intelligence to do that. So my human trafficking people are going, if they take away our ability to regulate, then companies like Oracle have complete control and they can do whatever they want to do. She likened it to the vaccine manufacturers. Oh, they have complete immunity. They can vaccinate you, they can come up with whatever schedule, and they can tell you that you're wrong if you don't take the vaccine. Oh, and you can't sue them. So if you're injured, sucks to be you, right? They're doing the same thing with technology right now. And our federal government is allowing it. And we, by default, are allowing it to happen because we're not saying that big, beautiful bill is not big, it's not beautiful. It's not. There are certain things in there that we're like, oh, we're really excited about it. But when you take your own authority and tell us that you're going to take authority that is not yours, and you're going to tell us to sit down and take a seat, I'm sorry, you're putting the children at risk. You now have a dictatorship that's happening. Who's regulating this technology against us? We're supposed to be saying what we want to be having done in our communities. And artificial intelligence impacts every single family.
Amen to that. Now, Juliana touched on this with the feds. The feds can't even balance the budget. You mean to tell me that they're going to do a better job of coming up with AI regulation than an individual state?
Let's put it this way. The federal government has 2 books, according to Catherine Austin Fitts. 2 books. And that if you reconcile the monies, right, there goes our deficit. But they're doing shenanigans. You get to see this book, but you don't get to see this financial book. You think they're going to do any different with artificial intelligence? They've already weaponized ChatGPT. It's not going to get better.
So you guys understand and see what they did here. The tax cuts are in that bill. Everybody understands that, right? Are those important? Absolutely. The question was posed to us. Well, would you let them die for something like this? Yes. Because if we continue to cede ground, this is a blatant violation of the 10th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. You can't tell the states what to do, the states tell you what to do. That's how the federal apparatus works, in case you guys didn't know. The states created the federal government, not the other way around. I know this isn't a history class, but it's important that you guys have context. You have to understand the causes of things. Blatant violation of the 10th Amendment, right? If you let them continue to railroad you into the illusion of false choice, if you don't do it, everything's going to die. No, it's not. Magically, you guys will figure something out because you always do. You always manage to not shut down the government.
Wow.
Oh, always. Right? Always. Y'all can figure this out too. By the way, they're voting on this today. I don't know if you guys knew that. The Senate's voting on this thing. And guess what's still in there? AI moratorium. How y'all doing? Good? I know, right? Told you guys, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Feel like the Oracle in the Matrix. Every time I see y'all, it seems like I got bad news. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, all right, let's keep going. So we talked about that, right? So that's control mechanism number 1. Control mechanism number 2. Anybody familiar with central bank digital currency, CBDC? Have we heard about this? Okay,
Unpack it.
Yeah, unpack it. So, a centralized digital currency is a control mechanism. Imagine the world where you get your paycheck. And then you're told exactly how, when, where, and who you can spend that paycheck with. And if you don't comply, they can just cut it off.
Remember when they cut off the monies, they cut SWIFT from Russia, so Russia couldn't get our funding, couldn't get money? So they created a gold-backed digital currency. It was because we shut off the monies. Remember when the truckers were in Canada and we were trying to get the monies and they shut off the monies? They'll be able to do that to every single one of us.
Yeah. That logic of a central bank digital currency, this exists in China. Sister Pearl is going to know this, right? This already exists in China under a social credit score system. Yep. So based on your adherence to big government, remember God gave us inalienable rights, we get our rights from him. Well, in China, it's a little different. You get them from the state. If this sounds like communism or Marxism or totalitarianism, you are spot on.
Yep.
You're in that chapter of the book. So in China, if you decide that you're going to jaywalk and you don't do it, but you thought about it, they're like, oh, that's a problem. You're not a good citizen.
Yep.
Predictive policing.
They say that they can make atonement. They can go do good things, and then they go back to the government and say, look, I did these things. Can you give me a better credit score?
Oh. So they decide,
Yep.
okay, look, you're a bad actor, so you want a burger because you want to drown your sorrows with a burger and a beer. You go to buy it, money won't work there because you're a bad actor, sir. Jeff Arago, you are not a proper citizen. No soup for you, right? Or burger.
So Trump comes out and he goes, we're not going to do the CBDC. I canceled the CBDC. Anybody heard that? Now he's talking about XRP. Oh, don't look at the CBDC. Now look at XRP. Yeah. Well, what's the similarity between the two of them? Essentially controlled. They can turn on and off the monies, whether it's an XRP or a CBDC. So we're like, Trump, if you really are about our sovereignty, you would do something like a Bitcoin, where it's not centrally located, where the government cannot manipulate the monies. But he's not doing that because we're not pressuring him. I always say Trump stands in the middle between we the people and they the government, right? They've got the money, they've got the power, and what are we doing? We don't have the money and we're not exerting our power. So Trump is going to do what he's told to do by his handlers. You think that he's in control of everything? No, absolutely, positively not.
And an important lesson for the saints, we were talking with Apostle Vega yesterday, and she brought up a very good point. That I think when you get so far down the road in this, you don't think about what our responsibility is as the saints. Our responsibility is to pull him back, right? If we're praying correctly, God's a God of order. If we are coming with repentance and humility and we're asking...
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
To use us as willing vessels, he will move Donald Trump's heart in the proper direction. He will hear and see. But if we're like, Trump's going to save us, God's looking at you like,
what are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm waiting on you. It's on us.
Trump and the higher politicians have all said the same thing. They're trying to make the federal government smaller. What does that mean? That means the responsibilities and the monies should go back to the states. What does that mean? That means the states need to know what we the people want. Right? That's why we're upset about the other slide that we had up. It's like, no, you can't have complete control for 10 years over technology because it's what we want. But if we're not telling Trump, if we're not telling our politicians what's going on and what we want in our communities, they're going to do whatever they want to do, which is what they've been doing, whatever they want. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
But I know a lot of people in this room would say, and I can't say I'm speaking for everybody, but why aren't we hearing this, like the things that you're saying, and it's just for education so that we know. Why aren't we hearing this on outlets like that we have, I'm just going to say it,
say them,
deified, like Fox News and Newsmax? Very cahoots.
No, it's all control. Everything that you're hearing, like the reason why we're standing here is for you guys to know the truth, not the propaganda, not what they want you to believe so they can bring in their agenda. It's like you need to understand exactly why they're doing what they're doing, not what they want you to know. Earlier we were talking about central casting. We were talking about the fact that this is all theater, right? This is all a front. For those of us that own businesses, what your front-facing business looks like and what your back end of your business looks like is two completely things. So behind the scenes, they're manufacturing what they want you to understand. They want you to see the poly crisis. Go ahead.
And I may be getting ahead of myself, but the people really need to know this, and I'm just going to say it now. A lot of people, and RC, you and I have discussed this. Please, Lord, I don't want to get in trouble with nobody in here, so please don't beat me up. Get in trouble. But, get in trouble. Okay, but we know, thank you, our mutual, I do consider them friends, our mutual friend John B. Wells, whom if a lot of you don't listen to him Monday through Saturday, you really do need to listen to him. In particular, every Saturday he has an intelligence briefing that Mary Fanning and his wife Brendy produce with a lot of the white hat generals, the real people that have the real intelligence. So one of the things that a lot of people don't know was the first thing that you had spoke about was the fact that this dude in Ukraine, Zelensky, is a homosexual paid actor. This man was put in place and in position by George Soros. This man is a homosexual actor. And see, that is the thing. When you're watching fake news media, you don't know these things. See, and that's why 4 years ago, my father and I, we turned the TV off. I don't do Fox News. I don't do Newsmax. Because I repeatedly tell people, if these outlets are so good, why haven't they told you about Agenda 21, Agenda 2030? You understand? And also, the last point I want to make is that what a lot of people don't know, please don't throw bricks at me, don't kill me now, but what's his name from Israel?
Netanyahu?
Oh.
Is wicked and evil.
Oh my.
I mean, we have, I'm just saying, this man is evil.
So that's
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, that's an entire rabbit hole. If you want me to go down that rabbit hole, I can. But having said that, it's all theatrics. So about 3-4 years ago, you started hearing about the word citizen journalist. Who's heard of the word citizen journalist? The reason why they wanted to shut down TikTok and platforms like that is because they didn't want the citizens standing up telling other people what's going on. Because citizen journalists started, we were one of them. That's why we started writing what we've written. Okay, because we're like, people need to know what's going on because Fox MSNBC. I would look at my dad. He's a die-hard Democrat. Oh my God. And I'm like, Dad, turn off the news. What you're listening to is lies, and you're believing what they're telling you.
Yeah. So we're going to come to Agenda 2030 at the end. That's actually the last part. But I want to go back just for a second to the causes of things. You guys remember a couple minutes ago, we talked about once you understand the causes of things, the rest of this will make sense. Marshall presents the right question. Why aren't you hearing about this? That is the right question. Based on everything you heard after that, do you understand why now you don't hear about these things? Because they've got to keep you here or here, so you can't see everything around you. That is by design, because the way you get to one world government is through one world religion, is through pharmakeia, magic, right? Other methods of control, depopulation, and the only way to have obedient serfs is to tell them what to believe.
Yep.
Aha! Media! Prize for the young lady. That's why, Marshall, because the media has a very distinct job.
Yep.
It's a propaganda machine. There are breakdowns. If you guys go on YouTube, like they'll break down like Sean Hannity, and they'll show you all the nuances of how it's not news, it's opinion. You've been transitioned from news to opinion. You didn't even realize it happened.
Where's Walter Cronkite when you need him?
Oh, man.
Yes. Right?
Of all people, right? So what's weird about Cronkite, now I'll promise I start. Cronkite was a Satanist. He's a liberal. He's a raging liberal. Now,
he's a Mason.
Yeah, and a Mason. Before you go on, though, did you guys even realize that before I said it? No. Did it impact his news capability at all? No. By design. Right? Because now where are we at? You guys have to understand, like with education, that's one we haven't gotten to yet. We'll get to that in a second. With education, they've stolen 100 years of education from us. We are taught to test, not taught to think, which is why you can get away with things like Marshall just mentioned. We have entire generations that have been taught to test and not taught to think. So when you look at a young person and you become frustrated with their inability to understand what you're saying, understand why. And then take a look in the mirror and ask yourself, as a believer and a saint, what you didn't do when you had an opportunity, then fix it right there. Okay, I'm not going to preach to you guys anymore. Sorry.
I'm going to continue on a different vein, right? RC and I have been talking about parallel economies. Who knows what a parallel economy is? It's an economy that's parallel to the economy that we're looking at, right? You're looking at fiat currency, but we need to look at other currencies. There is the trade and barter currency. It's real currencies that businesses use to be able to do trade and to be able to do their own works and pay each other without using fiat currency. This is called a gold back. It actually has gold in it. So Jeremy, who founded this organization, made gold fungible. What does fungible mean? It just means usable. That's it. So we have different denominations, and businesses are starting to take it. It's in Florida. It's obviously not in New York yet, but this is another currency for us to be able to do commerce with each other, because you know the fiat currency is going bye-bye. So if you have any kind of fiat currency, you want to change it into gold, silver, bullets, Rolex watches, guns, because at the end of the day, when the fiat currency goes bye-bye, and our government tells us that you need to be on an XRP or a CBDC, and you're being controlled, so you only have a certain amount of money in your account, and you can only spend it certain places, right? You're going to need to be able to do this, because this is how we, the people, be able to maintain our sovereignty. They have had a chokehold on us with the fiat currency. What they call inflation really is the devaluation, right, of the dollar. So now the dollar's about to bust. So now what? Who heard of Florida and how we are now able to have a gold-backed currency for the state of Florida, just for the state? Who here knows that each state is allowed to have its own currency outside of the Federal Reserve?
As long as it's gold and silver. It's in the Constitution, by the way.
So DeSantis just signed a bill so that we're able to, it won't be enacted. There's a lot of stuff that we need to do for it. So it won't be enacted for another year or so. But it allows the state of Florida to have a gold-backed currency outside of the federal dollar. That's what we need to help maintain our sovereignty. We need to have other currencies.
Yeah. And so we're in an economic vein. We're actually going to go to something even more nefarious, if you guys can believe this. I do want to touch on what Juliana said about economics. So anybody a fan of economics in the room? Okay, we'll do the old economics.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have?
Is pie, as my friend Bob McEwen says. So all economies, regardless of what they are, including you being at this session, all economies are built on trust. I don't care what you do.
Yep.
All economies are built on trust, which leads to a question we get often. Well, RC, that's great. What's this worth? Whatever I can get someone to pay me for it.
Oh.
You guys realize that they make economic theory really complicated? But it comes down to 2 things. Paso Vega believes that if I give her $1, she can take it and go buy something else from this young lady. All economies are built on trust. Once that trust is broken, she'll no longer take it as a form of payment, right, a method of exchange, or a store of value. What's it worth? Whatever you can convince someone to pay you for it. Economics easy as pie. Okay?
But right now it is worth $3.75 because there's $3.75 worth of gold in it.
And so people ask us, they're like, well, what about the fiat? Like, we got in an argument. We teach in the largest retirement community in the country is up the road from us in the Villages. And one of the guys in there wanted to argue with me about, well, the fiat dollar and this. And I'm like, okay, so now we're going to break 70 years of economic programming in your life. And I promise you will never be the same after this. I said, okay, what if gold goes down? What if it does? What if gold goes up? What if it does? Here's what I do know. The difference between a fiat dollar and gold and silver is that we have 5,000 years worth of research that tells us gold and silver is a sustainable form of storing value, building wealth, right? And people trust it.
And it's God's money.
It's God's money.
Right? They have been intentionally suppressing the value of gold and silver. Why? Because they're using it. If Trump turns around and reevaluates gold, what's going to happen, RC?
Oh boy. So this could potentially happen. So we've been looking at whether or not Trump is going to reprice gold or he's going to tie the dollar to it in some way. That goes one of 2 ways. Either one, there is a short-term economic pain where the value of your assets goes down, but in the long run, it's like you having the flu and getting it out. It's going to sting for a little bit, you're going to hurt, you're going to feel sick, but in the end, you will be healthier and you won't get it again. That's how it's actually supposed to work, not with a vaccine. Okay. I think everybody in the room can appreciate that. The other way is a lot tougher. He decides that we're just going to hit it. We're just going to reprice. Goes to $10,000 an ounce, let's say, right? You wake up the next morning, you hear on the news that you're completely wiped out. But President Trump comes on and says, not to worry. we're going to match you 1-to-1 with our brand new central bank digital currency. You want the first one, not the second one. What's going to happen? We're not still 100% sure yet, but we will find out. Okay, I think we can keep going. I wanted to have the slides up, but we'll keep going for the sake of time.
Okay.
All right, so the next thing we were going to talk about is WorldCoin. Now, you probably have not heard of this, but we'll give you some context. Everybody familiar with ChatGPT? Yes. The company that's designed that is called OpenAI. A gentleman named Sam Altman stole it. Supposed to be a nonprofit. He basically stole the business.
Testing.
Are we good? Are we back? Okay.
Yep.
Basically stole the business. It was supposed to be a nonprofit, turned it into a for-profit. In doing that, he teamed up with a couple other guys and said, hey, it would be a great idea for people in third world countries to be able to transact digitally. Let's create a cryptocurrency that lets them do that and give everybody universal basic income. That was the birth of WorldCoin. Here's where it gets weird. In a story we did 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, we covered in third world countries that there was this giant silver orb floating around, and it was scanning people's irises, because the only way you can get WorldCoin is if you let it scan your iris. Sam Altman, OpenAI, ChatGPT, creates WorldCoin, has a giant orb, all-seeing eye that scans your eye to get your biometric information so that you can get a few bucks.
And now Peter Thiel and what Trump wants him to do with all the data collection?
I'm going to come to that. So what we said then is that if you let this man continue, this will be in the United States and you'll be in trouble. 2 months ago, WorldCoin launched in 7 cities in the US. It's already here.
The banks are ready. It's a flip of the switch. It's all technology. So at any moment, Trump could turn around and say, you know what, we're done with the fiat currency. Everyone is on a digital currency. And what are we going to do about it? Like, how are we going to react to him doing that? I mean, talk about putting us in a control grid. Catherine Austin Fitz always talks about how they're pushing us into a control grid. What does that really look like? We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah, and so Peter Thiel, we actually about 18 months ago, we started talking about what realistically would happen if J.D. Vance was the nominee for vice president. Here's why.
Better.
Because J.D. Vance is bankrolled by Peter Thiel. If you guys don't know who Peter Thiel is, Silicon Valley investor, one of the first in Facebook and Twitter, made a ton of money. Okay. Back in the early 2000s, he created a company called Palantir. You guys have probably heard about this a bit more in the news lately. Ultimate surveillance technology.
Yep.
Biggest client, CIA, NSA, FBI, so on and so forth. Their entire business is to make sure the government can be in your business. We said, if you allow Peter Thiel to have an outsized influence on this administration, your technocracy will show up in a red dress instead of a blue dress, and you will like it. I'd like to fast forward you to what happened recently with the announcement that Palantir was basically going to be given carte blanche to collect your data and get a full digital dossier on every American. Your technocracy will show up in a red dress instead of a blue dress, and you will like it. When we told that to people, we got every harumph and gnaw and gnashing and weeping and everything else, and how anti-Trump we were, and how anti-J.D. Vance we were, and how anti-conservative we are. And I'm like, so wait a minute. Wait a minute. If Patrick Henry knew that there were parts of the Constitution that weren't good and said, I smell a rat, if we can't be critical of things, what are we even doing here? That includes us, by the way. If you guys are critical of anything we say, that's fine. We don't take it personally. That is your right, and you may have insight that we can use. If we are not critical and vigilant over the government that we've allowed to represent us, why are we even doing this?
What we see in our streets with the homelessness and everything that's happening with our vets, that's intentional. Because if they can have that kind of system and they can send money over to Ukraine and to Israel and stuff like that, I'm calling baloney that you're not helping my brothers and sisters who need the help. Like, at this point, we need to be standing up and going, we reject the fact that you're taking our money and sending it elsewhere. You've designed a system here for us to be impoverished and to be hurting as a people. It's intentional. It's crimes against humanity. And that's the way we need to be looking at it. When I see homeless people and I see them walking, I know that doesn't need to be that way.
So you have to take a hard look.
Yep.
The causes of things are really important. Nothing personal against J.D. Vance. It's who you chose to take money from. I know who handles you. Therefore, since I know who handles you, I know the causes of things and what I'm going to get.
And just note the fact that Palantir and Oracle were 2 of the 4 companies that funded the parade that just happened in D.C.
And as an aside on that, before we
they were knighted into military also.
Yeah. And a lot of these guys were basically sworn in into military roles in intelligence.
As military.
Yeah. So you guys remember when they announced Project Stargate at the White House? Masayoshi Son, little short Japanese-Korean guy, and then Larry Ellison. Talk about a villain out of a comic book. Ellison is up there, and he is telling you, I encourage you to go back and watch that press conference. Larry Ellison basically tells you that with Project Stargate, you now no longer have to worry about being a good citizen. Because with all the monitoring that he'll be able to do on you, you'll have no choice, which puts you in China. Social credit score. You will be a good citizen, or you'll disappear. Sister Pearl's working. She knows this because she was in China. But you guys understand? Yes. Are you following these control mechanisms? Crater.
Good.
So, the first story that we wrote for Rip from the Headlines, we covered the case of a gentleman named Randall Crater. Randall is a technologist who is now serving 8 years in prison. I'll explain why. Randall built a technology at the behest of the black sheep of the Disney family. Basically, it was a gold-backed cryptocurrency.
Government can't have that kind of competition.
The FBI sent a message. You all put your tinfoil hats on for a second. The government sent a message to him.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Saying, listen, how much? We just want to buy it from you. Not interested. The government hates competition, their exact words. Sell it? Nope, not going to do it. So they figured out a way to say that Randall was running a gigantic scam, and it scammed $8 million from people. Now, mind you, all the evidence, because we looked through like 5,000 pages of evidence. We wanted to make sure we did this the right way. We're like, there's not a crime. This guy didn't commit a crime. Okay?
And the person who actually did, the black sheep of the Disney family, Never touched.
Never touched. So since Randall chose to fight, and he had the resources to do so, he chose to fight. They bankrupted him, right? Because what they do is they cut off your ability to defend yourself. If you have money, they'll just cut it off. They'll freeze your assets.
They went after his wife.
They went after his wife and his family. Here's the kicker, guys. And the reason we're sharing this is because if you don't stop all the things we've talked about, this is what will happen to you as a believer. Don't think they're just doing it for crypto. They'll figure out a way to come after you for what you believe and what you say, right? And the ground in which you stand on. You stand on biblical truth, they'll figure out a way. There was a witness that had exonerating evidence. This guy said, I did it. Literally. A guy named Marcus Gorby comes forward and says, all that stuff you're accusing Randall of, I did. And I will testify to it. Here's how gangster the feds are and why you don't want them doing things like putting a moratorium on states. The feds had this guy on their list as a witness so the defense couldn't call him. Then they dropped him without telling the defense. The defense never knew. They could never call Gorby to testify. If they had, it would have been over.
So they weaponized Congress, they weaponized the judicial system, they weaponized everything. People went to jail before him because they had to create the cases to be able to set the precedent to go after Randall. So this was it didn't just happen overnight. Like, this was calculated by the judicial system. They knew exactly what they were doing. Congress was in on it as well. So we need to say, okay, so you've weaponized the two systems that are meant to protect us. The government's #1 job is to protect our sovereignty. They're not obviously doing that.
Yeah, the feds don't have much to do, but they sure figure out a way to do a whole lot of nothing and make you pay for it.
Yep.
Few and defined powers, not much, but they sure figure out a way to weaponize the very thing that you fund against you.
Yep.
The causes of things are really important for context on what you need to do and how you see things coming. Everybody good? Yes. Plane is circling. We're coming up to the runway here. We're going to line it up and land the plane. So last one. This actually speaks to what Marshall asked about earlier. We talked about Agenda 2030. Anybody familiar with Agenda 2030? Yeah. Okay. So there's a UN agenda, and they have certain goals that they want to hit by 2030. They're saying they're going to alleviate poverty and do all these things. No, it's population control. You see, they've got to get rid of a bunch of you.
Yep.
So that they can control the masses, because that's one world government, through one world religion, through medical, through everything. Okay. You guys good?
Yep.
All right. So how do they do this? Well, Agenda 2030 is kind of the blanket for that plan, and they learned a lot from China and their 100-year plan, 2049 plan. You've been invaded. You probably don't realize it. Or if you do and you're in this room and you get that, to what degree you've been invaded, you're still not certain. We're going to help with that. So Agenda 2030 happens. Well, how do you get there? Has anyone ever heard of a 15-minute city? Yes. We got a smart group here, Juliana.
We live in one. For those of you that don't know, the agenda is here. RC and I live in a 15-minute city. Our commissioners unanimously, all 7 of them, voted for it. My commissioner looked me in the face with his bicycle helmet on and said, I used my bike to get here. It only took me 35 minutes. And I'm like, excuse me? Oh, yeah, we're not going to have any cars on the road unless they're self-driving, so just get used to it. And I'm like, I didn't sign up for that. You're not representing me. We even had another House rep that we helped train. We helped get him elected. And he turned around and he came back and was like, we're going to do this globalist agenda. You're going to have individual little helicopters circling so that we people can go from point A to point B in these electric helicopters. What? Like, what agenda are you talking about? I thought you were passing a church in my county. How is it that now that you've submitted yourself to the globalist agenda, you're supposed to be protecting me and my sovereignty? That is not what you're doing.
Money's good when it's good, right? So how did they get there? Now,
this is back on.
Oh, it is. Hey.
Yep.
So the entire idea of a 15-minute city, well, you hear enough about that, people get a little weary. So they had to figure out how to make it palatable. So I'm going to go down the road that Juliana mentioned and how we got to a vote in our city, and they all agreed to this. So you guys see these communities going up, these Cracker Jack box apartment complexes that have stores on the bottom, prison units on the top, and then maybe a pool at the very top. You know how they brand them? Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Live, work, play. Do you guys know where that came from? In the Soviet Union, when you lived in your place and you walked out of your apartment, there were signs that told you where to live, work, and play. Whoa, RC, stop. I know. So you guys understand, symbolism is important. They just retread the same tire because they know people aren't paying attention, because they've taught us to test and not to think. Ooh, that's why young people are down with this. Why would I want to drive anywhere? It's too much work, right? The helicopter thing in New York City sounds attractive, but it's not, I promise. Okay, so 15-minute city is a little bit scary. Here's what they did, and here's what passed in our city, Altamont Springs, which is just northwest of Orlando. Altamont Springs became a Vision Zero city. The Vision Zero plan, which is all over the place, it's probably here too, like they've spread like roaches. Vision Zero purports that by 2040 there will be no traffic accidents. Would you like to know why? No, it's even worse than that. They have to get you to capitulate first. It is because traffic is racist.
So they're using the same baloney stuff in Florida as they are in New York. As a matter of fact, when they wanted to have that tax if you go into Manhattan, do you know that Orlando put up signs and was like, well, based on congestion, the price of this toll road may be more than what we're posting here. And we're like, so in solidarity, you're going to support the shenanigans that's happening in Manhattan? I was just like, what? After a week, they took it down because all of us were like, no, we're not New York, we're Florida, and you can't do that to us.
So you guys understand what happened to you up here was because traffic congestion is systemically unjust. Did you guys hear that in your own news? Did you hear what they said? It is systemically unjust, which means that it's a social justice issue. Abortion, they would tell you, is not a medical issue, it is a freedom issue. My body, my choice, which is what we used during COVID. You're not sticking me with that thing, my body, my choice. Yeah, stuck on that one. Okay, so they got, the Vision Zero plan says traffic is racist because traffic cameras are systemically unjust. They're in the wrong neighborhoods, therefore they should be in all neighborhoods. And that makes traffic because the people that get pulled over are proportionally more poor than others. And our plan for Vision Zero is just going to eliminate all that by equaling the playing field so that nobody has one. Nobody has a car.
Note the fact that they started this before 2020. Here's the evidence of that. How many of us were locked down and then when we came out, all of a sudden these big towers were out there? All those 5G towers. They did that under the cover of night because we never would have allowed that. If you're in the military, you know that those towers are weapons, and they are all over our streets.
The issue of transit usage was not about infrastructure. It's about convenience and control. Our city manager in Altamont Springs, Frank Martz, was quoted saying that. Okay? Convenience and control. There's on your screen, there's the request for approval from our city, from our minutes.
Literally, they started Uber. They launched Uber in my neighborhood, in my city of Altamont Springs, little Altamont Springs. Because the Altamont Springs manager said to us, literally, in his office, it was just the three of us, DeSantis' people are working with my people, and I'm working with the globalists. I go to the big meetings, so I get what I need to be doing, and I bring it down to all the people and say, here's their agenda, and this is what we're going to do. And I'm like, so you're manipulating DeSantis' people? And guess what? DeSantis is a total turncoat. And we see exactly.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
What he's doing, right? We're in big trouble in Florida. Everyone, the whole country's going, oh, Florida's doing really, really well. No, we're not at all. They want you to believe that. Somebody was telling me that they brought down the scoring system for kids so people would think that Florida was like #1 in education, but like an F is like 40% or something like that.
I've done that a long time ago.
So it's a lie. And that's the reason why y'all are here, because we want you to understand this is what they're saying, the lie, but behind the scenes, this is what they're really doing, and this is their intentions and why they're doing what they're doing.
If I could quickly, so we got the screen back up. If you look up on the screen here, that headline says, new resource, fair warnings, recommendations to promote equity in speed safety camera programs. This comes from the Vision Zero site. You guys thought I was joking, right? Let me continue quickly here, as we're going to land the plane. Before you laugh it off, please understand the entire idea of programs like this, which line up perfectly with DEI, is specifically designed to deter you from speaking based on common sense. I.e., this doesn't work is met with, you're a racist, to get you to conform. The core of the Vision Zero program appears to come down to speed, as in getting you to drive as slowly as possible, which would make it a pain to drive, which then moves you in the exact direction that totalitarians want you to go in, which is not driving. Causes of things, they shape behavior, they shift it, they cut us off education-wise. We're no longer critical. We've been trained to test. Therefore, we don't think. You know what that means? You end up with foolishness like this. Because traffic is racist. So here's the goal. And by the way, Altamont Springs, you know how they test wastewater for COVID? Pilot City, Altamont Springs, Florida. Yeah, sorry, guys. Yeah. So the way they were able to figure out the cases of COVID is they tested the wastewater. That started in Altamont Springs. We were the first city in the country to do that, and then it spread like wildfire.
Again, because of the manager.
Altamont Springs has about 60,000 people, okay? Do you know that the city of Altamont Springs will do 500,000 autonomous rides this year? Little buses around our mall that have no driver?
They did 10,000 last year. He said it's going to go 10 times greater, and then next year it's going to be even greater, until eventually they take away the cars, and we can't drive anymore. My girlfriend, who is the head of the U.S. Christian Chamber, was like, oh, I just took my first Uber with no driver. And I was like, I would have got, first of all, I can't get in the car because the radioactive waves, I get nauseous beyond nauseous. When I drive past those towers, every cell in my body starts tweaking really badly. Like I can feel that I'm being radioactive. I can't get in those cars.
Yeah. So ultimately, by 2040, no more cars in Altamont Springs or anywhere else for that matter, which then necessitates all of those Cracker Jack boxes that you see popping up where you can live, work, and play all within the same place without the need to move, without the need for a car. Which, that pesky cash then becomes a problem. So why don't you just use digital currency? They've already trained us with cards.
Yep.
We're already halfway down the road. Let's just let the government handle it because the banks aren't safe.
I got you.
Before you know it, and we're going to come to questions, before you know it, you're living in a one-world government with a one-world religion, where all the methods of freedom are now controlled, and there are significantly less of you to fight. Friends, before we go to questions,
The mic next to me.
the reason that you guys are in this room is because as leaders, you needed to hear this.
Yep.
You needed to understand the causes of things.
But like good stewards, we didn't just come with the problem, we came with the solution. Okay? Because Father told us that we need to be able to take care of our brothers and sisters. The reason why we wrote the Watchmen Action workbook is literally to get the church mobilized based on what your interest is and what you want to advocate for. So real quick, section 1 of the book is, what do you want to advocate for and what's your story, so that you can write the story so other people can pick up what it is that you're saying and why you're advocating for what you're advocating for. Part 2 is, how do you build a strategy? Who's sitting around the table? We do a SWOT analysis for those of you who are in business, this entire business book, to figure out exactly how you're going to start advocating for what's important to you in your community. Part 3 is, now that you have your system, what tools do you need? Who needs to do what? How do you make sure, if you've got a team of 8 people that are working on a project, how do you make sure that all 8 people are doing what they need to do and you're moving the agenda forward? Because one person can drop the ball and it messes up everybody on the team, right? So it's we're not telling you what to do in your community. We're telling you, pick up something that you want to advocate for. We wrote a workbook specifically for you to be able to sit down with the right people that you want to be able to advocate for whatever, and be able to build out the plan of how to get that done, right? Like I said before, when Jesus was walking the planet, the government didn't take care of the people. The people took care of the people. We've been disempowered. Well, guess what? The reason why you're here is to be re-empowered. It's for us to be able to pour into you to say, you know what, we've got a system. We have a way of being able to push back and say, we're not going to tolerate the culture that you're bringing in. But it starts with us, the ones that are behind the pulpits, because we abdicated our role and our responsibility. Father said to take territory. We ceded territory. When I've got a hospital a couple of miles from my house and they're chemically castrating little boys, I'm sorry, I need to step in, because Father's not going to go, that's okay, let them do that to a 5-year-old. Yeah. If the parents are too stupid and the government is allowing it, parents are taking kids to, drag queen hour. What do you think Father's thinking about that? You're harming the little children. Our responsibility is to protect the little children. It goes back to why I always talk about the watchmen. Why I always go back to Ezekiel 33:6. Because y'all are watchmen. Now that you heard what you heard, you are all responsible to go tell everybody that you know and everybody that you meet. Because I'm not going to survive this, we're not going to survive this unless we, the body of Christ, come together and push back on this agenda. The church used to be the center of the community, the center of the family. We need to be back to being the church. Act like the church. I am the daughter of a great king. There's only 2 teams, his team and the other person's team. I'm on his team. If I don't stand in the gap, right, we are all called to stand in the gap. If I'm not standing in the gap for the little 5-year-old that's being chemically castrated, who's going to do it?
Amen. Whew. So what can you do? Juliana mentioned it. There's the summarized version of it. And as we go to questions, people often ask us, okay, guys, so that's awesome and everything. How do I find more about you? That's how you do it. So that QR code will take you to a list of things, including the newsletters. You can go to watchmenaction.org to get that. Thank you guys so much for having us. We do have time for questions, but God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you for answering the call. Thank you. Microphone, please.
Regarding the 15-minute cities,
yes, sir.
What research have you done on the scooters? Because these scooters terrorized our sidewalks. Not only scooters now, the scooters have then opened it up for motorcycles driven down our sidewalks.
Correct. We saw that too.
Orlando's trying to get rid of the scooters because they were more of an issue than a help. They were finding the scooters in the water and stuff like that. So that program is failing. It's not working.
Have you come across
the federal government, the government. I mean,
Yeah, so the government, if you guys don't know, In-Q-Tel is basically the CIA. They're one of the biggest investors in technology in the United States. Palantir got their initial funding from In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA. So what Juliana was mentioning is these scooters, we have a bunch of lakes around Orlando. People were just throwing them in the lake. And they were stacking in the lake, right? But there's something even more nefarious there. What Pastor Perry mentioned is really important. What research have you done about these scooters? They're terrorizing us, causes of things, by design.
Yeah, I think so.
They're trying to break your will. You guys understand? They want you to be scared.
Yep.
And if it's okay for a scooter, then it's okay for a motorcycle. Until, of course, one of them gets clotheslined by somebody, then everybody's going to stop. Oh, I shouldn't do that. But you guys see what happens when you want to get to the goal of a one world government, and you want to condition and train people, and kids are trained to test and not to think. Monkey see, monkey do.
So I just want to say their agenda is not working. One of the bean counters of transportation in Orlando said, for the price that we pay for the bus system, everybody could have taken an Uber instead. Okay? So we need to continue pushing back because their agenda is not working. They want us to believe it's working, okay? And we're seceding, we're allowing it to happen, but all we have to do is stand. Father said stand.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Stand. Do all that you can, and when you can't do any more, stand. We have to stand in the gap because they're doing it. If we're standing in the gap and we're pushing back on their agenda, then we can bring in our agenda. Like I said, our streets, the homelessness, everything that you see is by design. It's not like we don't have the money or the resources to be able to help our brothers and sisters. We do.
Amen.
This government is just not doing it.
Steph, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie. My question to you is, as a candidate last year, I met a lot of people, senior citizens especially, that are Jehovah's Witnesses. There are millions across New York State who do not come out to vote because Jehovah's Witness says, do not get involved with politics. Is there something in your workbook that helps guide us as stewards of our communities to approach Jehovah and say to them, this is your civic responsibility. You must vote. You must be part of civic action.
Stephanie, great question. We've ran into some of that too. And what's interesting is that Jehovah's Witnesses purport to stand on things of justice. And it is always interesting to me in context when I say, well, wait a minute. Your fundamental beliefs actually compel you to be engaged, because then how do you bring forth what you purport to believe if you're not engaged? And then they have that moment where they're like, everything I've learned in my entire life has just been turned upside down. That is the point, right? What did Donald Trump do exceedingly well? He got a bunch of people who don't agree on much of anything to get together long enough to agree on enough things to get him elected. That formula works, guys. And I mentioned this yesterday to a smaller group. I said, you also have to understand that the average reading level in the United States is about 7th or 8th grade. Now I want you to go back and think about every speech Donald Trump has ever given and how he does it. What happened? So, Stephanie, to your point, you often have to remind people of what they believe because you know it better than they do. That's what we've been empowered with and entrusted with in the kingdom, is to help them and to educate them. I hope that helped. Got time for a couple more?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am. Hi, Jeannie.
One of the silly questions is, because I live in Astoria, and that's a big breeding ground for this 15-minute city.
Ah, yes.
So getting rid of traffic, yet they want to have driverless Ubers. Wouldn't that just be kind of covered? How is that going to decrease traffic congestion, per se, if you're getting rid of cars and then you're putting these self-driverless Ubers, unless it's part of a depopulation plan?
I would say look at all the different things that they're doing. Driverless cars, 15-minute cities, digital ID, digital currency. When you start adding A plus B plus C, right? You start really seeing their agenda. So don't look at just one thing. Look at all the different things that they're doing because it's going to tell you a story. My degree is in forensic psychology. People go, oh, forensics, it's about crime scenes. No, it's about storytelling. Forensics is storytelling. So when you have the different points of the story, right, that's why we went through all the different articles that we've written. Because unless you're fully informed about all the different things, your conclusion is going to be incorrect. You need all the information for you to go, aha, now I can see exactly what they're doing.
Anyone
you have a
else?
question, Marshall? No?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Right here.
My name is Sasha, everyone. How are you? How do we feel about the direction that Trump is moving us in? Because, you have this conversation with certain groups, like Marshall said, and it's like, well, he's a lot better than Kamala. We're not having that conversation. Kamala and Biden, they were never on the table.
Right.
We're dealing with what we're dealing with. And so there's all this seemingly good stuff, but these are the buzzy headline stuff that everyone is like so attracted to, the LGBT and away from the kids, leave the kids alone. But then our sovereignty and this biometric ID. So you have Christie known promoting real ID.
Oh boy.
And scaling people, like you're not going to be able to travel, but you can still travel. If you have a passport, like you've been traveling with a passport.
Causes of things. Yep.
So this is Trump's administration pushing us to this surveillance state. So he's moving us in the direction, but it's him, not Biden.
So this, Sasha, is a good question. I'll answer it as quickly as I can. And this is going to be unpopular with some people, and I don't particularly care because I work, the boss says so, right? You have to understand that the result of what you see is because of the deification of a man and a movement before the Father.
So they can't see. They become blinded.
It's a spiritual issue, as Apostle Vega always says. First in the spirit, then in the natural. Because we lose the battle in the spirit, the natural works and looks the way that it does. How do we stop it? Well, you stop deifying a man and a movement, and you look at government as a whole. Now, what's happened to President Trump, unfortunately, is that the firewall that's come up around him, a lot of that information is not getting in. Right? It happened at the end of the first administration because they finally figured him out. It took them a minute to figure out this wild horse, and they figured out that he prefers to be hands-off with good people. Well, once that happens, you can prop up whoever you want as a good person, and it'll be like, do you like that person? Yeah, okay, we're good. So the people in his inner circle are making bad decisions, which makes his outer circle bad decisions. If people spent 5 minutes on Kristi Noem, she wouldn't have gotten anywhere near DHS because of what she did in South Dakota. So Susie Wiles is another interesting case. She's like the silent hand. If you've never heard the story of Doug Coe and the National Prayer Breakfast, that's an effect. Okay, so she's that type of person. She's that silent hand in the background that's moving things, but she also keeps a very tight rein. You can't get in to see Trump. It is incredibly difficult to do so. And when you do, the information is filtered. Guys, that's a problem.
Yep.
And that's part of the apparatus. So what should we be focused on? As Apostle Vega said yesterday, we need to fight in the spirit first.
Yep.
in the proper way.
Yep.
Repentance, humility,
Yep.
use me as a willing vessel, open the eyes and heart of President Trump. Let him see this. Let him hear this.
Because he's either ignorant or he's complicit. Or deceive. Any way you cut that cake, he's still responsible. It's not an excuse.
But this, so I'm going to land the plane on Sasha's question. This all comes back to us.
Yes, it does.
We can change it.
Yep.
Right now. We can do it. You have to be willing to understand the causes of things, go through the process, understand how they're coming at you, so you can triangulate. Once they know that you have that part figured out, they'll scurry like roaches when you turn the light on. I promise.
Oh, yeah. She had a question.
One more. We'll do one more because we're over time.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. So as far as the currency is concerned, what do you suggest? Do we go and buy XRP? Do we go into gold and silver? What do we do?
All of the above. Diversify. Bullets, guns, Rolex watches, gold back, XRP, all different types of cryptocurrencies. Be diversified because you don't know how your neighbor is going to want to do commerce with you. So make sure you have the ability to do commerce in whatever denominations you have.
And quickly on that, because this is important. When something bad happens, all economies instantly become local. Your 10-block radius is the most critical part of your life. You may not realize it because we're a connected world. Be thinking economically about how your home and your community are going to do things with each other. You could very simply use gold backs. That's a very easy step, or whatever else you choose to do. Trade and barter, farmer's market. Lay those things in now and normalize that behavior so that when something bad happens, people don't go into shock.
We literally tell people, you need to knock on your neighbor's doors. You need to know who's in your 10-block radius. You need to know who's got the beef, who's got the chicken eggs, who's got the fruit, who's got the veggies, who knows carpentry, who knows how to take care of cars. You need to know your neighbors.
And on that note, you have the ability to help shape the biblical worldview and the moral compass of that community.
That's right.
All right. Marshall, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry, last question. So what is the posture and position of the pastors and faith leaders here in New York during this time and during this hour? I'm just saying, I'm talking about, we talk about the real people. We're not talking about these fake
Lord help me.
land hands, anointed devils.
Mhm.
We're not talking about that. Come on, let's just tell them. So what is the posture and the position of the faith leaders and the pastors to be that firewall to protect God's sheep?
Did you guys get something out of what we shared with you today?
Yes.
Tell this story in the way that only you know how to tell it. Because you could say, I saw these great speakers from Florida, they're going to tune out right away. What do they know about New York? What do they know about my borough? What do they know about my neighborhood? Tell those clowns to go home. I'm married to a New Yorker. I know how it works. So, but in reality, I love you. But I know, right? But in reality, guys, you take what you learned here and you talk to people the way only you can, and you move them. Back to Stephanie's question about Jehovah's Witnesses. You have it in you because you've been given that with the indwelling of the Holy Ghost. When you allow him to do what he needs to do, he'll walk you through that. But it's got to come from you because they trust you, not us. You got to go one block at a time, 1 inch at a time, one person at a time, and convey that message. I promise you guys, we've trained enough times and talked to enough people. When you do that the right way, you will see not only the person you talk to move, the next time they come, they'll have 10 people with them. Come and see.
And for the body of Christ, I just want to say, Father keeps telling me to tell his people, if he gave you a gift of prophecy, evangelism, teaching, if you're a watchman, he is judging us. You cannot do to his people, to his children, to the elderly. You can't do that and not think that Father is not going to judge us. Okay? We're all awake. So I always say that as watchmen, the minute I tell you something, you are now responsible to say, you know, this RC and Juliana chick showed up, and they were talking about bodyoids and bonus holes and, you know, the war on women. Because you want to know something? You know what's going on because we told you. We're a market research company. We're telling you the truth of what's happening. Most have no idea. They don't know about the CBDC. They don't know about 15-minute cities. They're not involved politically. They are so completely ignorant. And you have to be willfully ignorant at this point. So are you just not smart enough to figure out what's going on? But we, the people that are awake and are watchmen, it's our responsibility to go, let's thump our brothers and sisters on the head and be like, y'all really need to wake up and know what's happening.
Amen. Brothers and sisters, the land is fertile. It's waiting on us. Yes. Thank you guys so much. God bless each and every one of you. Thank
you. When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly.
Hello again, friends, and welcome to another episode of Culture Crossroads. I'm Andrew Southwick. He is R.C. Williams, and she is Juliana Ormond. They have Watchmen Action, and we are so glad that you are with us for another episode here on the program. We had last week, I know we weren't with you. We had to run a replay last week, but we're glad to be back with you live, and we have a lot to go through. And I want to start today with a phrase. I don't know if this phrase will ring a bell. I think it's going to catch on. Shut up and eat ramen. See, there is a very strange debate happening inside the Republican Party right now. And I think it tells us more about the modern GOP than the people involved realize. The debate is about burritos. Yeah, burritos. An ex-post recently went viral after a man said his wife made homemade burritos for their family of 8 for less than $20 total. X, of course, formerly Twitter. Well, fine. Good for them. You know, I mean, seriously, there's nothing wrong with preparing an inexpensive meal. There's nothing wrong with beans, rice, and tortillas, and leftovers, or coupons, or store brands, or stretching a grocery budget. Most working families already do those things, and that's what makes the lecture so insulting. The post itself may have started as a simple example of frugality, but the conservative response quickly became something else. It became another sermon from the political elites about how ordinary Americans should live. The message was no longer, here's an affordable recipe. The message became, Stop complaining if you cannot feed your family for $20. You're irresponsible. See, you're spoiled. You are lazy. You expect too much. Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw even joined the broader affordability debate by telling young Americans to, quote, get a job and eat ramen, according to the Daily Beast. Well, there it is. The Republican economic platform for 2026. Get another job. Eat ramen. Trust the plan. And remember that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, President Trump recently said his handling of the economy deserved an A+, quote unquote. And in another appearance, he reportedly expanded that to an A+++++. That's what Fox News. That's quite a grade. Especially when real average hourly and salary earnings rose by only 0.1% between June 2025 and June 2026. 0.1%. Average hourly pay increased in dollars, but after accounting for inflation, the average worker gained almost nothing, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is not an A+. That is the financial version of being told your boat is making excellent progress because the engine is running while the water pours through the floor. The president says he inherited a bad economy. But then he says the current economy is one of the strongest ever. Well, which is it? Because those two claims cannot be used forever to excuse the same result. When the administration wants credit that this is the greatest economy ever assembled by human hands, when confronted with grocery bills and housing costs, insurance premiums, utility bills, tariffs, or credit card debt, suddenly everything is Joe Biden's fault. At some point, the current government owns the current economy, and the people know it. You can manipulate a talking point. You cannot manipulate a grocery receipt. You cannot tell a father who just spent $80 filling his gas tank that he's experiencing historic prosperity. You cannot tell a mother comparing prices in the cereal aisle that she needs to stop whining. And you cannot tell a family carrying a balance from one credit card to another that everything is wonderful because the stock market had a good week. Now, I know something about that reality myself. A couple of weeks ago, I was searching underneath my seats in my car for gas money. And this isn't because I recently bought a yacht, and not because I spent my mortgage payment in Vegas, and certainly not because I ordered a $20 burrito through an app and paid another $12 to have somebody drive it 4 blocks. I needed gas and was at the end of my paycheck. I was looking for change to put in the tank. So when wealthy commentators tell working Americans to stop complaining and eat beans, rice, or ramen, I bet I take that a little personally. Because Americans are already tightening their belts. And the belt is running out of holes. Many people now are working 2 jobs. Some work 3. They freelance. They deliver food. They pick up extra shifts. They sell things online. They drive aging cars because a new payment would break the budget. We postpone dental work. We avoid the doctor for a variety of reasons. We cancel our subscriptions. We buy generic food. We skip vacations. We're already doing the things that these Republican elites are accusing us of refusing to do. And yet, we still fall behind. Because you cannot budget your way out of a currency that is constantly losing purchasing power. And you cannot coupon your way out of federal fiscal insanity. You cannot brown bag lunch your way through nearly $40 trillion in government debt. And to understand why families feel trapped, we need to understand what has happened to inflation, wages, and the value of the dollar. Okay, so stick with me here. At the end of World War II, America experienced a sharp inflation shock. Consumer prices rose approximately 8.5% in 1946, 14.4% in 1947, and 7.7% in 1948, as wartime price controls disappeared and pent-up consumer demand collided with shortages. But that spike did not become permanent. Inflation dropped dramatically by the end of the decade and generally remained between 0 and approximately 3% through most of the 1950s and early 1960s. More importantly, workers participated in the country's economic growth. Between 1948 and 1973, American productivity nearly doubled. Worker compensation also rose dramatically during those years. When workers produced more value, their pay generally increased with it, and the economy expanded. The worker's standard of living then expanded with it. A single income could more realistically support a family. A starter home was not an asset class reserved for institutional investors. Health insurance was not a second mortgage. And buying groceries didn't require a debate.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com. Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. If you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800
over whether your children really needed fruit this week. But then the relationship between productivity and compensation began to break apart. In the late 1960s, inflation was accelerating. It reached approximately 5.8% in 1970. Then came the Vietnam spending, Great Society spending, and the end of the dollar's convertibility into gold. In other words, we moved off the gold standard. The 1973 oil embargo. There was another oil shock near the end of the decade. Loose fiscal policy, loose monetary policy, and Washington's recurring belief that it could spend without consequences. Inflation reached 11% in 1974. And it climbed above 11% again in 1979. Then it reached approximately 13.5% in 1980. Prices more than doubled during the 1970s. Something costing $100 at the beginning of the decade cost roughly $212 by 1980. Then the Federal Reserve Chairman, Paul Volcker, crushed inflation with extraordinarily high interest rates. The federal funds rate approached 20%. Mortgage rates soared, businesses failed, construction stalled, and unemployment peaked at 10.8% in late 1982. Inflation then eventually fell to approximately 3.2% in 1983. But American workers paid a brutal price for Washington's previous failures. The 1980s and 1990s looked calmer by comparison. Inflation averaged approximately 5.5%. During the rest of the 80s, although much of that was concentrated near the beginning of the decade. During the 90s, annual inflation averaged closer to 3%. During the 2000s, it averaged roughly 2.6%. But even quote-unquote low inflation compounds. Okay? At 3% annual inflation, the purchasing power of a dollar is cut roughly in half within 24 years. At 2%, it's cut in half in about 35 years. Inflation doesn't need to arrive like a hurricane. It can destroy purchasing power like termites eat away at a house, quietly, constantly, and $1 at a time. While American productivity continued rising after the 1970s, worker compensation no longer kept the same pace. One widely cited analysis found that from 1979 through 2019, net productivity increased by nearly 60%, while typical worker compensation increased by only 16%. Workers kept producing more, businesses kept generating more, the economy kept getting larger, but the typical employee received a much smaller share of that growth. Then came the 2008 financial crisis. The housing market collapsed. Banks nearly froze. Washington responded, then with bailouts, stimulus spending, and near zero interest rates, massive Federal Reserve intervention. Consumer inflation remained relatively subdued for much of the following decade. Asset inflation did not. Stocks climbed, housing prices climbed. Cheap money benefited people who already owned substantial assets. Young workers and middle-income families trying to purchase those assets were forced to chase the prices higher. Then came 2020. Congress, the Federal Reserve, poured trillions of borrowed and newly created dollars, i.e. printed dollars, into an economy where businesses were closed, production was constrained, and supply chains were breaking down. Inflation averaged about 1.2% in 2020. It then jumped to about 4.7% in 2021. It averaged roughly 8% in 2022. At its monthly peak in June of 2022, year-over-year inflation reached 9.1%. Food prices rose by more than 10% over the preceding year. Gasoline increased by nearly 60%. Electricity rose by more than 13%. Housing costs kept climbing even after gasoline prices moderated. And here is the trick politicians use. They say inflation came down, but that doesn't mean prices came down. It means prices continued rising more slowly. A grocery item that increased from $40 to $60 doesn't return to $40 because inflation fell. It will simply rise from $60 to $62. The higher price becomes the new starting point. And between the beginning of 2020 and the middle of 2026, the overall price level increased by roughly 1/4. Something that cost $80 at the beginning of 2020 now costs around $100. And a $100 grocery run became approximately $125. A $400 monthly expense became roughly $500. And that increase is now baked into the family budget. Now, to be fair, wages increased too, but timing matters. Workers received many of those raises after prices had already started accelerating. In early 2022, real average weekly earnings were falling by approximately 3% year over year. Workers were receiving more dollars, but those dollars purchased less. And the latest figure shows how little breathing room workers are gaining now. Average private sector hourly earnings increased from $36.36 in June of 2025 to $37.64 in June 2026. That sounds like progress. But after accounting for inflation, real average hourly earnings increased by only 0.1%, and that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. 0.1%. That's not a comeback. It's not a golden age. That is an economy running at full speed to move 6 inches. Now zoom out. The consumer price index was around 18 at the end of World War II. Today, it's well above 300. The general price level is nearly 18 times higher than it was in 1945. $100 in 1945 had buying power comparable to well over $1,800 today. In other words, the American dollar has lost roughly 94 to 95% of its purchasing power since the end of World War II. Nominal wages increased during that period. Of course they did. But nominal dollars are not the same as economic security. The number printed on your paycheck can increase while the life that paycheck buys becomes smaller. Housing consumes more. Insurance consumes more. Food consumes more. Transportation consumes more. Healthcare consumes more. Childcare consumes more. Taxes consume more. And after every required expense is paid, the family has less freedom than it had before. That did not happen because American families failed to clip enough coupons. It did not happen because working people ordered too much takeout. It happened because Washington repeatedly spent beyond its means, borrowed the difference, monetized emergencies, and protected politically connected institutions, and then treated the purchasing power of working Americans as expendable. That is the hidden tax. And Congress doesn't want to send you an itemized bill marked currency devaluation, all right? It spends money it doesn't have. It borrows what it cannot repay. The Federal Reserve accommodates this system. Prices rise, your paycheck buys less. Your savings buy less. Your retirement buys less. And then the people responsible for it lecture you about the price of tortillas. That's why tighten your belt is not an economic policy. Personal discipline does matter. People should budget. People should avoid reckless debt, and we should cook at home as much as possible. We should live within our means. I think we all agree. But what happens when the government refuses to live within its means? Washington demands discipline from the family while practicing none itself. The gross national debt stood at approximately $39.4 trillion in early July of 2026 and has continued moving toward the $40 trillion line, according to the Joint Economic Committee. When Donald Trump first entered the White House in January 2017, the debt was just under $20 trillion. That means that approximately half of today's national debt has accumulated during the Trump-Biden-Trump years. Half. $20 trillion. Both parties did it. Both presidents did it. Both parties passed the bills. Both parties signed the bills. Both parties celebrated the spending. Then both parties blamed each other. And Republican voters are now supposed to believe that mentioning this is disloyal. No. It is not un-American to demand fiscal restraint. It is not unpatriotic to oppose inflationary spending. And it is not un-Republican to hold Republican office holders accountable. At least.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com. Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
Shouldn't be. We were told that DOJ had uncovered staggering levels of waste, fraud, duplication, and abuse. Okay. Well, then what? Where are the lasting cuts? Where are the eliminated programs? Where are the closed departments? Where are the prosecutions? Where are the budget reductions? And where did the money go? Finding government waste and continuing to fund it is not reform. It's a guided tour. You showed us the swamp, and then you kept watering it. And then there are the tariffs. The government imposes them. American importers pay them. Businesses pass costs into the economy. Families pay higher prices. And when Washington refunds money to large companies, does the family receive reimbursement for the higher prices it already paid? No. The business receives relief. The government keeps its power. The consumer keeps the receipt. Heads, Washington win. Tails, corporate America wins. The working American then finances the coin toss. Now, I would tolerate genuine short-term pain for genuine long-term reform. I think many Americans would. But show us entire departments being eliminated. Show us federal spending actually falling. Show us Congress confronting entitlement insolvency. Show us real reductions in corporate welfare. Show us serious defense procurement reform. Show us a balanced budget. Show us a plan to stabilize the dollar. Show us that the pain has a purpose, but that's not what we see. We see new spending stacked on old spending. We see temporary reductions followed by permanent expansions. We see Republicans making deals with the same pharmaceutical companies, technology giants, and defense contractors and financial institutions that they promised to confront and hold accountable. And then we see their paid surrogates sneer at the people who voted for them. 3 times in many cases. That's not populism. That is elitist grifting, wearing, as R.C. Williams would say, a red dress. And it is politically suicidal because voters have choices. Some will run toward the communists, actively taking over the Democratic Party, though they might be. Some will stay home. Some will write in a candidate, and some will simply stop believing anything the Republican Party says ever again. But wherever they go, make no mistake, Republican leaders are driving them there, and insulting them will not bring them back. C.S. Lewis understood the arrogance of the educated elite. In his novel, That Hideous Strength, one of the characters says the lower class, the working man, doesn't get bothered by the headlines because he doesn't even believe them in the first place. Lewis was writing a fiction, but he understood the type. The supposedly sophisticated elite becomes so impressed by its own intelligence that it loses contact with the obvious reality. But the working man doesn't need an economic white paper to know what is happening. He knows what he earns. We know what we pay, and we know what's left. The Republican elite wants us to distrust our grocery bill and believe the press. Believe what they say, that distrust our empty checking accounts. Believe the president's grade of A++++. Distrust the credit card balance that we see, but believe the chart. Distrust the car seat change search, but believe the plan. But the working man is not stupid. He sees the contradiction. The GOP calls itself populist while talking down to the population. It calls itself America First while funding everyone and everywhere else first. It campaigns against reckless spending and then signs reckless spending bills. It promises to fight the establishment and then becomes the establishment. It exposes waste without ending it. It imposes costs without accepting responsibility for them. And when ordinary Americans notice, the party doesn't reconsider, it insults them. It says they misunderstood. It tells them the plan is working. It says suffering is patriotic. It tells them to eat ramen. That's not compassion. That is not accountability. And it is not conservatism. It is political narcissism. The Republican Party has become so obsessed with convincing voters that everything is fine that it has forgotten to ask whether anything actually is. And that's the danger heading into 2026 midterms and 2028. The base is not demanding free burritos. The base is demanding an honest economy. We are asking for a government that does not continually dilute our wages through deficits and debt and currency destruction. We are asking elected officials to stop confiscating the value of our labor and then blaming us for noticing. We are asking the people we elected to demonstrate 1/10 of the financial discipline they demand from us. The danger here for the Republican Party is not that its voters have suddenly become irresponsible. The danger is that its voters have finally become observant. Because you can survive politically an angry base. You can negotiate with a disappointed base. But once your base starts openly laughing at your excuses, you're finished. And right now, Americans are looking at nearly $40 trillion in debt, an A-plus economy they cannot afford to live in, and a Republican Party lecturing them to go eat burritos and ramen. The GOP thinks voters need a better budget. Voters, I'm afraid, are beginning to think the GOP needs a pink slip. Now, here with Reaction, R.C. Williams and Juliana Ormond, my friends, I wanted to give some background into what has gotten us to this point, because this is not just a President Trump problem. Now, granted, as I mentioned in the monologue there, President Trump and President Biden are responsible for $20 trillion of debt, half of our national debt, just with the past two presidents. So that's a big deal. And it's the most percentage of debt concentrated into one small section in less than 20 years, for crying out loud, in less than 10 years than we've ever had. But people need to see that this is a government problem, that this is a both-party problem. And unless we blow the whistle and demand they stop it, they are going to devalue our dollar to the point where it is absolutely worthless. What say you?
I'm going to say the value of our dollar is worthless at this point. As being a Gen Xer, born literally months before they took us off the gold standard, right? We have literally watched our dollar go to zero, down to nothing. I mean, there's no way that we can outwork and outpace what it is that they've done to the dollar when they took the gold back away from it. At this point, we, the American people, deserve a fiat true money, backed by gold, so that we can maintain the value of our dollar. Right now, we don't have a real currency.
Yeah. Andrew, realities. We've talked about this all week on the spin cycle. Something that we mentioned the other day was, you know what these people should do who are saying all this? They should go and do what they tell us to do. Go out and touch grass. Now, I say that figuratively, but here's what they should actually do. They should actually get on the ground, go to the grocery store, go to Walmart, go to a convenience store, go to a gas station, and actually interact with human beings who are so at the end of their rope that shopping isn't necessarily a pleasure, as our friends at Publix say. It's Death Racer 2000, just getting from your house to the grocery store and through the parking lot to get into the store, where people are making conscious decisions about what to buy and what to put back. You will see indeed that it is not the golden age that you've been sold. And yeah, just making burritos isn't going to solve a problem when people can't afford to live.
And again, it shows how elitist our party really is. This is a revealing moment, and I think a teachable moment for us, we the people, the voters, to really see how our rulers, our so-called betters, as they like to think of themselves, how they really think of us and what they really think of us. And honestly, I know I sound like an old man, but I truly never thought I would see the day where the party that you support, that I've supported for 30 years now, seems like, and in some cases openly says, they don't want, care for, or need my vote. And when I bring up the fact that, hey, our economic policies are not working, well, then I'm told to eat ramen. I'm told to make a cheap burrito. I'm making all the cheap burritos I can. It's not helping. You work 1, 2, 3 jobs, multiple income streams. It still is not keeping pace.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
Because we have borrowed $20 trillion over the past 10 years. And you don't think that's going to continue? Because President Trump can say all he wants that he inherited this economy from Biden. He did start this economy. That started with President Trump. Biden continued it and exacerbated it. But Trump continued it as well. We're above the Biden era level spending. So we're not turning this around. We're not stopping any of this. But what we can't turn around then and browbeat and lecture and shame our fellow conservative voters, Republican voters, maybe libertarian, or maybe even some blue dog Democrat voters who just want the madness to stop. And listen, we have spent so much, $40 trillion. It's, what are we at? About a year or two, maybe, until the interest on our debt becomes our primary expenditure. Where we're just paying interest. We're not even making headway on the actual debt itself.
But it's not even really our debt. That's the thing that's like upsetting me. Like, we the people, we're allowing the government to give our money to other countries and do what they're doing with our monies. I mean, when we pay our taxes, that money goes to the International Monetary Fund, and then they decide where our monies are going. It's not even inside the United States of America for our people to use our tax money to help our people. We're spending money overseas and stuff like that. Come on, this is everything that's happening with all this money and whatnot. This is not fair, because we're not the ones that are saying that we want to have this happen. This whole inflation and everything that's happening, this is beyond. This is so not fair.
Andrew,
go ahead.
If you like your golden age, you can keep your golden age.
No.
Oh my goodness.
Just saying.
You're correct. Juliana disagrees with you pretty sharply there, from what I heard.
I did.
Man.
Oh my goodness.
So true.
But you know what? We do need to figure out how to tie the hands of government. I'm not sure when or where down the line we can do that, because as much as we tighten our own belts in our own homes, we can't do anything about their tax and spend, because they just do it, and they do it to us. Mm-hmm. And by the time we're able to catch up to anything, we're already another 20 trillion in the hole. So we need to figure this out. I would love maybe a balanced budget amendment. I would love some kind of tax and spend cap that we force our government into a certain playing field every year that they cannot exceed constitutionally. I'd love to see these things. I'm not sure that we're going to get there. But other than that, I don't know how we tie their hands, because Congress has the power of the purse strings. If they want to spend it, they will. And you're going to have a willing president, no matter who it is, signing off, because their donor class and the technocrats and the transhumanists and the globalists and the communists have all got their money flowing in, and it's their interests that our government is serving, and they are robbing you and me to do it. All right, we are going to leave that there. When we come back, we have the rundown, so stick around for that. You won't want to miss that. It's coming up next. Culture Crossroads. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. It's time for the rundown. All the news and notes you need to know in no particular order. And my friends RC and Juliana, they have procured a series of stories for us here. I want to bring the first one on to the screen here. And this first one, big AI is not waiting for your vote. It's buying the politicians who will write its rules. RC and Juliana, tell us the story.
Andrew, so we've spent the better part of a week and a half on this story. And as you read through it, there was a piece in Politico originally that talked about the fact that you've got two wings of the same bird. The two fine gentlemen that you see on your screen there, one's a Democrat, one's a Republican. They are running a super PAC called Leading the Future. Now, their goal, as you can see in the headline, big tech's money men don't care about the backlash, which means they don't honestly care what you think, nor do they need your vote, because what they will do to get their preferred AI rules, legislation, and control in place is they will simply buy whichever politician gets the job done. Democrat, Republican, does not matter. They've come together to ensure that whoever moves forward and whoever is going to govern or legislate is going to fall in line, or they will simply be eliminated by throwing enough money at the situation. Now, Andrew, we have talked on this show extensively about how dangerous things like data centers are. This is even more nefarious. The goal being is that they ultimately want to eliminate any competition so that legislation can be written so that they can do what they want. Now, we have said in the past, but I will say it again because it's worth saying, none of the things where big anything has written the legislation have been good for you. In modern history, the Patriot Act. After 9/11, we needed to be safe. So what happened? Big defense, big weapons, all those people got together and they wrote the Patriot Act. Interestingly enough for you, within the Patriot Act, Section 702, which allows for warrantless spying, still seems to get re-upped by Congress every year. And you ask why? Because it's not really necessary. Well, because the war machine must be fed. Fast forward a bit, your favorite, the Affordable Care Act. You know, Nancy Pelosi saying you got to pass it before you can see what's in it. Well, guess who wrote that bill? Big healthcare, big pharma wrote that bill in their favor, turned out to just be a total tax, and now it's completely unaffordable and it's destroyed everything, and Republicans have chosen not to repeal it. Now you look at today. The AI oligarchs, tech bros, call them what you want, the money men say, hey, listen, states having a moratorium on AI is mission critical. The White House pushed that, including to our Speaker of the House in Florida, Daniel Perez, who by doing the job, so to speak, got himself an ambassadorship to Brazil, but I digress. Right? Hey, states legislating is going to cause a problem at the federal level. We need a framework so everybody can be safe and we can get our stuff through. Oh, did I say that out loud? Yes. So that's their plan. So here's the question to ask yourself. Who do you think is going to write that legislation at the end of the day? Big tech, guess what? Their interests don't align with your interests. And Andrew, really, that's the genesis of our piece. One other interesting thing is that the two fine gentlemen you saw on the screen there, which I say sarcastically, have said that this is a battle between David and Goliath. So just let me be clear. The Goliath in this battle is you and me and Juliana and parents and teachers and people who work hard and people who protest against AI data centers and government overreach. They're Goliath. And the super wealthy guys that are in that piece are David. Interesting times, I think.
Now, RC, if I'm hearing you correctly, this is another step in really rendering the Constitution null and void. One of my criticisms for, again, government in general has been we keep finding ways to end around the Constitution. We find Congress itself renders itself irrelevant and impotent, where the only thing they pass are spending bills because they know how to, they've rigged the game that way, or they know how to play the game, and so they don't actually pass meaningful legislation. They just jam it into must-pass spending bills, and away we go. But they don't actually deal with anything. I mean, that is technically constitutional because it's within the framework, so it's legal, but it's not ethical. And they can't get away, and the things they can't get away with, they look at NGOs to do for them. When we saw a taste of that in COVID, when the government themselves couldn't enforce the tyranny, so they asked the private businesses and the schools and the hospitals and the amusement parks and the shopping centers and the grocery stores to do it for them. And then all of a sudden, you can't get a doctor appointment, you can't go grocery shopping, you can't participate in daily life and daily economy unless you do what they say. But of course, you were never forced to do it. So if I'm hearing you correctly now, we're getting around our own representatives writing this legislation and then having to answer to their constituents for that. And we're figuring out a way to outsource it to the donor class. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, Andrew. For the last 3 years, we have reported on this exact thing happening when the oligarchs get a hold of you, and ultimately they'll use their money and their leverage to get what they want. If you let them get a hold of you, they will simply throw enough money at this thing to make it work. And when the sitting president of the United States is on worldwide television promoting the fact that data centers will be good for your neighborhood, you understand just how serious this is.
Well, speaking of people buying our elections and buying our country, let me bring this story here that you also brought with us. This is Tony Saruga on X, the Soros Empire's $103 million hostile takeover of America, and nobody is talking about it. As you can see here, the post says 90 days to the midterms, and the Soros family just dropped $103 million to reshape America. And here's what they're buying and why it should terrify you. And he walks through. Who are they buying? They're buying people like Abdul El Sayed, Michigan's Democratic Senate nominee. He called Israel just as evil as Hamas on national television.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. Call 800-519-1427.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Called Netanyahu a war criminal committing genocide, campaigns with Hassan Piker, a streamer who openly says he'd vote for Hamas over Israel, and this is who Soros wants to represent Michigan. They're funding James Tallarico, the Texas Senate nominee who famously declared that God is non-binary. He is anything but a Christian, I can promise you that. Scott Cullum, Mississippi Senate candidate, says he's running a grassroots campaign powered by Mississippians. Meanwhile, George and Alex Soros cut him $7,000 checks each. Stacey Abrams kicked in, and 50% of his money comes through Act Blue. So you know that's on the level. And they're the same people, as you can see here, that bankrolled Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, George Gascon in Los Angeles, Kim Fox in Chicago, Chesa Boudin in San Francisco, all these Soros-backed people. And where does this go? It goes to organizations that are behind pro-Hamas activism through the Open Society Foundations. They funnel millions through the Tide Center. It's clearly a grift, but this is a big money finance coup of America, is it not?
Boy, is it ever, Andrew. So we've actually talked about components of this. Back in 2020, when we were doing Constitution movie nights at the Lab Orlando, one of the things that we did is a full research project where we reverse engineered George Soros's Open Society Foundation. And we discovered all of these connected NGOs, and they all had a responsibility. You have to understand that these people will beg, borrow, and steal. They'll do whatever it takes to get the job done. So they'll come at you. They'll run hard at you with crazy candidates and do crazy things. Meanwhile, as Juliana pointed out to us earlier today, what they're also doing is they're basically writing the narrative and getting the high ground so that people believe it's true. So in addition to buying these candidates, what you do is you buy positions and you buy media, you get your story out, you flood the zone effectively. Next thing you know, everybody believes it's true.
Isn't it incredible? I mean, didn't he break the Bank of England?
He did. Interestingly enough, that story with Soros, Soros is famous for breaking the pound sterling and breaking the Bank of England. But guess who led on that and came up with the idea and the action plan? Scott Bassett, the current Treasury Secretary of the United States. You see, Andrew, we don't forget these things, nor do we forget the connections. Matter of fact, George Soros referred to Scott Bassett as he was a mentor to him and helped to mold him. Right? If that makes you nervous, it probably should. Can people change? Sure. But you know what? It is kind of hard sometimes to change stripes depending on what you do and how you do it. All that said, these people have been at this for years. And now the cover's kind of being ripped off, or Juliana says this a lot, the Band-Aid is just being ripped off now. And you're dealing with the raw truth of that festering wound. And again, Andrew, I think in this fight, the Soroses and others who support them or partner with them believe that people are so snowed and so stupid that they can just come out bold and lay out their entire plan. It's pretty simple. Fund people who are absolutely insane, put enough money behind them to win races that can be won, because conservatives generally will lose those races just for lack of common sense or effort because they don't think people are that crazy. All the meanwhile, create, shape, move all the narratives you want. So when people go look for information, guess what shows up? Everything you want them to see and hear.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it seems like we're surrounded on all sides. You know what's interesting? It would seem like this would be the ultimate layup for the GOP to be able to take these issues, expose them for what they are, and do something about them. We are constantly in this exposure phase. Oh, look, there's Tony Fauci. Oh, look, here's Doge. Oh, look, here's this, and doing nothing about it. Meanwhile, the beat goes on, as Sonny and Cher would say.
Eat ramen.
Eat ramen. Yeah, that's the solution to everything. I'm sure that'll feel really good when you're getting ramen from the quote unquote ramen lines that will be following, and it'll be rationed ramen at best. But I want to show you this, because this is from interactive polls here, and I mentioned that this should be the easiest midterm for Republicans to take advantage of. We're running against actual, open, avowed communists. We're running against actual, open, avowed Islamists. We're running against actual, open, avowed people who hate America, who hate its founding, who hate Americans, I would suggest, and want to see anything but America continue. We used to look for communists and run them out of town. We used to say that one communist in a school, or one communist in DC is one communist too many. But now they're everywhere. The Republicans could run well against them, but they're not, because the Republicans are too busy not doing the things that their voting base, you and I, sent them to DC to do. And in so doing, they are not only backstabbing and betraying their own people, they are so disenfranchising their own voter base that we're actively looking, who else can we vote for? What you see here, interactive polls, generic ballot from July 17th through August 4th, so recent data. well outside the margin of error shows that the Democrats from Emerson, Big Data, Clarity Campaign, JL Partners, Marquette, so on, an average of Democrat plus 8.7 in a generic ballot. How are we losing to these communists? How are we losing to these communists? Well, here's the thing. As we look around for who else can we vote for, well, recently Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, among some others, were together, and the rumors are that there is a third party or some other, or maybe it's an insurgent movement to take over the Republican Party, is beginning to brew. And there was a 10-point plan that Tucker Carlson released. I wanted to show you all what this said here. And again, when people are looking for somebody to vote for, they're going to hear this and say, "Oh well, that might be a good option." I think that's one of the reasons why some of the communists are getting votes, because it's not a Democrat or a Republican, it's somebody else. Even though communism is national suicide, and we all know it, people are looking for an alternative because the two-party system is rotten to the core, and we know it's not going to fix itself. It has to be flushed, all of them and everything. Here's Tucker Carlson's 10-point plan. He says it's fair that the same rules should apply to presidents, federal agents, and elites, and they named Jeffrey Epstein, so on and so forth. Now, that's going to sound really good. Yeah, we should hold them accountable. They should have to live under the laws that they legislate and enact. American sovereignty is another one. American productivity, rebuilding farming, manufacturing, and craftsmanship, while rejecting an economy that's dominated by finance and real estate speculation, surveillance system, and weapons. I think many people in America would get behind that. And now, again, I'm not endorsing Tucker Carlson or this movement. I have several disagreements with Tucker Carlson, particularly when it comes to foreign policy and even on matters relating to Israel and matters relating to world history. I don't see those things the same way he does, but here's an option. So I want to make sure everybody can see that. He believes America should be beautiful, that urban planners are uglifying our beautiful fruited plains. He does embrace RFK Jr.'s food agenda and calls for universal sobriety and said widespread use of drugs like Xanax, Adderall, and SSRIs have left Americans half-addled. I agree that we are over-medicated, malnourished, and all other things. However, at the same time, even Maha, and I have friends who are high up in the Maha movement, and I respect them and I respect what they're doing. At the same time, I don't believe government should be dictating what Americans should eat or not. The only regulations I think we should have are keeping poisons out of food that we currently allow in our processing phases. But nonetheless, if somebody's going to, live on Twinkies and Ho-Hos and Yoo-Hoo, that is their God-given right, and they will have the consequences accordingly. He wants government to be honest. We all, and believes our officials should be punished for lying to citizens. That, I would like to see him try to do that. They all do. And I think we all agree they should all be in prison. Anyway, he believes in an optimistic worldview, particularly when it comes to having children. That's a biological imperative and the foundation of long-term thinking. The family is the bedrock of any community and society. The family is the last sovereign entity in a particular culture. That's why if you want a government that wants ultimate sovereignty, they have to destroy the family, because the family's sovereignty cannot stand with the government's sovereignty. They know that. If they want to be God, if they want to be nanny state, they've got to destroy the family. He believes education, schools should teach how the physical world actually works. That's fine. If we're going to have school, how about just teaching facts, black and white? You do what you're going to do with that.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs and your budget.
Okay, he believes America should apologize and pay restitution for killing non-combatants and reverse Trump's Department of War rebrand, along with stopping the funding of allies that commit what Carlson called the genocide. He cites Israel here again. I don't necessarily buy this particular point, but some will. He also calls for a united America, halting immigration until the effects of AI become clearer and ending benefits for undocumented immigrants, and making English the sole language of federal documents and ballots. Much of that I could get behind. Not sure the connection between AI and halting immigration, but halting immigration in and of itself and halting AI in and of itself, two things we can get behind. So, RC and Juliana, do you think that Tucker Carlson's brand of populism holds enough water to catch on, or is this really just much ado about nothing?
I think the American people are looking for the alternative, and Tucker has been the voice of reason for a lot of people, right, wrong, or indifferent. His views are, catching the attention of a lot of people. So it's nice that we at least say, you know what, we were all, MAGA, we were all gung-ho for what Trump was doing, but just like the Democrats left the Democratic Party left the Democrats, the MAGA left us, the people. What happened to that? So now at least we've got something else we can say, you know what? Here's an alternative. And if the Republicans want to keep us, then they need to be on their heels with what they're doing.
Yeah, this really ends up being the perfect storm, right? Because someone like Tucker, and we talked about this on the Spin Cycle this week, Andrew, a person like Tucker Carlson is able to deliver this in that down-home, folksy, just kind of practical, dorky guy way that people are craving right now. They're craving common sense, delivered in a way that's not political, not from someone who's political, that's just kind of down-home. Look, I'm going through it too. I'm like you. Here's what's going on, and here's how I think we should solve it. People are craving that, and this is when we refer to like a wedge candidate or a wedge issue. Andrew, this is a great example, right? Because people are so fed up that they'll be like, you know what? There's some stuff I disagree with him on, but I agree with him on more than I don't. And so this may actually be a good bet. Something else we've been hearing a lot of is, man, we're at that Ross Perot moment like we were 30 plus years ago. Interestingly enough, what did you have in Ross Perot? A wealthy, populist, kind of a Texan with a weird voice, but spoke common sense to common people and delivered messages that people resonated with. So how did that ultimately end up looking? Well, when Ross Perot entered the race and was working through, he was actually leading in the polling. And if Perot would have stayed in the race, even with his quirks and indifference and everything else, because he was a bit ornery, there's a pretty good chance Ross Perot ends up being president of the United States in 1992, because that's how fed up people were with everything. You probably shouldn't discount moments. While history may not repeat, it will certainly rhyme, Andrew. And I'd probably be remiss if I didn't say we may be at one of those moments.
Is there any advantage, do you think, of the Tucker Carlson group that he's put together? Those are some influential names who have been exiled by the Trump administration. I think that's a fair thing to say. But they have access to money, and that's been the biggest problem for third parties, is they don't have the funding to compete with the grift of the two-party system. But the fact that they have access to some of those donors, they have access to some of that money, is that to their advantage? And do you think it's enough to make them consequential? Maybe if they have to start local and grow to national, but will they have more traction than your standard libertarian or Green Party?
I certainly think so. And I think that this whole idea of Tucker for president in 28, there may be some validity to him trying to run, but I think it's more of a head fake than anything else and an introduction, right? Because he has an audience size along with those who are with him that can bring people in. But I do think they focus on finding races they can win at local levels and maybe at regional levels, real races that they know they can get a candidate in and win. So they build a foundation to say, look, we went in there, we did the right thing, look what happened. People are behind us. Yes, we should mobilize something nationally. Maybe we work for a Senate seat, or we work to flip a couple of congressional seats, and you line yourself up to eventually make a run at the presidency. Could happen sooner than later, but I think there are actually legs to this, Andrew, because the resources finally start to coalesce behind something, and you've got a big enough bullhorn to make that a reality.
All right, we're going to leave that there. When we come back, it's our Faith Focus segment. And I'm going to try something new. Not in the Faith Focus segment. We're going to do that like normal. But I want to try to end the show maybe on a kind of a nice light note, a bit of levity. We're going to see if this works out or not. I have no idea. But stay tuned and see if they're going to be a fantastic success or an amazing, colossal disaster. One of the two is coming up next on Culture Crossroads. Stick around. And welcome back one more time to Culture Crossroads. It's time for our Faith Focus segment. And I just want to give you a little encouragement tonight and talk about what it means to walk in the light. Nothing happening today has caught God by surprise. Not the economic pressure, not the political uncertainty, and not the fear that grips so many of us and our families. God is not pacing around back and forth in heaven wondering how it's going to end. Whatever will he do? He remains sovereign. He remains faithful. He remains good. And for those who trust him, this is not a moment to surrender to the darkness and the fear and the wonder of what's going on. This is the moment to demonstrate what faith actually looks like. If you want an action step, that would be what it is. The Apostle Paul writes in Ephesians 5, verse 8, "For you once were darkness, but now you are light. In your light in the Lord, live as children of light." The Apostle John expresses the same truth in 1 John 7, where he says, "But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another." And walking in the light doesn't mean pretending that hardship is not real, but it means refusing to let hardship determine our steps, who we become, and who we are. We tell the truth, all right, when lying would be easier. We remain generous when fear tells us to hoard and keep it for ourselves. We live and walk in peace while the world is panicking that the sky is falling. We remain faithful when everyone else is searching for an escape or a way out. The darker our culture becomes is actually an opportunity for a more visible and faithful Christian church. Because light shines brighter when it's dark. Maybe God has allowed us to live in this uncertain time because certainty was never supposed to be the source of our confidence. Jesus is that source. The question is not whether the world is watching us. It certainly is. The question is whether or not the world will see a people consumed by the same fear as everyone else, or people walking in the light because they know the one who already holds tomorrow. Just want to encourage you with that. We can walk forward confidently and hold our heads high, even as stuff falls around us, even as the economy craters. Those things are important. I certainly want them to be strong. I've got kids that are going to inherit this world. But most importantly, I have kids who will inherit the kingdom of God because they put their faith in Christ just as I have, just as many of us have. And that's a hope that we can't lose, no matter what Congress decides to legislate or not. Now, as we wrap today, I wanted to end with a little bit of levity here, so I'm going to put something on the screen. And this is just a clip. It's from I found it on X, and let's say that this is our GOP. right? This is our friendly GOP, and they are pitching to a batter at home plate, and so again, so they're on defense, right? And I feel like if the GOP were a clip, were a reel, were an emoji, were a short, were a meme, this video would probably be the GOP. I hope you enjoy this. Off the bat, rolls down fair, and he throws it into right field.
Oh, jeez.
Upon which he's able to take second and then third base before they're able to get the ball back in the infield. My friends, Romans, Americans, countrymen, there is. So I got to turn that off. Hold on. Here we go. Quiet. There we go. There is your GOP. When we have a bunt, we could get them out. We just toss it right into right field and watch our opposition around the base paths. Anyway, I don't know, something fun. All right, RC and Juliana, they're going to tell you where you can find us all around the worldwide interweb.
That's a snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Anyway, you can find us all over the interweb. So all things Watchmen Action start at watchmenaction.org. You'll find the show. You'll find links to the training, everything else, all of our social medias are Watchmen Action. To find Culture Crossroads on YouTube, it's Culture Crossroads 316. You can find everything else at sodomediaco.com. That's SODO Media CO. You'll find all things Culture Crossroads and all of Andrew's wonderful extras, including his incredible monologues. Find everything there.
Oh, I got it. It's sodomediaproductions.com. That's okay.
Oh, Sodomedia Productions.
Media Co is our Gmail address where you can email us and email the show with stories, tips, or just your thoughts about what we think. But anyway, we all thank you for being with us on this episode. Remember, it's the truth that sets us free, and the truth will keep us free. Until next time, so long, John 1-5.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now, you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS...
He sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a dove.
Hello, everyone. I'm Trent Luce. Welcome to, oh my goodness, no, it's not the first day. I was going to jump ahead a week, Jeff Weiss. It's Winging a Prayer, but it's the 26th, not the 1st. How are you, Jeff?
Fabulous. And you?
Well, I don't know. I just got myself all mixed up, but you brought along some friends.
I did bring on some friends today, and they would be the friends who would have me pray us in before I even introduce them. So let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father God, we thank you again for this opportunity you've given us, not to spout our own views, but Lord, you made us so clear. If we'll just get out of your way, that your truth will shine. Lord, allow it to shine through us and to resonate in the hearts of our viewers so that we may join together in this broadcast one way, Lord, but when it's over, feel a little closer to you, Lord. So beautiful. We ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. All right.
So about a year ago, coming up on a year ago, I ran into these fabulously fine people. Another way that God has connected me through, Trent, you and I and Luke, we connect through Kansas City. I think the first time I've ever been there. We are in Bismarck, North Dakota. You live in Nebraska. And I'm in Tennessee. And we've got a lot of Florida connections here. Well, it's not too hard to explain when we understand that we're truly spirits. And we're floating around in these bodies, and I'm just thankful for these two because they have a organization called Watchmen Action. You're looking at R.C. Williams and Juliana Ormond. I haven't been around them a lot, but it was one of those deals where we got to spend a lot of quality time together throughout the course of a couple of days. And when you're open, and the Lord is leading, you can really get to know people. So I just wanted to introduce you guys and let people know that they call themselves a voice for a time such as this. They are the Watchers, the Watchmen. And as you can see, Watchmen Action behind them has that. You can also catch them here on Beck TV as he's a frequent guest on Culture Crossroads. And I'll let him tell you the other places that you can see him. But, oh, man, RC and Juliana, I got questions for you guys that tie so directly to what we love to do on Winging a Prayer, which is not tell people things, but inspire people to go look it up on their own. Amen?
Amen. Jeff, so it's great to be on. Yeah, we actually co-host the Culture Crossroads with Andrew Southwick on Sunday nights on Beck, and we've been doing that now for 3 years. Like we have said, we need to get up there and spend some meaningful time up there because I told Juliana all the time, when you walk down the street, people are going to know who you are. But fun. Yeah, it's a blessing to be on, and thank you for having us. So Watchmen Action, we equip the church to engage the culture. We help them to build advocacy plans around the core issues that matter to them most.
So we literally help people to build plans so that they can get out there and start advocating for things. We realize that people want to do things, they just don't know how, and they don't know how to get the courage. So we were like, you know what? If we build a plan to help them build their own courage so that they can expound their voice to the public, then let's do that. And it's been amazing seeing people garnish the courage that they need to be able to speak up.
Yeah. So Jeff, for us, this really started on the business side. So when Juliana and I met, 12 years ago, we were both doing competitive intelligence, and we took that knowledge and we created what is today known as Sherloc. That is our research and behavioral marketing businesses. So people generally bring us in to figure out whether it's a gold mine or a landmine, and our forecasting has been pretty accurate in the areas of business, politics, so on and so forth with our predictions. So as we were discovering all this stuff, we said, wow, people really need to know what's going on. And that actually led to 2 news publications that we created. The first, Ripped from the Headlines, analyzes the news, lets you know what's important, what's not, and what you need to understand about what's being done to you. About a year after that, you get the tap on the shoulder from the man upstairs, and he says, now I need you to move. And do the thing that I need you to do. And that was the birth of our second publication, We Are the Watchmen Weekly. So there we connect the dots between current events and scripture. And as Juliana always likes to share, we've covered some pretty heavy topics on We Are the Watchmen Weekly: transhumanism, transgenderism, world war religion, the war on women. That's its own set of things. And so over time, we started working with various pastor groups, and we were on the road with them. And what we discovered at that point is there was a giant gap between great tools and great people. And we said, what if we could bridge that gap and then have a training program that would be the fabric that bound it all together? And so, Jeff, you actually experienced this a couple of months ago. Here's the deal. In 1 day or less, we can have any individual or group trained and ready to advocate for the issue that matters most to them.
And they pick the issue, obviously?
Yeah. We are issue agnostic. So if you are a Christian conservative, you meet our bar for entry. You know, what happens, Trent, a lot of the time is that we play a lot of defense. As conservatives and Christians, we play defense because we've abdicated our role largely of leadership in the culture. And what happens with that is it decays. People always ask us, why does the world look the way it does? I'm like, you should look inward first or look in the mirror and understand that as the ecclesia, this is what happens when you cede territory. And so we play defense. We tend to be behind. The other side of this equation moves fast. They're nimble, and they'll take it to us because we're like gentlemanly swordsmen. I challenge you to a duel. Meanwhile, they're fighting Krav Maga style. They will poke you in the eye, punch you in the throat, kick you in the shin. They don't care as long as they win. And the sooner that we understand that and we understand the formula that they use, the sooner that we can turn the tide. And in essence, that's what our training does for those who want to advocate. And it's anything from I don't want these books in my schools to I don't want my kids being transitioned to this person who is currently in public service does not meet the requirements or the standards that we want. It's time for them to move on. And now we have a formula to get it done.
Guys, this is just genius because in my world, that's the common question, no matter what the issue is. I want a recipe on what I need to do. And it just comes back to courage. And people are afraid that they're going to say something that they don't feel like they know enough about. They're going to get questioned about it, and then they'll look foolish.
Well, that's the reason why.
Courage, that's fantastic.
Exactly. Well, that's why with the workbook, part one is like, what is your story and what exactly you advocating for? So we help you really deduce that down because your story is so important, and making sure you're on target about what you're going to advocate for is on point. Part two is, what is your strategy? Who's sitting around the table? Got to do a SWOT analysis. What are your strengths, your weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats? So like, we really help you figure out who needs to be sitting at the table. Mind you, this is a workshop. Your computer is open. You're making phone calls. You're drawing circles. You are writing things out, okay? You're going to have a plan by the time you're done.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Hey guys, you know Juliana and I and what we do, so let's be honest. The healthcare system has become a maze of red tape and sky-high costs. That's why we want you to check out Altrua Health Share. That's a community of people helping people. Now, Altrua isn't insurance. It's a faith-based health sharing community where members cover one another's medical needs, not corporate profits. Okay, important stuff. You'll get access to over 1 million providers nationwide, and you can save thousands of dollars a year based on what you're dealing with now. It's time to take control of your health care. So here's what we need you to do. We need you to go to altruahealth.org/Watchmen. That's altruahealth.org/Watchmen. And when you get there, use the promo code FREEDOM100 for an additional discount. Or you can give them a call and discuss the options. 512-717-4639. That's 512-717-4639. altruahealth.org/Watchmen. Make sure to tell them the Watchmen sent you.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11.
The part three is, what are the different tools that you need? If there's 5 of you that's advocating for something, you need to make sure that you're all working at the same pace to get to the goal, right? So literally when you're done, you have I know what I need to do. I've done the research. I know enough about this industry to be able to speak intelligently about it. Right? That's what's most important, to give people courage to be able to speak up.
And putting this into action, obviously, it's always a good idea that you eat your own soup, which we obviously have in this process. Before we would take it to anybody else, we've used it ourselves. And one of our big wins here, we're in the state of Florida, is gold and silver is officially legal tender in the state of Florida as of July 1st. That is a bill that we lobbied for using the Watchmen Action model for 2 years. And one of the big things we discovered in the process, Juliana mentioned, the organizing and mobilizing your people, doing a SWOT analysis, and then being able to measure. One of the things we figured out very quickly is that when you're dealing with legislation or anything with regard to getting people to move in a certain direction, if you have the wrong people in the wrong position, it will absolutely tank you.
Right.
Here's what I mean. You don't want the person who has the gift of administration and air traffic control being the person that's knocking on doors in your state capital. You want that person back at HQ, making sure that all the trains are running on time. You want the person with the great personality and the mouthpiece to be the one knocking on those doors and having those conversations, and then throwing those things over their shoulder to the person with the gift for administration so that meetings get scheduled, the ball gets moved, and you actually get done what you need to get done.
Sounds like you guys wanted to get to North Dakota. You're going to have a lot of people calling you about these data centers that we got and wanting to get organized against those. So
Same battle here.
Be up
Same
in the
battle.
state pretty soon. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Actually, Florida has moved to my second most common state. People calling me asking to help with AI data centers. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
We're fighting that battle now. In our other pieces, we actually just did a piece on Byron Donalds, who is the lead candidate for governor of Florida. We have a governor's race this year, and we actually just did a story on him, and we had touched on the fact that he had gotten a lot of money from the AI advocacy groups, and his logic for data centers. It sounds and feels real smooth going down, but it's got that nasty aftertaste and is going to give you the flu or food poisoning that you really don't want. And what we did this week is we touched on why that happened. And a lot of that has to do with his stock trades and what he's doing. And the reason that I share that, Trent, is that these data centers, these people are willing to beg, bribe, bully, strong arm. They'll do whatever it takes to move this agenda forward. And I think it's important that people are conscious, again, of the difference between the rules of engagement, right? We want to do things the right way. And as Christians, we certainly should. Please don't get me wrong. But we have to understand clearly what our opponent is willing to do and where they're willing to go. And we have to be willing to meet them on the field of battle to say, listen, that's not going to happen today. It's most certainly not going to happen tomorrow. And if you keep trying, you're going to get dealt with, because the only thing that these people clearly understand is power. Okay. And we have the power. We could collectively stomp these things out with no problem. Right. A lot of times it's the quislings that we send to represent us that create problems. And what we always tell people, and I said this the other day when I did an interview with regard to Byron, I said, here's the problem. If you don't watch the people you send to represent your interests, they most certainly will represent their interests. And I can tell you that that's not going to be good for you.
Oof.
That is always the case. And we're going to roll into a break here. Thank you, RC, Juliana. Fellow believers joining the network, that's what it's all about, so that we can work together. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, I feel guilty that I don't use the whole scriptural aspect of being a watchman more often. I think we all need to adopt that philosophy, but we will continue to dive into that with more Wing and a Prayer just ahead.
Tracer minerals is what we're going to talk about. Now we're going to talk about basic mineral balance.
We were talking about zinc and fertility, and I reminded you that it's not just about zinc. It's about a balance of everything. Magnesium plays a huge role in fertility and immunity, and so does copper and manganese and potassium especially. So it's about a balance, and we got to not get hung up on one specific issue. We need to make sure we look at the whole picture.
So you have questions on how to get certified Piedmontese delivered right to your front door? Two options available for you here, and we've got Piedmontese.com, which serves as your one-stop shop for all things Piedmontese beef related. $30 shipping nationwide. If you'd like to get mixes of proteins, we've got GoodLifeProteins.com here that has a wider variety, the same variety of Piedmontese cuts, in addition to including chicken, pork, bison, seafood, lamb, and lobster.
So do you know what this Pride of the Farm energy-free water has in common with the very first livestock water patented in 1902? No electricity. Did you realize that with increasing electric costs, if it had a heating element, could require $250 a month to operate? You got 45 to 50 degree heat coming up from Earth. Why not use the Pride of the Farm free heat you can't beat. On the web, prideofthefarm.com.
The Cadillac is where Sydney, Montana goes to unwind. With cold drinks, legendary steaks, and plenty of ways to play. This is where friends gather and family-friendly fun is always on tap. Bring your group here or have us cater your next event. Either way, you know everyone's getting the best food around. So feed your hunger, quench your thirst, or try your luck. The Cadillac is where it's at.
Come on in and experience small-town hospitality and the personalized care that makes car buying a pleasure.
We know that every journey starts with the right car. Whether it's school drop-off, weekend road trips, or your daily commute, we have the right vehicle for you and your family.
With trusted brands, affordable prices, and a team that treats you like family, finding your next car has never been so easy.
We pride ourselves on personal attention and quality service. Bassett Motors, where our customers send their friends.
When I first decided to invest in gold, I was a bit nervous and unsure how to start. Luckily, I found Noble Gold Investments. From the very first call, they made investing easy. No pushy sales tactics, no gimmicks, and no confusing free silver offers with hidden fees. Just honest advice tailored to my needs, giving me confidence every step of the way. If you're new to gold investing or want a partner you can trust, visit noblegoldinvestments.com.
On the wings of a snow white dove, he sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a dove.
Welcome back, Winging a Prayer. We have a whole slate of fellow believers here. Joining us from Florida, RJ and RC. Where Jay? Oh, Jay came from Juliana. Jeff Weiss and Luke Tibor. I'm a nuts and bolts kind of guy. I'm just dying to know when people come to you and you said you let them pick the issue and then you help empower them and really give them the tools to be the watchman and convey the truth and share their own personal experiences. 2026, what is the number one issue that people want to be more schooled about?
Wow, Trent, such a good question. So we've seen three pretty distinct things that come up. Number one is what is happening with regard to young people, right? So what's happening with my kids? People come to us and say, listen, my son or my daughter came home and I'm hearing things that I can't believe. You know, COVID opened my eyes to that a bit, but I had no idea that these people were doubling down on not telling me when my child expresses a mental health problem. And in some states, honestly, the schools don't have to tell you when they are encouraging a child to transition. I need to know how to fight that. I need to know how to get rid of these bureaucrats and these nut jobs who are running things, right? That's a big one. The AI data centers has become bigger and bigger for us. People are wondering why it's happening to them. So context is obviously important. Why is this happening to me? And what we explain to them is that it's part of a much bigger plan. And once you get your head around that, you can narrowcast and figure out very quickly how you can cut these guys off at the pass. And really, we're actually seeing some movement with that. Like here in the state of Florida, I think we've stopped 12 or 13 of these data centers from getting through because people got real granular on the county commission and city council level and basically said, this isn't going to happen and we will remove you if we need to. And it's interesting what happens when you pay attention to what these people are doing. They very quickly, they scurry like roaches with the lights on. The third one, Trent, really is around how do I better vet or prepare people that I want in public service to actively do that? How do I turn this around? Because here's what happens today.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
Get someone who says, I want to represent you. So they're a politician. They do all the politician things. They give you empty can speeches. They don't really do much of anything except work to get elected. And what we've told people is, what are your top one or two issues? What matters to you? Is it sanitation? Is it clean water? We fought a battle here in Florida with getting fluoride out of the water. What are your top three things? Okay, now that you have those and you know exactly what you want to happen on those issues, anybody who comes to you with a desire to be in public service, to represent your interests, you tell them, these are the three things that you're going to deal with. And end of story, hard stop. This is what you're going to deal with. If you're not about that, we're not interested in supporting you. It is amazing what happens when you set the standard. These people fall in line or they go away. So those are the top things that we see into 2026. And we believe as we go through this cycle and into 2028, and this is part of the reason for our Watchmen Action Club model, which we'll get to in a bit, we believe that's going to ramp up significantly because so much is going to happen leading into a national cycle.
One of the things that I love about working with the politicians is that we're saying to them, tell us your top three issues. And then how do we, the people, support you? Because if we're throwing you up to Tallahassee, DC, or wherever we're sending you, right? How is it that we support you on the ground? We need to make sure that A, you're representing us, and B, that you know that, you campaigned to be able to get to that seat. And we, the people, supported you to get there. And we're going to continue to support you as long as you have that seat. And we're going to make sure that you're held accountable to do what it is that we told you to do, because we're the ones who helped you get elected into that seat. But the Watchmen need to stand up and say, your candidate that you love so much, what is his top three issues? Great. Now start building out a club. Start talking about how are you building advocacy plans so you're going to help that politician be successful when he gets into office.
One other thing here, Trent, quickly, because this dovetails on what Juliana just said. A lot of the feedback that we get from people is, man, my rep or whatever is a snake. Boy, what a slime ball that person is. Why is that happening? And our response to them is, who's guiding them? You see, as a Christian conservative, if you are setting the standard and they know that they have your support as long as they do what they're supposed to do, they're going to be more conscious of the decisions that they make. And guess what happens? You stop getting slime balls.
Yep.
And people who are just egregious, they stop showing up because they know there's no quarter for them there. So our responsibility as watchmen, as Juliana said, is critical.
That's why I love when my girlfriend Valerie Warts, she calls me and she's like, I called so-and-so and I told him blah, 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 blah. I'm like, good. I'm glad that she's calling up these politicians and telling them, look, you're messing up. And here's why you're messing up. And we, the people watching you, mess up. So now straighten up. Like, it's our responsibility to govern and what these people are doing.
I think the biggest challenge in that I've experienced, I don't think I know, the biggest challenge I have, whether it's a school board, county commission, state legislator, or federal legislator in my territory, they go to their seat, even a school board. We often think, oh, they get to DC and they just get lost. Even the school board, they have the right idea, and then they're sitting there and the superintendent's trying to control everything. The superintendent's getting marching orders from the state association of school boards in every state, doesn't matter what state it is. It never falls in line with the Christian values that we promote and want to have on display. I mean, good Lord, say a prayer in your public school and see what happens to your kid. I mean, that's going to be an absolute disaster. But you can put the right person there, and they then become part of the I'm going to steal Jeff's word when he was wasting good stuff. They become a part of the tribe working against the very people that supported getting them there. It happens every time.
We literally helped get a House representative, a pastor, mind you, with his own church and congregation. We helped get him elected. Within a year, he's calling us going, they're telling me that if I don't vote for blah, 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 that I'm never going to get a second term. Well, guess what? Then you don't get a second term. Right? Because if we sent you up there for once to do what it is that we called you to do, then you do what you're supposed to do. Well, he came back to give us, this is what's happened. And here's my top 5 points. And point number 5 was, and we're going to have individual helicopters. Now, this is in a city right next to us. Okay, so they're bringing in the globalist agenda. RC and I have been yelling for years that we live in a 15-minute city. We know exactly that we do. They're already talking about, oh, we have too many cars, and don't bother getting a car that you're driving because there'll only be driverless cars in our area. My commissioner looked in my face and told me, it only took me 35 minutes to be able to bike here, and don't bother with this whole car thing because we're going to have no cars in Altamont Springs. And I'm like, I didn't help you get to that seat so that you can bring in a globalist agenda, but this is what they're doing.
So Trent, this also goes back to who's watching the watchers.
That's right.
Right? This is where our responsibility comes in, as we often tell people, in a self-governing society, you are in the chapter of the book that's self-governing.
Yep.
But to your point, Trent, people go, whether it is school board, their state capital, or DC, they get compromised because honestly, here's what happens. If you're a freshman and you go to DC as a congressman, you get the sit down and they say, okay, great, congratulations. Here's the deal. Here's how much money you have to raise by this time, right? Because either party, they are required. They all have a number and they have to beg, borrow, steal, bully, whatever it takes to get that number. Because if they don't, they get no committee assignments. They can't move any legislation, right? So then they get sucked into the game and they won't talk about it because it's like the mob. If you talk about it, you're going to get off, right? They will turn all the money against you to get you out. And so we say our responsibility is to tell stories like that so that people can point to us and say, man, did you hear what Watchmen Action said? I did not realize that that's in part how the sausage gets made. I don't like that. Why is that happening? Who do I need to talk to about the fact that this happens? And this is why nothing gets done, right? We supposedly live in the free state of Florida, but I'll give you an example when it comes to AI. And AI legislation. We have fought ferociously for states' rights when it comes to AI legislation. States should have the right to do that, and there shouldn't be a blanket from the feds of what the states can and can't do. 9th and 10th Amendment of the Constitution, by the way, that's pretty important, states' rights. Our Speaker of the House, outgoing now, who's going to be the ambassador to Brazil, Daniel Perez, we had went and we had talked to him about this. Our governor, Ron DeSantis, had a pretty decent plan on an AI Bill of Rights for the state of Florida. And he had taken some pieces from other states who were doing it well. So Speaker Perez got a call from the White House telling him to kill any state AI legislation that comes through. Thus, we did not get an AI Bill of Rights in the state of Florida. And what was his reward? Well, he's on his way to be the ambassador to Brazil. He'll come back in a couple of years and probably get a job in a future administration in DC. If we continue to let the game be played like this, guys, we're going to continue getting what we're getting. And Watchmen Action, we think of ourselves almost like a wedge, right? We're going to come in and we're going to say all those really uncomfortable things, and then we're going to empower people to go and fight those battles, because no matter how much garbage these people become when they go to these places, the thing that scares them all equally is power. If thousands of us are showing up or making phone calls or sending notes, they pay attention and their staff start to freak out, and then you get the call back that you want. What is it that you want so you stop doing this? We have to do that consistently.
Just note the fact that the people that were calling me were all the human trafficking people. They were freaked out about this AI moratorium because they were like, there's already laws in place. If we can't pass this, then we no longer have laws. And then how are we protecting the children?
Yeah, and
that's how scary it is.
And who's going to write that legislation at the federal level? The same guys who want to kill you. That's not good.
Actually, as much bandwidth as occupies my mental capacity every day about AI data centers It's really refreshing for me to hear you two say that people are asking you more about protecting their kids above the data centers. Because the two are tied. Juliana, you just nailed that. The two are tied. But we have to keep kids as our number one priority.
Well, I always say, what's happening to the children? Even with the war that's going on in the Middle East, where are the children? Like, what's happening to the kids? At the end of the day, everything that we talk about, it really is about the children and how it impacts them, period. You know, you're talking about
that's right where I am finally going to take this thing, and we are going to, in our second half of the show today, we've set up everything, from all as to the whys, the nuts and bolts of the world. We're going to drop the gospel on top of this thing, Trent, in the second half of Winging a Prayer.
Who is that taking us out of this segment, Luke? Who is this guy we call Jeff Weiss? We'll be back with segment 2, the second half, as Pastor Jeff Weiss says, Winging a Prayer, after this.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
There's only 2 people.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-8.
In the world who need our nitric oxide lozenge. It's the people who are sick and want to get well, and it's the people who are well and don't want to get sick. Nitric oxide is a gas that's produced in the body. It's naturally produced, and once it's produced, it's gone in less than a second. If your body can't make nitric oxide, then our products do it for you. But I take it not because I need it, because I don't want to need it. Feel great. I wake up every morning with energy. I take advantage of the discount. N101.com. That's the letter N, number 1, letter O, number 1.com with a coupon code of TL10.
We've all heard the phrase, that kind of thing doesn't happen in our town. But here on Midwest Murder True Crime Stories, we will shatter that false reality.
In fact, it happens more often than we know.
And sometimes the details are lost in the back pages of newspapers,
forgotten on our news channels, and eventually erased over time.
We're here to talk about murder, diving into some of the most controversial cases in Midwest history.
This show will not shy away from the morbid details of these horrific events and the often ugly truths behind them.
West River Equipment of Mandan is here to help you maintain peak productivity in your operation. As an authorized dealer for many high-quality equipment lines, we have the new and used equipment it takes to make your farming, ranching, or construction operation profitable and efficient. West River Equipment also has the parts on hand and the experienced technicians in our shop to get your equipment back in action fast. Find what you need at West River Equipment on Old Red Trail in Mandan.
We are ladies of another view.
Join us every weekday morning at 9 o'clock a.m. as we discuss the big topics from North Dakota, the nation, and around the world.
We chat with everyone from celebrities and medical professionals to politicians, local business owners, and neighbors about the topics and stories that affect all of us.
We are unscripted and uncensored real news from real people. So join us every weekday morning for Ladies of Another View on Beck.
The Cadillac is where Sydney, Montana goes to unwind. With cold drinks, legendary steaks, and plenty of ways to play. This is where friends gather and family-friendly fun is always on tap. Bring your group here or have us cater your next event. Either way, you know everyone's getting the best food around. So feed your hunger, quench your thirst, or try your luck. The Cadillac is where it's at.
There's never been a better time to rediscover the style, reliability, and all-season, all-terrain fun of the all-new Nissan lineup at the new and improved Ryan Nissan. Whether it's the sleek and stylish Murano, the adventure-ready Pathfinder, or the reimagined, ready-for-anything 2026 Rogue, the all-new Ryan Nissan has the vehicle of your dreams at a price perfect for any budget. It's time to rediscover your passion for the road. It's time to rediscover the all-new Ryan Nissan, engineered to endure.
On the wings of a snow white dove, he sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, a sign from above. On the wings of a dove, on the wings of a dove.
Welcome back. Still humored, and it's good to be humored here on Wing and a Prayer, fellow believers, RC, Juliana, Jeff, and Luke. All right, Jeff, were you going to set this up, or you want Juliana to roll?
I am going to set it up in this way, that when we listen to RC and Juliana and you start to paint the picture of what it's going to take, what begins to happen is people begin to glaze over. And I used to think it might have been apathy, which it is generational apathy. We are born apathetic, right? But I also believe that it's fear. I believe that we are really, really, really scared to do that. And so before we went too far into mounting this giant thing, and I want to say I have been through the workshop that RC and Juliana are talking about, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I'm so happy that you're part of the Beck Network. All right. You spoke maybe yesterday or anyway, sometime this week, and you talked about some really, deep things as far as where you're going now. I don't know if we'll ever get to it, but this whole Section 219 passing and merging the militaries blows me away, and I don't know if we'll have time to dig into that anyway. But you said something during one of those, and you've talked about it a little bit today. And you didn't say it, but eternal vigilance is a word that you used, RC. And you said that eternal vigilance, I believe you said, is the key. And now what I want to know is, what does that mean to us spiritually when most of us have been lulled into a turn every cheek you've got at any moment, don't even speak your mind, don't even say anything if it's, you could be transphobic, right? You could be hating another race. You could be doing this. So help us understand using gospel and using scripture that we love to encourage people to read with a new light, because I believe that all we are is a failure of our foundational belief systems that, for right or wrong, are just not correct. And that what the Holy Spirit will do, God will correct those for us. If we are humble enough to say, hey, maybe I've been thinking wrong for, in my case, 50 years about something, right? Mm-hmm. And so the question is, what does eternal vigilance look like in the eyes of a person who thinks they're good, they're a good believer, they go to a building called a church once a week, they drop some money in there, and they have been programmed to believe that that really is all they can do, RC?
Wow. Jeff, so I guess we get to go through our mini sermonette in a sense, but really let's be honest about this, right? And this is no disrespect to anybody watching. As believers, we're all on a journey. We fall short of the glory of Father every day. So let me set the standard for that. Here's the deal. Satan knows scripture better than you do. Okay. Let's get that out of the way. Okay. With that, he will use it against you if you're not reading and studying with intention. So the next time that you open your Bible, do it without the distraction, and do it with a level of intention to not just read the word, but understand it. Because when you do that, and you go back to the seed war in Genesis, right? What were we told was going to happen? Well, of course, we're told at the end that God wins, Jesus wins, and he comes back triumphantly. That's great. But we also understand that there's going to be a battle. Satan hates us because we're Father's creation. And you have to understand that clearly to understand why the rest of the Bible is laid out the way that it is, why you get this knowledge, and why it will be weaponized against you. So let me take a minute there. We are very quickly distracted by the shiny object, Tower of Babel. We get distracted, right? And God knew, he's like, if I keep letting them build, they're going to be able to do it. I've got to confuse their language. I've got to knock this back down, right? So as you continue, then you get to the book of Samuel. Well, Julian always says there were 400 years when we didn't have a king. You know why? Father was king. Everything worked the way that it was intended to work. Until the people came and said, hey, Samuel, listen, you're getting a little long in the tooth, man. We want a king, like the other folks have a king. So Samuel goes, prays. Father says, listen, they want a king, and it's not, they don't hate you, they hate me. And so here's what I want you to do. You can try to talk them out of it, but you're not going to be able to. Here's what I want you to tell them. Here's all the bad things that are going to happen when I give them a king. And if they're okay with that, they're just going to be okay with it. So Samuel goes back and says, listen, we have a king. And they're like, nope, we want a king. And he says, okay, here's all the bad stuff's going to happen to you. People take it anyway. Guess what happens? Notice this consistency here, right? But then we get into the prophets. And one of the things that we share with people is all of the old school prophets prayed in exactly the same way. Humility, repentance, taking accountability, not just for themselves, but for everyone. Okay. And then they asked to be cleansed and used as willing vessels and beacons and guides to do Father's will. They all did exactly the same thing. There's a lesson in that people miss because they're not reading with intention to understand. They're just doing it. And they go to church, they get their TED Talk, they have their coffee and donuts. They don't want to be bothered because they want to go send the other 6 days.
Hey, don't let tribalism get a break here, because this is at play big time over what you're talking about, right? We hold the true faith at 10:45 on Sunday morning in this building. I'm happy for the rest of you, but we got the real deal here.
Amen. Jeff, you're so right, though. Try it again. What did we say? Satan he'll weaponize scripture against you because he knows it better than you. Doesn't mean that he wins, but he'll use it. He'll do whatever he can, right? Because here's the thing. He hates us because we're Father's creation. But here's the crazy part that people miss. Satan doesn't hate Christians, right? He hates active Christians. If you're an inactive Christian, you're gold, right? He just doesn't want you to be active, right? That's what he hates. So then you get to like the Genesis for Watchmen Action. Our guiding verse is Ezekiel 33:6. This is the responsibility section, right? It starts in Ezekiel 3.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases,
He tells Ezekiel, listen, son of man, here's the deal. I'm making you a watchman. Here's all the stuff that I need you to go tell people about what's going to happen to them if they're not vigilant eternally. And this is getting to your point. Yeah. The blood's going to be on your hands. You're not just responsible for you. Now, if you're in scripture, Ezekiel 33:2 lays the groundwork for this. Julian and I, you guys, we are all leaders. And in the kingdom, we are held to a significantly higher standard than other people because we are responsible for people. There's a lesson in that when you read with intentionality to understand and not just to read. And if you take that seriously, you understand why if people under your watch, if you don't tell them what's coming and something happens to them, it's double penalty for you. You have their blood on your hands. I don't know about you guys, but there are enough things going on. I don't need somebody else's blood on my hands either. So what are we called to do ultimately? We are called to be on the wall, and when we see something, to scream at the top of our lungs that there is something happening and you need to be aware, and here is what you need to do. Going to eternal vigilance, Jeff. The process we talked about in segment 1 of the show is exactly that. And Ben Franklin had talked about this too. In the formation of the United States, one of the things that he kept coming back to, right? And by the way, Franklin wasn't really a Christian, he was a deist, but he understood what was at stake. And he said, biblically speaking, eternal vigilance is the way that you keep your liberty and freedom. In a representative republic, which is, we live in a constitutional representative republic. We send people to represent our interest in bodies and forms of government to do the nation's business or the state's business or your local business. That's how it works at every level. Great. But you can't just send people and then not pay attention. What Benjamin Franklin expressed and others expressed is when you send them, your responsibility increases. Remember, being a watchman, you're responsible for a group of people. You may be the only person in your neighborhood or your city or your state that's going to stand up and say something and do something. People are counting on you. You have to be eternally vigilant with the people who you send to represent you and what they're doing, or they will do whatever they want. And anytime that happens, anytime moneyed interests come in or anything, it's never going to be good for you. That's the basis, Jeff, and obviously there's the New Testament and there's a bunch of stuff in there, including the Beatitudes, where we're told, right? Jesus tells us how to live and what to do if we want to be him or we want to meet him. Here's what's interesting, and then I'll stop. In the Beatitudes, it is interesting what Jesus says and he doesn't say. Notice that he doesn't say, blessed are the peacekeepers. He says, blessed are the peacemakers. There's a lesson in that. But if you're just reading to read, and not with intentionality to understand and to be blessed by the word, and for him to work through you, you wouldn't know that.
Well, and I think, Jeff, doesn't this kind of sound like the sheep and the goats that you've been talking about lately? The active Christians, the inactive Christians, and what does the king say to the sheep on his right? Come. What does he say to the goats on his left? Depart.
Well, and as I lean into that scripture more, I think I'm coming around to believe that I have misinterpreted that the few times I've heard it preached, in that it's about going and visiting people that aren't doing too good, where, boy, oh boy, if you really start praying over this, it's been poured over me, man. This is a parable about the final judgment. And even deeper than that, what I'm finding out is I participated in Florida's Very Alive, also in the prison ministry called Kairos. And I've been involved in that for years, and I even have a T-shirt that has Matthew 25, whatever verse in there that says, you visited me in prison, somewhere between 31 and 46. But what I have really come about is being understood that this is really more tied to Matthew 7, and I never knew you, right? And also to the idea that the prisoners maybe that Christ was talking about, and the reason he says it's me is because we don't know this in America, but there's countries all over the world where people are laying in prison because of being persecuted for his name's sake. So what if the parable is saying you think you're a sheep, but I never knew you because you didn't go and do these things to your own people. It comes back tribal. You won't even pray for this guy's ministry because he's not your denomination. You're not going to go visit that person in sick because their niece gave you an interest rate at the bank and it made you so mad you won't have nothing to do with that family over there. So when you begin to look at this scripture and light it up like that, are we sheep? Or do we take that when we read it and go, oh yeah, I'm righteous, I'm a sheep, without digging in going, wait, and then I love the scripture where in there it says, when did we visit you? When did we do this? And I'm like, right away, when you use the word we, he's already going, no, you did, Are you feeling me there?
I'm not calling you a goat, but we are going to depart. And we'll be back with the last segment of Winging a Prayer right after this.
I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. Now I see.
Find relief for what ails you at Steep Me Tea Apothecary. Teas, supplements, tinctures, and more. Formulated to fight whatever has you down. We're Bismarck Mandan's favorite place to find delicious, natural, and easy ways to alleviate symptoms brought on by anything from colds to cancer. Brew a better you at Steep Me Tea Apothecary. Steep Me products may cause side effects, including but not limited to improved mood, deeper sleep, enhanced hydration, renewed sense of smell, increased energy levels, superior balance, boosted immunity, proper digestion, restored sense of calm, and a delightful smelling home.
Come on in and experience small-town hospitality and the personalized care that makes car buying a pleasure.
We know that every journey starts with the right car. Whether it's school drop-off, weekend road trips, or your daily commute, we have the right vehicle for you and your family.
With trusted brands, affordable prices, and a team that treats you like family, finding your next car has never been so easy.
We pride ourselves on personal attention and quality service. The Set Motors, where our customers send their friends.
Welcome to where classy meets Wild West. Buffalo Gypsy Boutique of Bismarck has clothing, decor, and gifts ranging from sophisticated boho style to fun and flashy. Our exclusive brands such as Scully, Double D Ranch, and Tanner Mark provide standout style for the whole family, right down to the little ones. We always have a great selection of Kimes denim, and we proudly offer American-made jewelry and artwork. Find Buffalo Gypsy classing up North Bismarck just off Highway 83.
Let's be frank, it's a pain to be without your vehicle after an accident. That's why you should take it to Jerome's Collision Center. Our shop is supersized and we have the qualified staff to fill it up and work on your vehicle, step by step, piece by piece, in crazy fast time without sacrificing quality. When you need us, we'll turn your bad experience into a good one. We're Jerome's Collision Center and we're the best at what we do.
On the wings of a snow white dove, he sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, a sign from above. On the wings of a dove, on the wings of a dove.
Welcome back, Winging a Prayer, fellow believers. We are into the final segment. RC and Juliana joining us from Florida. Luke is in North Dakota. Jeff's in Tennessee. I'm in Nebraska. Speaking of Nebraska, guys, there's a lot of discussion, maybe not enough, about the separation between church and state, but in particular about the inspiration that our founding fathers got from the Bible and God. Well, you every one of you are making me think about every time I go to our state capital. It's in Lincoln, Nebraska. And it's 102 years old, by the way. And on the north side above the main entrance into the state capital of Nebraska, that one big stone has an etched saying in it, and that etched saying says, "The salvation of the state is in the watchfulness of the citizen."
Wow.
Does that not apply to everything we're talking about here today? And that's not only just about enacting laws that are ridiculous, but it's about keeping everything in perspective and being watchful.
Wow, Trent. So that's so critical. And, Bill Federer, wonderful historian. Bill sits on our advisory board, and he's become a very good friend. He talked.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherlock found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've
about this, right? And one of the first things he talks about with regard to the founders is this whole idea of separation of church and state came in a letter to the Danbury Church from Thomas Jefferson. But here's what he was actually saying. That was not designed to protect the state from the church. It was designed to protect the church from the state.
Big difference.
Most people miss that, right? The other thing that Bill shares, and he does a wonderful story on this, people should definitely look it up. He talks about our original formation and how when the colonies were around and they were converting into states, they were going through this process, is that there was one building in town. There was a main building. And what was interesting is in that building, the city business and the church business took place in the same building.
That's right.
There was one town hall, which is why we have moved to bring town halls back, because you get that. All the business got done in the same place. There's a lesson in that. Then all of a sudden it got separated. And what do we have, right? When the church abdicates its role of leadership, or it allows people to minimize its influence on culture, culture then sets the tone.
That's right.
You guys know we're supposed to be setting the tone and the temperature for the culture. The culture isn't supposed to be dictating to us.
Well, when the church was the center of the community, right? Everything happened out of that building. Everything we learned was, biblical based. Even back in the 1800s, it was the Bible that they used to help with reading and learning and stuff like that. We've abdicated that. And our role is to righteously judge. And that's the reason why we're looking at our communities looking the way that they do. We're supposed to be telling the culture what's happening, not all these other people who are obviously, they're not Christians. They're obviously not, they don't use our Bible as a reference, as a basis. There's only one foundation of truth, and it's the Bible. And we need to get back to that.
Yeah, Trent, what you said is etched on the State House, I think is really important, right? Because the people who did that understood what we just talked about. And their belief, I wasn't there, obviously, but their belief, as I would understand it, is that people would get that and that their guide would be the word, and it would be scripture.
It was supposed to be.
That's the way that it's supposed to be designed. And so when you look at it in that way, and then you think about just the basis of government, people say, well, religion shouldn't be in politics. It's like, no, Christians and believers need to be involved, because where did it come from?
God made government.
Father created government. Moses is about to lose his mind with his stuttering problem. Yes, he's about to lose his mind because he can't deal with all these people and he's frustrated. So what happens? Father goes to his father-in-law, says, hey, listen, go tell this to Moses. He goes to Moses, he says, listen, Father told me you need to break them up in 5s, 10s, 100s, or whatever, train people so that they can govern. There's the birth of government, right? So if that is a function biblically, what would ever lead you to believe that it shouldn't be involved in the process today? But when you split the church house out of the business of a place, this is where you end up.
I also want to make sure nobody missed this. I believe that it's very intentional. It's on the north side of that building. Amen. Because we often talk about, we come to you from the cathedral of creation. And before GPS, before Rand McNally, before any guidance that we had for navigation, we've had that North Star. And that is part of the cathedral of creation, that the North Star keeps us aligned at all times with where we're headed. There's no accident that in 1923 that ended up on the north side of that building.
Amen. And I'm going to segue your North Star, because, our North Star, because of who we are and who our Creator is, our North Star at this point is the Word of God.
That's right.
And so you use the sailing terminology, and it was dark out there for those sailors, right? And on a cloudy night, it was a bad situation, right? But we put the veil on, we bring it on ourselves. But one thing I want you guys to, in our few remaining minutes here, and thank you so much for joining us today, and I can't wait to get to know even more. Huh?
To have them back. I can't wait to have them back. That's what you meant to say.
Because here is what all we have talked about for me is still a little bit, high school, little college level. And you guys know I consider myself a first grade teacher. Here's the problem. I hear a show like this, I get all fired up on my emotional side. Okay, just like many people do when they hear a good sermon, hear a good spiritual song, hear whatever. But until we are humble, and you use the word, until we humbly accept this information and are willing to change or at least question beliefs that are so ingrained in who we are, you guys, this afternoon, right, or tomorrow, or a week from now, we'll be going, oh yeah, I remember they said something like this. So what I have begun to learn is that in the religion, or whatever you want to call it, Protestantism I grew up in, salvation was a transaction. And so many times, once that transaction was completed, you felt you're done, you're good to go. But inside of more knowledge built on that belief, there's no transformation. So what has to happen for people to begin calling you and to embrace and to say that, yeah, I matter, is to quit thinking about who the world says you are, start getting in that word, read who he thinks you are, and that you are that you are the harvest is plentiful, right? So go any direction with all that stuff, in that you got to be willing to question things that your grandmother told you because she only learned it from somebody. You got to make sure it squares with God's word, because he created you and he gave a blueprint for this life, and the blueprint is God's word. Amen.
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 And it's centered
Jeff,
around the North Star, Jeff.
Yeah. Amen. Jeff, just quickly on that, I think it's so important what you said, because I know we've had this conversation with people. If people will genuinely, with true spiritual eyes and intentionality, go back and read Genesis 1:26 through 1:31, once you understand who he believes you are, it will completely change your life. And if we could leave people with something, it's that. If you go back and read the beginning of the book with sincerity, intentionality, humility, and the desire to understand, Father will show you who you are to him and how he sees you. To your point, Jeff, what you said, stop worrying about the world, because they don't matter anyway, right? What matters is how he sees you. And once you understand that, it changed my life. I know Julia changed her life. It changes your life.
And that's transformation, which was Jesus's goal, right? Because I believe he would have spoke much more of personality reconstruction, much more of making something out of what we were, where he just said it's garbage. You got to kill it. Get rid of it. Start over.
Amen.
Well, Luke, I guess we're done, but we got 3 minutes left. So what do you want to do?
Yeah.
It's hard to follow that.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to ask earlier about, some of their news headlines and current events going on with biblical prophecy, but since there's so little of it really going on, 3 minutes is probably enough to fill.
Yeah, I do have one question that I should have asked at the beginning. It sounds self-evident, but I'd like to know how you came up with the name Watchful Action.
Watchmen Action?
Watchmen Action. I got watchfulness on my mind. Okay, sorry, Juliana.
No, that's okay. Watchmen, because we're all watchmen. And that's why, like, when I'm on stage and people hear my voice, I always say, by the sound of my voice, when I tell you something's wrong, you're obligated, we're watchmen, to go tell your brothers and sisters. I looked at our city and I said, we're not going to survive what's going on, right? Unless we have the church come together. And I said, who of the church is going to come together to do what needs to get done? The watchmen, because they see the sword coming. They understand what's going on. So Father made it very clear. You're talking to the watchmen. It's Watchmen Action.
It's perfectly logical. Makes sense to me.
So good. And I know we got a minute, so I'll jump back in here. You guys, one of the terms that has come to my mind is deconstruction of faith. That I felt so bad when all the people I loved at the building I went to, I started realizing, wait, that's not in there. That's not in there. That's not in the Bible. In fact, that's completely opposite. And you got to be willing, right? It's going to cost you. The more let me tell you, do you have more or less friends now that you're headed into the truth, right? It gets lonelier, right?
Yep.
It gets brutal. They come after you. They don't just ignore you.
But this is the only time on this side of eternity, is the only time we get to suffer for Christ. Amen?
Count the cost.
You're a servant, right?
That's our job.
The servant's just serving. What do you care? You're doing your job.
Right? The sun shines for other people. The trees give off oxygen for other people. Like, everything that's around us is in service to other things and people. That's our job, to be in service to one another.
Amen.
And I think
that's sheep and goats, Jeff. To the ones on the right, they did feed them. They did clothe them. They gave them something, right? Hosea says God requires mercy, right? That's what it is. It's mercy.
Providing everything for the sheep is now, as we've determined, 2,000 years old. That's why the stigma never goes away. Are you a Lamb of God? For all fellow believers, a wing and a prayer, in God we trust. Have a great, blessed week.
Oh Lord, my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the world thy hands have made, I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe displayed. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense. And today, the average funeral with burial can cost around $8,000 or more. Don't leave your loved ones facing unexpected bills. Right now, LifeCare is helping veterans and their families learn about final expense insurance options that may help cover funeral costs, medical bills, and other end-of-life expenses. With a quick call, you can find out if you qualify for affordable whole life insurance designed to help protect your family from these costs. In many cases, no medical exam is required, no lengthy health questionnaires, and coverage decisions can be made quickly. Call now to review your final expense coverage options. Call 800-519-1427. That's 800-519-1427. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote.
Hello again, friends, and welcome to another episode of Culture Crossroads. I'm Andrew Salzwick. He is R.C. Williams, and she is Juliana Ormond, they of Watchmen Action, and of course of Culture Crossroads, and we are glad that you are with us for another great episode of the program, however you're consuming the show. You'll notice I am not and have not been in my studio for a while, and I'm still moving around, almost done. Next week, it should be back to normal and studio and all that good stuff. But right now, I'm hiding out in the bunker, so of an undisclosed location, as it were. But we do thank you for joining us on this episode, and we're going to kick off with a rundown / faith focus, because both of these stories are critical to the health of our country. Also, they're a big part of the political push going on right now, which we've seen, but they're spiritual at their root, because they're about life, they're about justice. And so we're going to walk through these stories here together. The first one, Juliana made a lot of waves. Juliana brought a specific angle to our attention. So, and this is, we'll bring up a video first here. What you're going to see, this is the Massachusetts legislature signing into law abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. This is purely child murder. It's always been child murder. Abortion is child murder. At Culture Crossroads, I'm an abolitionist when it comes to abortion. I think the whole thing should be gone. God creates life, and he entrusts it to us, and it's not up to us when God calls that life home. This is just a display of evil on demand for what? As I've mentioned before, we are trading the lives of these children for one vote. How many babies do we need to kill to get your vote? How old do they need to be? How young do they need to be to get your vote? So here is, let me bring this up on the screen. There it is. I'll hit play, and again, this is despicable.
Legislation will essentially make it so that any abortion after the 24-week mark can be performed if a doctor determines it's medically necessary. Right now, abortions after that time are only permitted if they meet specific situations or to save the life of a mother. State officials say the new law will help prioritize the patient's access to care in Massachusetts.
We're going to continue to make sure that women and families have access to the health care that they need right here in Massachusetts.
The law is the latest change to the abortion landscape since the 2022 Supreme Court ruling that rolled back abortion rights to states.
Unbelievable. Access. They always talk about access. It's always access. And what? To a murder mill. Juliana, I know this was close to your heart. What's your take of this?
So when you said murder mill, that's exactly what it is. I have a grandson who is now 21. And he was born 6 weeks early at a whopping 4.5 pounds. I mean, he was tiny. All my babies were over 8 pounds, but to see this little tiny baby and to think that somebody could actually like shoot something in the heart or put acid inside the womb to burn the baby or have the baby born breech and then put a knife in the back of the baby's head. I mean, like, you know, feminism I thought was supposed to be able to liberate women. And instead, it's now to the point where women are celebrating killing babies. I mean, they're supposed to be, you know, sacred. You know, a couple of days ago, I was sitting at my window and I was praying to Father. And I'm going, can you explain this to me? And Father's like, do you see that? It's a woman that's signing. It's women that's standing around, that they're clapping. And I'm just sitting here going, what? And fortunately, my husband says, you know, they're witches. And I was like, there's the only way that that can be true. Because Maura, she's a Catholic. You're to tell me that you're a Catholic, you go to Mass and you receive the Eucharist and the body, the blood of Christ, and you think that it's okay to murder a baby like that? That's not a representation of what I believe Father thinks is the okay thing to do. Those are babies. We're supposed to be protecting them. And we're at the point now that women are thinking that it's okay to murder our child. Like Father's saying to me, look, these are women that are doing it. I'm just flawed. I just can't believe that our society has gotten to this point that we are celebrating the killing of children like that. This is 100% satanic. We are still sacrificing children, and we, the Christian people, are standing behind allowing this to happen. We've got people that are Democrats that are voting Democrat, and they're sitting in the pews on Sunday. I'm sorry. You're not a Christian. You're not a Catholic. If you think that you can murder a child, you are not. You are lying. And you do not represent me and my father. They do not at all represent us. It is a shame what's happening.
You know, it's a culture of death. It's a culture of death.
It is.
I remind people constantly, abortion is the number one cause of human death in America and the world, and it still is. Yep. And the overturning of Roe v. Wade did turn it back to the states, but then even the Trump administration promoted the mifepristone, mail order baby killing via chemicals, and abortions, the amount of abortions in America went up. They didn't reduce, they made more. Right. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, probably approaching trillions by now. And we don't treat it as that. We want to talk about, you know, preserving life and all these things. Well, one good way to do it is to stop murdering our unborn babies.
And now
go ahead.
I was going to say, now we're at the point where our water's polluted. We have aborted babies in our water. That's what we're drinking. I mean, go ahead, RC.
No, this was difficult to watch. And I did say, you know, that was a coven of witches. There's no other way that this happens, that the life carriers and the life givers would be clapping for death pretty much at any time, that it's okay. But Andrew, you know, with We Are the Watchmen Weekly, this is yet another continuation in a story series we've covered since the inception of the publication in early 2024. The Satanic Temple actually does these mail order abortions. And what we've tried to explain to people is, if you do not believe this is demonic, go through the steps. We documented the steps that they have you go through to do this. And it is very ritualistic, and you're freeing yourself of something, all the way to the point where you do a ceremony in the bathroom. You look at yourself in the mirror and you basically give your...
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Protect your family's future by calling SelectQuote for your free quote with a licensed insurance agent. We shop, you save. 800-212-3199. 800-212-3199.
Demonic permission to go through this process. Andrew, we talked on the Spin Cycle earlier this week about judgment and whether or not our nation and we are under judgment. We most certainly are, because we let things like this continue. Now, to the Catholic Church's credit, they did say that she should be excommunicated. The governor of Massachusetts, but still, the fact that that's it, and more people and more mama bears aren't standing up like Juliana did with an impassioned plea earlier this week via a Facebook Live. If we don't stand up, the judgment will continue. And once you get underneath what these people are really about, like you said, Andrew, it's not about access or health care. It's simply murder disguised as something else. And it's sad. It's just, it's a sad state of affairs where we're at.
Well, all the doctors are saying that, when you're in the third trimester, you may need to induce, you may need to do a C-section, but you don't need to kill that baby. That baby can survive outside the womb. There is no reason to murder that baby.
I've talked about this before, but the demonic power at work, and I believe this is spiritual. The demonic power at work, I believe, is the demon Molech. And we read about this demon in the Old Testament. And just for those who are not aware, it was a large metal statue that different depictions have maybe the arms outstretched or different shelves. But what it effectively was a giant stove. And they would heat it up to thousands of degrees, and families would come, and they would sacrifice their infant children, or sometimes young age children, think young elementary school students. They would burn to death. They would fry them to death on this statue, on this idol. And the promise was that they would have a good crop season in the next crop season, that they would have some kind of prosperity. Well, what is the promise for the prevailing promise to why you don't want a child, or you can't handle the child? That child's going to be a burden on your life. You're not going to have the career you want. You're not going to have the life you want. The promise of a better life. It's the same lie. It's the same demon, and we're not afraid to call that out on this program because the spiritual world is real, and the denial of that or the ignoring of that is part of what has led to this, and the ignoring of that particularly by the church and not addressing it and calling it what it is. We're not afraid to do that. It doesn't make us rich. It doesn't make us famous. It makes us no friends in media, but also we are not being honest before God if we don't be honest about what's happening. And now I want to go from that real quickly to another story. We have a couple of minutes left here. This is, of course, the Fauci emails have really just exposed, again, not only the depth of his own depravity just personally, But but how deep this rabbit hole goes when it came to what our government and different governments of the world and corporations did to you and me. What they did to our children, what they did to our businesses, what they did to our loved ones. They hurt us. And in some cases, we have lost loved ones. And I believe that there's a good portion of that blood on these people's hands. And we're not seeing prosecutions. President Trump even said he's going to honor the pardon that then President Joe Biden gave to Dr. Fauci. So we're not going to really see that kind of justice. Now there might be some kind of vengeance taken by the states if they can do that. But I want to bring this video up. Now again, this is the same Dr. Fauci who tortured beagles by putting cones on their heads and then locking them in cages with sand fleas to watch the sand fleas eat these beagles alive and what would happen. He also took the scalps off of aborted infants and sewed them onto the backs of mice and rats. And now he plays with our lives, and we're going to see here that he knew, because you'll see a text message on the screen. And in fact, let me put it up here right now. You can see this. This is a text message from Dr. Fauci. That's Robert Redfield, former CDC director, on the left. He recently came out and said that, Fauci knew and Fauci lied. But the text there from Dr. Fauci, January 25th, 2021, he says, I asked around a bit more and another issue came up that you might need to be aware of. Since many people have significant cytokine storm and fever after the second dose, this theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Then Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the then CDC director, said definitely a good point, especially after dose 2. Now notice, this is happening just after Inauguration Day, is it not? Which means that this information was floating around under Trump 1 administration. I'm not blaming that administration, or certainly President Donald Trump. I don't think he was privy to this kind of information. But it was available. It was there. Why we didn't ferret it out we don't know. But then Fauci went out. So in this text message, Dr. Fauci acknowledges the cytokine storm, which is what would happen when our immune systems they would attack ourselves. That this injection turned our immune system against us, and that's what caused that is what is believed to be one of the causes of the COVID pneumonia, which then went to the ventilators, and then to remdesivir, and then to the grave. And that was the standard of care. And many believe that the standard of care is what killed more people than did the virus. And then he notes that this could be associated with a miscarriage in the first trimester. Well, that means there were miscarriages in the first trimester during some of these early trials. Dr. Walensky doesn't argue, deflect, or rebuff that point at all, which means they knew that miscarriages were a possible side effect, if not one they had seen well enough to talk about. And yet, as you'll hear in these audio clips and see, Dr. Fauci goes on television and says, but pregnant women should take it anyway. Take a listen.
Later, publicly.
Thus far, with thousands of women who are pregnant, having gotten the vaccine following the EUA, there have been no red flags of anything that anyone would be worried about. There are severe adverse outcomes for mother and baby during COVID-19 infection. Therefore, it is extremely important for pregnant women and women planning to get pregnant to get vaccinated.
This is the biggest public health scandal that we've ever seen in America. This is astonishing. And of course, there are now studies that are being legitimized that suggest that, in fact, these shots actually contributed significantly to miscarriages of people who got the shot and while pregnant.
RC, what say you?
We said earlier this week that if this isn't just overbearing proof that within government, when people like this pop up, you cannot trust them and follow blindly. If this is not the ultimate poster child for that, I do not know what is. And accountability has to be had, right? You can give a mulligan early on in the process. We didn't know what was going on. But once this stuff started to ferret itself out, let's look at who rose to the top. Debbie Burke, super questionable, right? Oh, but she wore scarves and she sounded smart. And so she should be on TV. And then there's Dr. Anthony Fauci. Here he comes. He's America's doctor. Seems like everyone got instant amnesia that he killed tons and tons of AIDS patients in the 80s with AZT. So you knew the guy was already a killer. And then, of course, there's the beagles and the baby scalps on mice and everything like that. But hey, he's America's doctor. He's the smartest guy in the room. He's going to keep us safe. Here he is on tape and in writing, telling you the problems. And what do they do about it? They say, do it more. It's okay. Let's go and lie to the American people and get as many of them as possible on this train. But then when people start dropping dead or having miscarriages, like everybody's like Scooby-Doo.
But wow. Once again, when you have an Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2050, when you believe that a world population of 9 billion is too much, and you, in their words, want to get that population down to 1 billion, when you have people like Bill Gates giving TED Talks saying that we can control population via injections, well, okay, well, it's starting to make sense. There's probably a lot of money behind depopulating the world, because here's the reality. These globalist fiends cannot control a population as large as the world's, and they certainly can't control a world population that has a middle class. So they need to work hard at eliminating both. They need to make sure that they can get the population down to a number they...
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop shop for buying life insurance. It allows you to compare the prices of providers across your state. We're doing all of the work for you. We're streamlining the process for you as a true concierge service.
With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget.
I believe they can control, and they need to make sure that anybody who had any taste of freedom is either irrelevant, barred from society, or not allowed to enter society in the first place. And both of these stories, friends, are about the willful ignorance and sacrificing the unborn. Because why? Because why? What honest purpose? What good has been gained? What betterment has there been of any of this? And this is what I think, we need to remember a couple of things. Number one, that all life really is God-given and God-breathed. And that Jesus, when he came, he wanted people to have life and have it abundantly, both here and through eternity. And that doesn't mean that our life will be easy. It doesn't mean that we'll be rich. It's not about prosperity, but that we will have life. We will have a rich and full life. And it breaks his heart, and it breaks our hearts to see the cottage industry of the destroying, the murdering, of so many little children that who knows who they might be, who knows who they could have become. And what we can do, I think, is, well, honestly, first we can expose it, but we also need to stand in the gap for them. And these lives that are sacrificed, we bring them up now to you. Let's not have their deaths be in vain. Maybe we can turn around some of these practices. And one of the ways we can do that, put pressure on your state and your state representatives, your state leaders, to draw charges against Dr. Fauci. Let's see prosecutions, because here's the deal, and then I'll give you guys the last word. If we don't see some people, not just, in hearings on Capitol Hill that don't matter, but if we don't see them behind bars, they're going to do this stuff again because they got away with it the first time. And the lessons they're going to take is how to get away with it even more the second time. And now, of course, they already know who are the ones who are going to comply and who aren't. And so they've got some, potential targeting as to, well, what members of society do we need to make sure are marginalized or are effectively demonized or kept out of certain sectors of our society so that we can accomplish our goals. If you want to push back on this, the states, his pardon is only federal, but it has nothing to do with the states. So put pressure on your state representatives, put pressure on the lawmakers in your states to investigate Dr. Fauci and bring charges, and maybe investigate some of the other players that were involved, because people need to be accountable for this. They lied to us. Our loved ones, our friends died. Our lives were put on hold. Some of our lives ruined, businesses destroyed, families broken up. And by the way, the United States of America and our Constitution was this close from being toppled during that time. The retribution should be swift and severe after a fair trial. I'll give you guys the last word.
I just want to say that it's time for us to call it what it is. This is a genocide. Okay, what happened in Gaza is a genocide. What's happening worldwide with Fauci is a genocide. It's a genocide because it's not just the babies that were killed. It's not just the women who lost the babies in the first trimester because of the vaccine. It's all the consequential other lives that would have been born because of that one life that would have come forth. Okay, so there were many, many lives. It wasn't just one child. It was generations of people that were exterminated. And at this point, we need to call it what it is. Like I said, this is a genocide. That's what it is.
So, Andrew, you mentioned Agenda 2030. Boy, I hope you guys are also ready for Agenda 2050. And when you're finally ready for that, we can talk to you about Agenda 2100, which you want no part of whatsoever. But boy, they got to get back on schedule, and they're trying to make it up in spades. Y'all need to be paying attention.
Yes, they are. We're going to step away and take a break. When we come back, virologist Dr. Jennifer Smith is back on the program to respond to the Trump administration's FDA giving the approval for Moderna's mRNA flu injection. And we get into the nitty-gritty on what exactly was approved, what wasn't approved, and really the theory behind vaccine immunity. Do you realize, friends, that the people who are making these concoctions don't actually understand vaccine immunity and how it should work? Do you realize that? Oh yeah, that's all coming up in the next segment. You do not want to miss it. Culture Crossroads will be right back. And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. The FDA has now approved Moderna's mRNA flu vaccine for adults 50 and older, but only after initially rejecting the company's application over concerns about how the vaccine was tested in seniors in the first place. So what changed between the refusal and the approval? And does the process raise larger questions about regulatory standards, transparency, and informed consent? Joining us to break it down is virologist Dr. Jennifer Smith. She joined us once again on the program. Dr. Smith, thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time. It's good to see you again.
Hi, Andrew. Thanks for having me back. Give me a chance to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, let's start with the basic timeline. Bring us up to speed. And you have an article on Substack about this, too. I want to make sure that we rep that throughout the segment here. But Jennifer, start with the basic timeline. What did the FDA initially refuse to, or why did they refuse to file Moderna's application? And then what changed between the refusal and eventual approval?
Right. So Moderna's been working on this for several years, since they got their SARS mRNA shots approved, and this was brought into the public eye in February of this year. So the head of CBER, former head of CBER, Dr. Vinayak Prasad, sent a refusal to file letter to Moderna. So what does this mean? He said that he wasn't going to review their application for this injection because it didn't meet the standards. So in the trial, they are supposed to use proper controls. So there's been a lot in the news about randomized, placebo-controlled, double-blinded studies, and that was supposed to be one of the things that was being move towards with new approvals for vaccines. So new vaccines can be approved, but they have to show a clear medical benefit. And the issue was that this mRNA shot used a comparator that wasn't the standard of care for this age group. So there are 11 different flu shots approved for use in the US. And these differ based on their formulation. So we have the standard trivalent inactivated flu shot. We have a quadrivalent one that's used some seasons and not others. We have cell-based products for those who are allergic to eggs. We have the high-dose flu shot that is used in the elderly because they generally don't mount an effective immune response, so they get a higher dose. So the comparator that was used in their trial was the standard flu shot, the standard trivalent inactivated flu shot, which is generally not recommended for those 65 and older. So they're generally supposed to use the high dose flu shot. So because that was the improper control for this study, Vinayak Prasad decided that they weren't going to review their application. It wasn't until I guess there were more discussions that went back and forth, and Moderna said, okay, well, we'll do a group with the high-dose flu shot after approval. So in the meantime, in March of this year, the head of FDA, Dr. Marty Makary, announced that Dr. Prasad would be resigning, and he ended up leaving the FDA in April of this year. So I'm not saying that there's no evidence that one has anything to do with the other. However, it is very interesting that right after Prasad left the head of CBER in June of this year, the VRBPAC, or the Vaccine Approval Committee, unanimously approved Moderna's mRNA flu shot.
And at the same time, we have Erica Schwartz being nominated and installed as the CDC director. All these things happening at the same time. I mean, I'm not saying correlation equals causation, I think, like you are, but it sure seems interesting that all the chess pieces on the board get moved around to ones who would be more supportive, specifically of the mRNA technology.
It is a very interesting coincidence, and I don't believe in coincidence anymore. So I also find it very interesting that if you look at the people on the VRBPAC, the Vaccine Regulatory Approval Committee, several of them actually have.
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
You don't buy life insurance because you plan on dying. You buy life insurance because your loved ones plan on living. Life insurance can be a legacy and a wonderful gift to your family.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote is a one-stop
of ties to Moderna. So, for example, one of the doctors actually served on Moderna's vaccine advisory board and participated in multiple Moderna vaccine data safety monitoring boards. So I'm not saying that they're related, but again, we have regulatory capture that is continuing unabated.
Now, you mentioned that it appeared that, and correct me if I heard you wrong, I don't want to misquote you, but that Moderna said, okay, we'll give you the controlled trials you want, but after we get approval. So if that's the case, are we talking about Moderna attempting to generate like entirely new evidence post-refusal, but upon condition of getting the approval first? Or are they maybe changing the regulatory pathway through which the existing evidence could be evaluated?
Well, I wasn't in those discussions, so I can only speculate. But as I said, it's very interesting that the VRPAC members have ties to Moderna, either in the past or present. And that definitely leads to a conflict of interest.
Can you help us understand, because we hear this number 26.6 relative vaccine efficacy. Can you put that number into some context? Is that good? Is that bad? Is there a threshold standard?
Right. So that is a good question. And one of the things, so we can look at the data and we can look at this from regulatory aspects. So per the data, they're saying that there was a 26% vaccine efficacy. They're claiming that means that those who got the mRNA were about 27% less likely to get flu. Now, there are some issues with that. Again, since they didn't use the proper comparator, we don't know how that correlates to the standard of care. So the other issue is that there was no placebo group. So we have no idea of knowing how this compares to those who didn't get a vaccine at all. And then the other issue is that they'll talk about this term vaccine efficacy and effectiveness, and a lot of people will use those interchangeably. However, they do have different meanings. So this 26% vaccine efficacy is in a controlled laboratory setting. So when they do a trial, they have control over their participants and all that. But vaccine effectiveness is how it performs in the real world. So while they may have a 26% better efficacy against the standard flu shot, the effectiveness in the real world setting may be actually a lot lower. But we don't know. We have no way of knowing.
And then this, I'm not sure if you would have insight to this or not, because I know you weren't in their approval meetings, but the FDA granted traditional approval for ages 50 to 64, but accelerated approval for 65 and older. Do you have any clue or insight as to why the two different standards for the same product? It's okay to say no, because there's a whole lot of stuff. I have no idea why they're doing it. They're just doing it. I don't know. Anyway.
Right. Well, I can only speculate. And it's also very interesting that they're rushing to get this through before, hey, flu season starts and back to school starts here in a couple months. And let's rush this through. And so we can roll it out for the current the upcoming flu season. So, Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think Moderna serves to benefit greatly from getting their mRNA shot out on the market. We can talk about something else, which is cost. So, in general, when you have what we call a Me Too product, like I said, there's already 11 different flu shots on the market. Why do we need another one? So there has to be some medical benefit, right? There has to be some cost benefit. Of course, they're not looking at the cost because if you compare the cost of the standard flu shot, which is about $20 per dose, versus the Moderna's mRNA shot, it's well over $120 per dose. So they stand to benefit financially in a big way if they can get this pushed out for the upcoming flu season.
How significant there are some unanswered clearly there are unanswered questions with this, but I want to know from a virological perspective, how significant are these unanswered questions? Specifically, with the FDA itself acknowledging there's remaining uncertainty involving influenza B, multiple flu seasons, frail seniors, and immunocompromised patients, and then co-administration with other vaccines.
Yes.
What is the significance of not knowing that, yet giving a standard approval and an accelerated approval, and again, as you say, trying to rush it into a new flu season?
Right. So that's very troubling that they raised these concerns and then they still went ahead and approved this anyway. I mean, look, we still have a lot of unanswered questions about the mRNA platform in general, even from the pandemic. So it still hasn't been studied effectively. We still don't know what the true rate of side effects are. We know myocarditis and pericarditis. We know about Guillain-Barré and other neurological issues. We know about clotting and strokes. But there are a lot of other effects, as we're learning recently in the news, about the effects to fertility and fetal demise. So there are a lot of questions we still have about this platform, the lipid nanoparticles across the blood-brain barrier, and we still haven't even researched giving these shots in conjunction with other vaccines or giving them concomitantly. So, a lot of these companies are actually working on combination shots with flu and SARS. How is that going to have an effect on side effects, people's overall health? We're giving multiple mRNA molecules in one shot. There's so many unanswered questions, and I still think that there really needs to be a pause on using this technology.
If you could ask the FDA one question under oath about the, and I believe this is Mflusiva is the name of this vaccine approval, or that's being approved. If you could ask them one question under oath about the approval process, what would you ask?
Ooh. That's a good question. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is how much money are they being given by Moderna? Because the FDA gets money under PDUFA. They get user fees. They're called user fees from the drug companies for accelerated approvals of their drugs. And so, Moderna paid NIH, $400 million? I'm pretty sure they paid PDUFA fees to the FDA as well. So I guess that would be my first question, is how much Moderna's giving them.
All right, last two questions. We'll get you out of here. Thank you again. It's been great to have your insight here on this. Is the bigger story here, is this ultimately one about a vaccine, or really whether we can trust our regulators to apply the same evidentiary standards regardless of the manufacturer, the technology, or the political pressure surrounding a product?
I mean, I think the story is and has been that our agencies are captured by these pharmaceutical companies. And so when you have this corporate capture, regulatory capture, can we really trust the science? So these regulators actually asked the right questions. They brought up the right concerns. And yet this was pushed through anyway. So what we're seeing again is that regulatory capture has continued unabated. There have been no changes.
And lastly here, maybe give, not advice, but some suggestions to those of us who don't know anything and our doctor is telling us you need to get the flu shot. How do we know? What questions should we, the people, ask our doctor when considering taking a vaccine? Particularly, how do we know if it's mRNA or not? Are there ways to know which batch? I know the batches were a big deal when it came to the initial COVID rollouts in really 2020 to 2022, especially. Are there questions we can ask that when we get up to that moment of decision that might help give us some more information that we might not otherwise get?
Yes, I mean, there are always a lot of questions that you should ask way before. So if you're thinking...
If you are exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489. The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
About getting a flu shot, I would go first and ask those questions and get the information. Don't get it that day. Don't get it that day. Get the information. That's what you're going for the first day. You want to know, again, there are 11, now 12 approved flu shots here in the U.S. Which flu shot? Which flu shot is it? What are the ingredients? What are the possible side effects? Yeah. And you should also know, you can ask a lot of questions. A lot of these people aren't even going to know the answers, to be honest. I'll tell you a short anecdote. I went to a pharmacy months ago to pick up something, and they offered me, do you need any vaccines today? I was ready for that question. Okay, so you have to be ready because you know it's coming. And the first thing I said was, do you know what informed consent is? And the answer was no. Okay, well, if you don't know what informed consent is, you should not be administering or offering these products, medical products, to anyone. You need to know what informed consent is, because if they don't know what informed consent is, then they're not going to be able to answer any question beyond that. They're not going to. Yeah. The pharmacist then came from behind the counter, and I asked him, do you know what informed consent is? Well, no, I went to pharmacy school. I don't need to know. And I'm like, I know my rights as a patient, as a customer, and I am asking the questions. Yeah. And going to pharmacy school doesn't make you an expert in any stretch of the imagination. Not providing informed consent, that is very dangerous. It is a legal and ethical requirement when administering any medical product, including a vaccine. Every vaccine, every time.
And it's clear, if our quote-unquote medical professionals are not going to know what informed consent is, then we had better know ourselves so that we can be ready, like you, for these questions, because they're not just going to come for us. They're going to ask the questions for our kids too.
Yes.
And we have a responsibility across the board. Go ahead.
Right. Children under 18 cannot give informed consent. So the parent is responsible. It's called informed permission. So the parent must get that information for the child on the child's behalf. So if you go anywhere and you're interested in getting a vaccine, look, I'm all for it. If you want to get a vaccine, go for it. But I am for informed consent, pro-informed consent. That is first and foremost.
All right, Dr. Jennifer Smith, the article is From Refusal to Approval, What Changed in the FDA Review of Moderna's mRNA Flu Vaccine. You can find that on her Substack. Dr. Smith, remind everybody what your Substack is and where people can find your work.
My Substack is smithvirologist.substack.com. Yes.
All right. That's okay. smithvirologist.substack.com is where you can go. Definitely check out that article and subscribe to the Substack. I can recommend it because I do subscribe. It's fantastic work. We really appreciate you being a voice of truth out here. There are far too few of them right now, and that's why we want to platform them. All right. Well, when we come back, RC and Juliana, they're going to bring us an interview. We're always talking about bringing solutions. We can highlight the problems, but unless we know what to do about them, we're really in the same place. Well, they're going to bring the story of one person who mobilized in their community to make a difference, yes, in the civic realm that matters to defend freedom and liberty where they are. So you're not going to want to miss that profile. That's coming up next on Culture Crossroads. And welcome back one more time to Culture Crossroads. For this last segment, I want to turn it over to my friends, RC and Juliana. You bring an interview. We always talk about we want to be solutions based as much as we can, and we've talked about some really dark stuff here on this program. But what are some solutions? And then we talk about Empowered to Act. We talk about the speaking and the training that you do to equip and mobilize people to make these kinds of differences in their community. You have somebody. An actual case study, an actual person that you bring an interview with. So set this up. What are we going to see?
Yeah, Andrew. So back in March, we did a training in Southwest Florida, and a wonderful lady named Carla Smith attended. What we didn't realize at the time, until we saw her a couple of months later, is the thing that she needed was to be convicted both in the spirit and in life, that she was the person to do the work of what she's created, which is a PAC called C4. Mm-hmm. Now, her focus is transparency in money that goes to political action committees. So she is an accountant by trade, and she has a process for money that comes in. She vets everything, and then that money actually gets spent the way that it's intended. Now, Carla says in the interview that our training was a determining factor that got her over the hump and got her motivated to get things done. Andrew, we have spent years, as you know, working on this training, and it's so great to see these incredible stories of people who make the move. You know, Juliana, it has really been a blessing with all of the Watchmen Action trainings that we've done to now hear people saying to us, you know, I was at the training and then this happened to me. And today we have the blessing of having Carla Smith from C4 to join us. Carla, welcome to the Watchmen Brief.
Hi.
Yeah, we are excited to have you. So I guess just for a little context for everybody watching, Carla attended a training that we did in Southwest Florida a couple months back. She had this idea of this thing that she wanted to move forward. She comes to the training. We see her not too long ago, probably about a month ago, down that way. And she says, oh my goodness, guess what happened? I actually launched. So Carla, we wanted to have you on, one, to talk about C4 so that people understand what it is. Yeah.
C4. She already has her business card and everything. Go ahead.
Which is excellent. We want to talk about C4, what it is, what it does. And then we'd like for you to share your experience of how the Watchmen Action training actually helped you to get over the finish line. So give us the rundown on C4.
Okay. So I work with an organization called the American Patriot Executive Committee, and they were looking for someone to create a political committee, which is a PAC, in Florida to help grassroots candidates. And I was like, okay, I kept waiting, hoping someone else would do it, and nobody was stepping up. But I'll do it because I'm an accountant, and I thought I can keep up with that. And I had been the treasurer for the local REC for several years, and I knew how to handle the reports, and I felt comfortable being able to proceed. So I was bouncing around the idea, talked to a few people who had set up PACs before, and was still on the fence when I took your training. And that's kind of what pushed me over the finish line, was to be able to actually pull the trigger and do it. So this PAC is different than any other PAC that I'm aware of in Florida or even in the U.S. You are able to pick the candidate that you want your money to go to, and then you can also come back and see where your money was spent. Because you'll have a unique identifying number given to you when you donate. You use that number to come back, and you can see what expenses were paid with your money. So that's the difference. It's because most PACs, when you donate money, you have no idea what they did with it. You can go look at their reports that they file online, but it's vague, and it doesn't give you an idea of where your money went because it gets all lumped together. So this was so people could actually track and feel part of what was happening with the grassroots candidates that they support. So that was the whole idea. So
I love what you did, because you fixed a pain point. But the part of your story that I loved the most was I was sitting back and waiting for somebody else to do this work, and was like, you know what? No one else is going to do it. So I'm just going to step up and do it. And we need more people to hear that kind of story where it's like, I looked to my left and I looked to my right, and I realized that it was either not being done, or it was not being done well, or it was not being done the way that it should be done, right? In a kingdom fashion. So people are just stepping up and doing the things that we know that we can do. Like you said, you're an accountant. You're able to do this and deal with the money and all the finagling and stuff like that. That's really important that you stepped up and did that. I just want to say that I really appreciate you doing that. And it's really exciting that our training was like the catalyst that pushed you over and said, you know what, I can do this. There's no reason why I can't do this.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I've always kind of felt like, well, someone else is more qualified. And then,
if you were exposed to asbestos, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve. Call now.
800-895-0489.
The average cost of mesothelioma treatment can exceed $400,000. Families often face losing their homes or life savings just to pay the bills. If you or a loved one worked in these industries and were diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation to protect your family. At Rights and Claims, we've helped families recover over $1 billion to cover medical costs, lost wages, and more. Let us help you secure their future with the compensation you deserve.
Call 800-895-0489.
He had a good business, solid product, good people. He just couldn't figure out why growth had stalled. Sherloc found the buyers he didn't know were looking. Now he knows exactly where to go next. Learn more at investinanswers.com.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
In your class, and you were throwing things back at me, and I'm like, oh, I guess I am qualified. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Carla, you most certainly are. You were then, and then you were able to blossom from it. Quick question on the PACs. So people have heard of political action committees probably in passing. And from what people will gather if they go on the internet and search, they kind of look like these dark money pits where endless amounts of money can come in for people you don't necessarily know to fund things that may not necessarily be in your best interest. Is that a good description? And then if you can answer that part, and then talk again about the contrast with C4 and how that works.
So yes, a lot of PACs are funded by dark money. And in some instances, you'll have PACs that are ran on both sides of the political spectrum by the same person. So you've got the left-leaning side and the right-leaning side being funded by the same people, which is, interesting. So what C4 does is we not only vet the candidates that we support, but we also vet our donors, because I'm not taking any dark money. So if someone tries to donate online, it sits in this other entity where the money comes in, the place that processes it. And then I go and I verify who these people are. And if they don't match up with what we believe in, then I refund it back. I won't take it.
I love that.
We're not going to get bought by, we're not going to be bought by anybody, but I don't want the influence of donors thinking they're going to be able to try to own these candidates.
Right.
So we want the money to be clean. We want it really to be small donations from multiple people and not huge donations from one individual, because that's where you end up having problems. So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Continue, please.
One thing that Matt Taylor, who's running for Commissioner of Ag for Florida, he has said that, it would be nice if we could abolish PACs. And I agree with that. I would be happy to be able to shut this down if they abolish PACs across the board. And then that way people can just donate directly to the candidate, because that's where the money needs to go. These PACs have become a middleman, and that always causes problems, because that's another layer. And I can get into a lot of different examples, but I won't, of where a middleman comes in supposedly to fix a problem, but then they become part of the problem.
Right.
And I would be, if they can abolish PACs across the board, so it's a clean playing field and people can donate to the candidates as much as they want to the candidate, then I would be fine with us, shutting it down. Ours is all volunteer anyway. There's no salaries paid out of this PAC. Nobody's making money off of this. Every dollar that comes in turns around and goes back out, either as advertisement for candidates. We do small donations to the candidates that are smaller races, like county and city. We will donate there, and even some of the state reps, because they're a much smaller district and their campaigns are starving for money. We will take, if the donor specifies that they want us to do that, we will donate directly, money to them. But what we really created it for was to do the advertising for candidates, in addition to what they do with their own campaign.
So, okay, Carla, as we land the plane here, we got to ask a couple of questions about the training experience, right? So we know that it helped you to get off the fence and go. So talk to us about how you felt when you came in, and then what things clicked for you while you were in the training that made you make that. You committed to your commitment and you were ready to go. Just tell us a little bit about your experience.
Okay. Well, when I came in, I really wasn't sure what to expect about the program. And then walking through it and listening, mainly what sold me was the things you were saying, because we kept using my idea as the example in the class. And so what you were saying to me, I was like, if he can come up with this within 5 minutes of hearing about it, then I should be able to move forward with the tools that y'all were training us that day with and actually get this across the finish line. So I really appreciated being a part of the program that day.
Our slogan is about, giving courage to people to take action. That's the whole point, right? Because once you're educated, right, once you understand, once you get the feedback, because we're just mirroring back to you what it is that you want to do, helping you to decide how to go about what it is that you need to do. And once you understand all of that, that gives you the courage to be able to take action. So we really appreciate the fact that you were there, because your story and what you're trying to do was perfect for the class.
I've got a little plaque in my bedroom, and it says, "Your passion is waiting for your courage to catch up."
Amen.
So, and I look at it every day. And so your class was perfect for that, because it was like, here it is. It's like,
Perfect.
God's telling me this is what you need to do.
Yes.
Well, Father qualifies the called, not, calls the qualified, right? So it's all about, okay, Father, we're going to submit our will into you, and we know that you're going to make the way. So we're just going to walk, and you're going to qualify what it is that we're doing. That's it.
Amen. Carla, where can people find more information on C4? What do they need to know? Where do they need to go? Let's make sure we get all of that in here before we close.
Okay, so the website is c4fl.org. And there you can see the candidates that we've put our name behind, and also learn about some of the other things that we're doing. We did a voter's guide for Sherloc County, which is the county that I live in, and that is on there. We had an event back in May at the Charlotte County Fairgrounds, and we had about 17 different candidates from across the state come and speak and interact with some of the voters. And they also got to network together, which I think was actually the most beneficial thing, because it was early. They had not really gotten to know each other very well, and they got to spend the day together. And I think some alliances were made there. So that was really beneficial. So you can watch the whole video of that day there. Let's see what else. Then we've done some things in Lee County, some robo-texting there, get about issues, not necessarily about candidates, but more about issues. So pretty much the website is the place to go to find out more information right now. We're hoping to be able to have more events coming up, but because it's all volunteer and I work full-time and own a business and a bunch of other political stuff that I do, it's difficult to get all over the state to do things, but we're working on building a network for that.
Well, RC and Juliana, thank you for sharing that interview with us. I know it was originally from Watchmen Brief, and so we appreciate being able to share that on Culture Crossroads. Again, RC, in just a minute, you guys can let us know remind everybody where they can find us on social media and where they can connect. But also, if people are wanting to access some of your training, or maybe to bring you out for a training in their community, let us know how we can do that too.
Yeah, Andrew, it's easy. If they start at watchmenaction.org, they'll find everything there. Now, if you go to the training page, we've made it pretty easy for you. You can go there. You can see exactly what's involved in the training. Juliana usually goes over the 3 segments of the training. So what are our 3 parts now?
So part 1 is what exactly is your story? Because that's really, really important. And what exactly are you going to be advocating for? Part 2 is what is your strategy? You have to do your analysis, who's sitting around the table. And then part 3 is making sure that you have all the tools to make sure that if there's a team of 5 people, that if you're all running forward, that you make sure that you have everything that you need to do what it is that you need to do to get to the goal.
And if that sets you up wonderfully and you're like, man, I'd sure like to see an example. If you're on the training page and you head towards the bottom, you will actually see one of our virtual trainings with some of our team members who are setting up a chapter in the great state of Pennsylvania. You can actually sit back and watch the training experience for yourself. Then if you want to book us, all you got to do is fill out the form. We'll get in touch, figure out what you need, because we want to get you and your group trained.
All right. And remember, you can find us all over social media. Find RC and Juliana with Watchmen Action. Just search for Watchmen Action on the socials. For Culture Crossroads, best place to find us is our YouTube page at Culture Crossroads 316, at Culture Crossroads 316. You can also find us on X at CC Podcast 2023, but I'm pretty sure we're shadow banned in both places. So seek us out, subscribe to the channels, like the pages, tell the algorithms to get the heck out of here, and that you want the content that we bring. Remember, it's the truth that sets us free, and the truth will keep us free. Until next time, so long, John 15.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Watchmen Action Training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for
On this edition of the Watchmen Brief, we launch a whole new series. What happens when public servants do what they're actually supposed to do? Our guest today has set the gold standard for exactly that in the county that we live in. The Watchmen Brief is straight ahead. Stay tuned. And welcome to another edition of the Watchmen Brief. My name is R.C. Williams.
And I'm Juliana Ormond.
We are co-founders of Watchmen Action, equipping the church and the community to engage the culture in an effective way. Thank you so much for joining us. Our guest today is Grant Malloy. We'll bring Grant up in just a second. He is setting the standard for public service in Seminole County, Florida, in his role as clerk of the court and comptroller. Grant's also a good friend, so we know in addition to his transparency, he will be kind in providing guidance and advice for those in their communities who want to engage their public servants, hold them accountable, but also those who desire to run for public service will have guidelines as to what they should and shouldn't be doing. The Watchmen Brief is brought to you by Goldback.com. Our friends at Goldback.com are at it again with the free Goldback giveaway in the state of Florida. You can get your free half gold back if you go to freegoldback.com. That's freegoldback.com. Go ahead and fill out that information and let them know that Watchmen Action, RC and Juliana, sent you and get connected. It's like they turn gold into money. Show is also brought to you by Good Cheap Travel, the 3 things you need for an effective trip. Good, cheap travel. Learn more at goodcheaptravel.com. Show is also brought to you by Watchmen Action, as we mentioned a moment ago, equipping the church to engage the culture. Learn about training and all the resources that we have available at watchmenaction.org. That's watchmenaction.org. watchmenminutes.org. All right, Juliana, it is time to bring our good friend and exemplary public servant, Grant Malloy, in. Grant, welcome to the Watchmen Brief.
Well, thanks for having me on, RC and Juliana. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. You know, Grant, as we're doing the show, last week you were sworn in again for another term as the clerk of the court and comptroller for Seminole County. So we've known each other for a couple of years. You're very engaged and involved civically. And one of the unique things about your office is that you are very proactive with your engagement with constituents within the county. So let's start at the beginning. Who is Grant Malloy? How did you end up being the clerk of the court and the comptroller for Seminole County, Florida?
Well, that's a good question. I never really expected to be here. It's kind of a God thing. And what happened, I used to be a county commissioner a long time ago. I just served for 2 terms. I went back, worked in my private business, always kept that going. So my background is actually agriculture and horticulture and running a business. My son took that over. I grew up in the county. Always got involved in grassroots politics when I heard Alan Keyes give a speech when he was president of Citizens Against Government Waste. And I really see, you know, the issue is about freedom, right? You need government to do certain services, but once they start taking way too much money or regulating way too much, well, then you're kind of losing your freedom because you work more for others than you do for yourself. And when the previous clerk, Marianne Morris, retired, she was the longest serving clerk in Seminole County, 28 years. We had a mutual respect for one another, and she retired and supported me, encouraged me to run for it, which kind of surprised me because walking into this, I knew a lot about the comptroller side, but not so much about the court side. But when I got in there, I think it's been a real blessing to kind of have this business background because the clerk and comptroller office really operates like a business. You often hear government should run like a business. You never see it happen. But I've been able to go in there and really change the whole model of how we deliver services focused on 2 things. One is better services and innovative things to serve the citizens. I think my office should operate like Chick-fil-A and Amazon, right? Not like Kmart and Compact. So I want to be helpful to people to get the information they need and the services they need. And then also on my team, I have 183 employees. They need to be professionals. They need to have the skill sets they need to do complicated jobs and be encouraged and educated of how important their job is. So that's really about me. And I'm involved with so many other parts of government from county to state. It's to even federal, dealing with child support and Social Security Administration. It's a really interesting job.
Yeah. So, Grant, we had a chance to tour the facility when you were sworn in, and I think I mentioned to you, you're doing a great job with our money. You know, I love what we've done with the place because that's one of your tenets, right? Is that, you know, money is collected for government to function. One of the things that really stood out to us when you gave us the tour of the facility is just how efficient you've gotten that office. I mean, with 180 employees and all of the functions that you have. One of the other things that stuck out is you made reference to the fact that year over year, you end up doing more with less because inflation eats at your budget. So looking at it through that lens, you've still been able to, I guess, outperform in comparison to others in providing services in a way where you're really focused on reducing friction. You mentioned Amazon and Chick-fil-A a minute ago. How does that work for someone in your role? And what are some of the things you've done in an effort to do that?
Well, the office has so many different parts of it. There's 5 different functions that we have under the state constitution. And some of those get funding from the county government, but the majority of them are funded by user fees. So if you go to record a document, if you go to buy a marriage license, if you pay a traffic ticket, if you file a court case, there's a certain fee schedule. It's a price list. And the challenges clerks have statewide is that price list has not changed in 20 years. So we're operating today on the court side. If you go back about 16, 20 years ago, we had 100, we had 65 more employees than we do today with a higher population and more documents and more things to do and more mandates. So it's been quite a challenge. The only way we've really been able to do that is 2 things, really. Technology improvements. I've got a great team, probably the tops in the state, They're very innovative. We have some of our own software we've created. We also use vendors as well. But I have an amazing team of Elon Musk in my IT department that are creating things that nobody else is. And it's just a fantastic group I got. And then on the other side, our employees have to know more. So the way we changed our management, if you go to some of these other courthouses, you go to one hallway to pay a traffic ticket, you go one hallway to get a marriage license, you go down another hallway, to file a family case. In Seminole County, you come to one counter. And these employees are very smart. They have a lot of skill sets. They can do criminal, traffic, some recording, all civil issues. So I really expect a lot more of my employees. And I find my employees love this too. If we give them the right training and the right incentives, they just love the job.
The IRS has collected over $1 billion in past due taxes this year, and they're aggressively targeting more taxpayers. Don't wait until the IRS comes knocking. Our team is here to help you resolve your tax debts before things escalate. Every tax situation is unique, and so is our approach. We tailor solutions to fit your specific needs, giving you the personalized attention you deserve. The IRS has resumed collection enforcement. Don't wait until it's too late. Our team can help you resolve your tax issues before liens, levies, or passport restrictions kick in. Behind on filing taxes? We specialize in getting you back on track by filing past returns and negotiating with the IRS. Does the IRS claim that you owe money that you don't have? We fight to lower your tax debt to an amount that you can afford. United Tax Fix. Expert help, personalized service, and the peace of mind you deserve.
Call 800-785-5592. That's 800-785-5592.
Most growing businesses are making seven-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherlock gives you market intelligence they pay six figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all three major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever, every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to.
Because they see the impact they're making. So there's a little bit of two things: technology improvements, and then improvements in management of the people and the goals they have. My four words I use in my office: we're skilled professionals serving people. And that's really unique in government, because for most government, across the spectrum, there's not always an incentive to do things better. But in our office, we have less money today, especially when you factor inflation, than we did 16 years ago. It's quite a challenge. And at some point, you're going to have to address the fee schedule, because McDonald's is not operating on a 16-year-old price list, but the clerks statewide are.
Wow. It's so interesting what you went through, because you brought in your business hat into this industry and really used that, that lens to be able to clean things up. And in 2016, I felt the same way about Trump, being able to go into office. We needed just a business person to be able to go, okay, let me look at the bureaucracy, right? What's really happening here? And then be able to break it up. So you did exactly the same thing.
Right. Walking into it, I didn't necessarily know all the technicalities of, say, how to pay a traffic citation, because it gets very complex with the fee schedule and discounts and traffic school and court, going to court and all these different things you can do. However, I could look at the process and see we'd have an office call another office, so they could go into a file and pull out an envelope and pull out a paper traffic ticket that somebody manually inputted the information into our system, but the image was not there because it was still in the envelope. And then they would make a fax of it, and scan it rather, and then send it to the other office so they could look at it. And I'm just looking at this. I'm like, okay, this is not good, right? So one of the things we've done is really move forward on an all digital system, obviously with the proper security and backups. But as you walked around RC and Giuliani, you saw those empty filing cabinets. We've literally reduced our footprint office space wise by about 25%, probably more when you add our record center, and how much we've been able to streamline processes and do things a lot more efficiently.
The scariest thing you can ever hear is we've always done it that way, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I had a funny story like that because one of my managers, when I first got there, I watched jury summons being processed, and I have a video of this. They're hand folding like these summonses, putting peeling this tape off it, stacking them up, and I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" It's like, "Well, this is our system." I said, "Okay, well, that we can do something different than this." And they said, "Well, this works, and why change it?" I said, "I know it works, but we can do something a lot better." Anyhow, now you come in, you just scan a barcode on your summons, or you enter a 7-digit number. You're checked in because everything's pre-registered. We send you electronic text or emails letting you know if you need to come into jury duty. You don't have to make a phone call. We try to make it as convenient as possible. Send you a link to a letter of service if you need that afterwards. Electronic payments transmitted instead of mailing you a check. So yeah, there's a lot of things government can do if it wants to. But the other day I was going to buy a state park pass. I've tried like 3 different times to buy a Florida state park pass, and I've never been able to make the website work. And I finally sent them an email, and they're like, "Oh, well, we thought the website's working. Well, you can always stop in a ranger station." It's like, okay, all right. If I find out my website's not working, I want to know about it. So we can take care of it right then.
Yeah. Grant, so you mentioned something with your employees, and I think that people's stereotypical thoughts on government offices, like we all dread, it's like, oh, I got to go here. I got to go to the DMV. I got to do this because that lines are generally going to be long, service is going to be subpar, and the people really don't want to be there, but they know that they're difficult to fire, right? This has become endemic in government. My question is, given that you've now taken your employees and said, look, instead of just doing one thing, I want you to be really good across the board. And this is an observation, and then I'll get to my question. My observation in touring and meeting some of your employees is that the energy in your office was not like a government office. It was very much like a business. So what has the overall impact been with like your senior staff and how people develop, and are they being promoted within the system because of this? How is that working?
That was a huge challenge. And when I first got elected, I brought in a HR person from Florida State University. Shows you my tolerance I have since I'm a Gator, right? But she was great. She did a lot of training classes on management and soft skills and solving problems. It's not normal, even in the real world, for people to want to solve problems, right? You typically stuff things or get mad or, you don't solve problems. It's tough to solve problems. So we've really focused on that from a skill set perspective. And then the other thing we've done is we've provided incentives. So if you're on the front counter and you're new, you're a clerk 1. Once you become fully trained into the different categories and you pass certain standards, you become a clerk 2, right? So you get a more pay. And then if you move to a point where you're a trainer and taking more of a leadership role, we've created a clerk 3 position. And then from there, you can move up to a team leader, perhaps a manager. So we try to create some structure. It's kind of hard because our office is fairly small to have a lot of movement, but we have created more opportunities. But the main thing I have found with employees, whether it's private or public service, is they want to be appreciated. So, that was really changing things there, that an emphasis on all the directors and managers, listen to your team, find out what they need to be successful, appreciate them. And then we do certain things too, like we've started this up again. We call it the EASY program, enhance and simplify every effort. I have a couple people from my IT team go out and meet with frontline employees from a cross section of different departments. It's a focus group. There's no management there. Everything's, just share what you're seeing that doesn't make sense. Could be a tweak to a form, could be a tweak to an IT system. And then we capture all this information and we log it in and then start knocking out the ones that are, the easiest to do, and has made a huge difference because it's your frontline employees that know what the problems are. They know what the stresses are. And I learned that back in business management class at University of Florida. And often management thinks they know what's right and never listens. So that's been changing that culture. And you don't really see that a lot in, sometimes big corporations or in government, because there's not that mindset. And I don't quite understand it, because it sure makes your job a lot more, it makes you feel better when you go to work and you feel like you're making a difference. So, when like the old Simpsons, right, with the two sisters working at the DMV, right? That's kind of your image of government often. It doesn't have to be that way, but the management starts from the top. And I think that's where I've been able to make a difference, coming in with this small business attitude, and how can we do things better and serve the people.
So I appreciate the fact that you're a community member, right? And you decided that, I'm going to go into this service and I'm going to be able to help this portion of what's going on, because they impact so many people in our community, obviously, right? So I just want to thank you for doing that. And I want to encourage other people to be able to say, I can take my skill set and walk into this portion of my government, my local government, and be able to impact it and make it better, because it's going to take the yous and the me standing up and saying, I know what to do and I can come in and help. Because I know the politicians, they're asking for the help. I know that Trump is asking for the help. If you've got a skill set, they're looking for what do we need to do with our government? So thank you for everything that you've done and cleaning everything up.
You're welcome. Well, we definitely need good people running for office. And that's kind of the paradox of government. Often your smart businessman or woman doesn't want to mess with this, right? Because they're like, I don't need that hassle and be yelled at. And, so sometimes we don't always get the best people running. I did want to point out our website, simulclerk.org. And for listeners that don't know what a clerk and comptroller's office does, there are 5 main things. We have the checkbook and savings account for the county commission. So we have all the money. We're the access to the circuit and county courts. So all the court records come to us: civil, criminal, traffic, juvenile, probate, injunctions, all those sort of things come through us, and we keep track of it in the courtroom. The judges don't work for us, and we don't work for the judges. We're independent. So we are that neutral party in the courtroom. We also are the recorder. So any official record, mortgages, deeds, liens, and we have a free property fraud alert service. You can go to it, simulclerk.org, and sign up for that. And then we also are the keeper of the commission records. So the county commission cannot meet unless we're present, taking the minutes and logging in the votes and making that public.
Watchmen Action training provides a masterclass for advocating. In less than a day, you and your group are ready to win the battles that matter most. Visit watchmenaction.org to learn more.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
When you choose Patriot Mobile, you're not just picking a wireless provider. You're choosing a company that shares your values. It's easy to switch, and you can keep your number, your phone, and most importantly, your values. With Patriot Mobile, you get the power of nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks. That means wherever life takes you, we've got you covered on the same reliable networks you already know and trust. And when you need us, we're here for you right here at home. Our customer service is 100% US-based because we believe that support should come from people who understand you and your values. At Patriot Mobile, you're not just another call, you're a priority. In today's world, where you spend your money matters more than ever. Every dollar is a vote for the kind of future you want to build. Join the thousands of Americans making a difference with every call, every text, and every connection. Choose a company that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
Most growing businesses are making 7-figure decisions on gut feel and assumptions. The biggest companies in the world don't operate that way. Neither should you. Sherloc gives you market intelligence they pay 6 figures for. We find your buyers before your competitors do. Visit investinanswers.com to learn more.
And then we're also the independent auditor, the inspector general for the county. We can audit county government as well as guardianship cases for people who are in guardianships, make sure they're not being abused by the guardian or family members, that sort of thing. So it's a very important job, and a big part of us is transparency, because we have all the information and all the money. So one of the things we're going to be launching this year is a open checkbook system where you'll be able to search any clerk, supervisor election, or county government expenditure, and a search engine, even be able to download Excel spreadsheets, search by funding source, vendor, department, that sort of thing. So transparency, protecting the public record, protecting our tax dollars. Clerks and comptrollers, in my opinion, are really the most important county office you have, because if we shut down, everything shuts down. I told people we literally pay the power bill for the traffic lights. So if we're not doing that, it's going to be pandemonium, right?
Yeah. So Grant, it's funny. I was talking to my son this morning about this interview, and I said, Grant is like, he is really proactive with transparency. And I described you making the checkbook basically open, searchable and downloadable, and his eyes got huge, right? He lives in Orange County. That doesn't really happen. But his eyes got huge. He's like, wait, you could do that? And I'm like, this is exactly why we're doing the interview with Grant, and we're starting this interview series. So Grant, that leads into the next questions. We've got your background. Obviously, the business background and your desire to serve are important. For those in the community who want to engage their public servants, the people that they send to represent them and hold them accountable, and also for those that have a desire for public service, what are the keys to victory so that they run their operations like Grant Malloy runs his offices for Seminole County?
You're saying for people that are thinking about running for office?
People who are looking to run for office, and then for those citizens who want to be able to hold the people who run for office accountable. So two-part question.
Okay. So the main thing I think everybody needs to do is be discerning. Don't believe everything you hear. Don't believe every campaign flyer you see come across your door or computer or whatever. Most of that stuff's made up by political consultants that put spins on things and things out of context. So be discerning, call the candidates directly, ask questions, play devil's advocate. Don't let them know where you're coming from, right? So, if you're conservative, call up, the person who says they're a conservative and say, hey, you're not one of these right-wing radicals that wants to take away my right? And kind of, they don't know where you're coming from, right? Try to get the candidates to truthfully share where they stand on issues so you can be discerning. Get involved in campaigns. I did that a lot before I ever ran. Get involved in grassroots movements. There's a lot of great ones, and I know you're involved with some of them. So get involved with grassroots. Learn about the issues. There's so many good public policy groups out there. Florida has the James Madison Institute. There's a Cato Institute, Reason Foundation. There's so much information out there on good public policy you can learn about. So be informed, ask a lot of questions, and then if you are going to run, what you really need to do, in my opinion, this is tough. Got to make a lot of contact with people and let them know you care, and just streamline your message. To your main bullet points. You have a short window when you're talking with voters because it's very confusing out there. People are so distracted. So I would go to like the Leadership Institute, take some training classes in campaigning. That's a great group. But be informed, be discerning, ask a lot of questions, and just be involved. And I will say this, what elected officials, you generally don't hear a lot from the public. And even when I run for office, I have my phone number on everything. Compared to the number of voters, I don't get a whole lot of phone calls. And it's the same with most candidates like that. So be more involved all across the board with knowledge and knowing who these people really are. Because I can tell you, often what appears on a campaign flyer is not what's going on behind the scenes, right? They can be, apple pie out on the flyer and not the nicest people behind the scenes. I'll just say that.
Right. That's a great point, Grant. You touched a moment ago about what you're doing with the checkbook for the county in 2025. What other things are happening with your office in 2025 where you're innovating, updating? What's going on there?
Well, one of the things we're doing as far as like efficiencies, and we did this in traffic court, we're going to be rolling it out in juvenile in March, and that is a electronic court minutes. So instead of us printing things out, we send you an email. Often people want the email of a receipt now. They really don't want to have a lot of paper on them. You can also put that in a folder. Now we'll print it if you need it, if you want it that way. But we're switching to a system where in the courtroom, in real time, we can send you the ruling of the judge, send it to you electronically, or whatever happened in the courtroom at that point. So you'll have that. So that's one thing, and that'll save us a lot of money and time on our side. Another thing we're doing is we're creating a direct recording document link to our record center. So currently you have to work through third-party vendors. And if you're just doing a one-off, or if you're a small contractor and you're just doing a few of these a month, you might not want to use a vendor, but you could just send it to us directly, pay for it online. This would also be a way for people to resubmit their marriage license online. It's kind of funny. We're one of the only clerks in the state that does online marriage licenses, right? You can get everything electronically, but after you get it officiated, you have to still get it back to us in paper. So I thought about that the other day. I'm like, we gotta somehow fix that component to it. One of the things we did recently is we worked with law enforcement to allow you to do a no plea contest in paper. So instead of, if you don't want to go to court, and you have a good driving record, you can do a no plea contest, and that'll go directly to the hearing officer. And if the officer doesn't oppose it, it's a good way to avoid points. That's something we've done. So we're always looking at innovative solutions. The open checkbook's coming online, as I mentioned. And we've got some other things coming along, but those are some of the top ones right there.
Grant, this is so great. As we start this series, as we mentioned at the top, we couldn't think of a better person to kick off this series as a knowledge base than you, because you're walking the talk in the sense of what public servants should be doing in serving their constituents. So one more time before we jump off here, Grant, where can people find out more information on what you do with the county? SeminoleClerk.org is our website, and it's got all the information there. We try to make things as easy as possible. We have a pretty good search engine on it. We have one of the easiest search engines to find court records. And also what we did recently was we also digitized all historic records in Seminole County back to the creation of the county in 1913. So if you want to do genealogy research, if you want to look at the property you're on, and who owned it before you, or go back to original maps, or even old marriage licenses, things like that. We have all that information online at SeminoleClerk.org. That was a 5-year project that we just completed 2 weeks ago. So that's your source of info. Of course, I'm always available. If anybody needs me, just reach out and call my office. Numbers on the website, and always happy to help people out with whatever they need. And it's there's a lot of people depend on us, and they're not always having the best day, right? They might have gotten a traffic ticket, they're coming to court, So we try to be empathetic as well to people, and understanding, and try to help them through sometimes what are difficult processes. Yeah. Grant, thanks again for being with us. For Juliana Ormond, I am R.C. Williams. Thank you for joining us on this episode of the Watchmen Brief. For more information and access to all episodes, visit watchmenaction.org. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back to Culture Crossroads. It's time for our rundown, and this is going to be a lightning rundown round with R.C. Williams, Juliana Armand joining us here on this. We're getting ready for July 4th, Independence Day, and so we're going to look at the news and notes you need to know, a couple of them real quick. And so, my friends, let's jump right into this right away. At some point, we have to stop grading politicians on what they say they're doing and start grading them on the outcomes. And the outcome right now is this. In the midst of Iran and all this other stuff, America is facing a potential fuel instability with a depleted strategic petroleum reserve, a fragile Strait of Hormuz, rising gas prices, and reports of some gas stations limiting customers to $50 at a time at the pump. This is not strength. This is not energy dominance. We're being exposed. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve was created after the 1970s energy crisis to protect America from serious oil supply disruptions. It has an authorized capacity of about 714 million barrels. Today, federal data shows it is down to around 340 million barrels. That is the lowest level since the early 1980s, 1983 to be specific. Why? Because both parties discovered the same political trick. President Biden released 180 million barrels in 2022 to ease gas prices after Russia invaded Ukraine. President Trump later authorized another 147 million barrels, a major SPR release as a part of a coordinated international effort to bring down energy prices as a result of bombing Iran. But here's the problem. Those barrels were not meant for cheap political theater. They were meant for national defense, for military readiness, real emergencies. And now we could be staring at one. The Strait of Hormuz was supposed to be opened under the MOU, but traffic has not simply snapped back to normal. Shipping remains cautious. There are insurance concerns that remain. Tanker movement remains fragile because there are mines in the strait. So open is not the same thing as safe, stable, and fully operational. And this is where I believe conservatives need to be honest here. We cannot keep burying our heads in the sand and saying Trump has a plan or he's playing 5D chess or whatever the catchphrase is. Maybe he has a plan, maybe he doesn't. But adults are allowed to look at outcomes. The reserve is low, the strait is unstable, gas prices are vulnerable, Americans are being squeezed, and Washington keeps acting like slogans are a substitute for...
If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave the tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I could go grocery shopping. I'm free again.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 800-313-6867. 800-313-6867.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Before you buy a stock, it helps to know what the legends would say. Investornator scores it against 8 legendary investor playbooks. One clear answer, backed by real data. Investornator.com.
Attention veterans and military families. If you're between the ages of 50 and 80, you may qualify to review your final expense coverage options. Many veterans believe that the VA will cover all of their funeral costs, but unfortunately, in many cases, VA burial programs only cover a portion of the expense.
Strategy. Proverbs says, precious treasure and oil are in a wise man's dwelling, but a foolish man devours it. That's not just biblical wisdom. This is national wisdom. Wise nations store what they need, or what they may need for later. Foolish nations burn through the future to survive the next news cycle. And right now, America doesn't just have an oil problem, we have a wisdom problem. With that, I want to turn it over to you, RC and Juliana. Let me get a question here. See, this is what happens when I go on the road. I realize, too, I got my big headphones on, not my in-ears. I'm all out of sorts here today. Anyway, as I mentioned, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is around 340 million barrels, lowest since 83. At what point does this stop becoming strategic and start becoming symbolic of maybe a deeper problem going on with America and how we're using our resources?
You know, Andrew, it's interesting. We're almost in this laissez-faire economics, or as the old saying goes, let them eat cake. And so you start to wonder to yourself, we are dangerously low. It doesn't seem like it on the surface when you say, oh, there are 340 million barrels left. By comparison, that's probably a little less than half of our max capacity, which is where we should be at. Pretty much at all times, with the exception of a national emergency. Andrew, I think this entire thing is crazy. If we go back to last week's show, what did we say? We said, did we just go through all of this to come back around to where we were at the beginning, except now we've got $300 billion that I guess in some way is going to turn into something at some point. And now we have not had a steady flow of oil and other things for months. Now we're having to kind of pay the piper here. What is concerning for me, Andrew, and what I don't think people were completely ready for because they were buying the slogans, is the fact of what you said about some gas stations limiting the amount of gas that someone can get. That is a dangerous precursor, and that's something that nobody wants to see.
Yeah, and I think you have to take that seriously, because it's one thing if that were to be an edict that came out from on high in D.C. or Capitol Hill or something like that, or Energy Secretary or whatever. But when it's the mom and pop gas station all of a sudden saying, hey, we've got to limit this to $50, there is a disruption in the supply chain that has not quite hit everybody yet. And if we do not honestly assess the situation and stop going for just the next headline to gaslight people that what's happening isn't happening and that we're in a golden age and all the things that we know are not accurate. We know, I don't care Trump supporter or not, you know that's not true. You know our economy is not strong. We clearly know now our oil supply is not strong. That energy reserve supply is supposed to be, if there's a huge emergency, that our military has the oil that they need to be able to defend this nation. And we are depleting it so that we can get a couple of headline political points that gas can go down 4 cents a gallon. And hopefully, come midterm time, it'll save some Republican or Democrat votes. And clearly both parties are doing the same thing.
This is nothing but theatrics. It's all theatrics. First we're high, then we're low. Then we're high again, then we're low again. I mean, you want to talk about messing with the American people, but at the end of the day, the Americans, we're awake to the fact that we have our own reserves, right? We have our own oil. We don't need it from anywhere else. Why are we not self-sufficient? I don't understand why we're even having like a national conversation like this when we could be self-sufficient. There's no reason for this, none whatsoever.
President Trump himself said at the height of the Iran war that's not a war, that we have enough oil, we can do this ourselves, we don't need them. We had so much, we were going to sell it to other nations. Now all of a sudden we're below half and we're going to have supply chain issues, and that will raise the price at the pump. Right now, we might have a temporary easing. And here's the other thing. Gas goes up to $4.25, $4.50 a gallon, $5, $7 a gallon in some states. If it comes down to under $4 a gallon, that's not good because we started it under $3 a gallon. So I don't accept, I mean, we have to, but I don't accept as an excuse, hey, we brought gas prices back down. No, you didn't. You actually raised them 50 or 60 cents from where they were. Anyway.
So Andrew, just quickly on this one, what's interesting, and let's give our viewers, because they tend to be the smartest and the best looking around, let's give them some head off at the pass when they're having these conversations, because what you will often hear, you hear it in the media now, and you'll probably hear it in your conversations with your friends around the dinner table is, well, what do you want President Trump to do? You wanted the gas prices lower, he's bringing them down. No, what he's doing is the equivalent of you have a bad infection, and instead of it actually being treated directly, they just keep scraping off the top and saying, oh, don't worry about it, you'll feel better in a minute. Meanwhile, all the infection does is continue to fester because it hasn't been dealt with. Here's what we would like to happen. We would like for President Trump and the administration to deal with this directly with a level of finality that balances things out. And as Juliana mentioned a minute ago, this is important. It's like we're being gaslit. And that ties into what you said, Andrew. When gas goes up to $7 a gallon, then it comes down to $3.50 a gallon. It feels good. And you quickly forget that it was below $3 before all of this started. That ain't good.
Yeah. And this frustration is reaching a boiling point, especially among conservative voters. The narrative, the media narrative is there's a divide in the Republican Party. There's not. There are different principles being revealed. And people who don't share those principles are now saying, hey, the rhinos did take this party over. And I'm not going to be a rhino, and I'm not going to go about this just to get a win on election day in November every other year. I want actual, tangible national wins for this country. Case in point, Tucker Carlson just said out loud what a lot of conservatives have been thinking quietly, I'm out. That's a direct quote. Now, according to Just the News, Carlson says he will no longer support the Republican Party after 35 years of backing Republican causes. His reason, he says the party has betrayed Americans by putting the interests of Israel specifically above the interests of the United States. Carlson said, quote, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, end quote. He also clarified that this does not mean he is joining the Democrats or that he knows who he will vote for next. Now, whether you agree with Tucker or not, this is not some random commentator rage posting from the cheap seats. This is one of the most, like him or not, one of the most influential conservative media voices in America, saying the Republican Party no longer represents him. And that raises a bigger question. How many regular conservative voters are in the same place? Because there is a difference between criticizing the left and actually representing the right. There is a difference between saying America first and proving it when foreign policy, spending, surveillance, war powers, and donor pressure enter the room. So the question is not just, is Tucker leaving the Republican Party? I would suggest the question really is, did the Republican Party leave a big chunk of its own voters out to dry?
I so totally agree with you, Andrew, to the point that in 2024, when the Republican Party in August left the fact that we were pro-life, we're no longer pro-life, we are now pro-choice as a party. I was like, in 2024, I cannot vote for the Republican Party anymore. I voted for the Constitution Party because they are pro-life. At this point, the Republican Party has left the conservative people because the Republicans they're not Christians. They're not conservative. They're not our people.
Andrew, what Juliana just mentioned about what the RNC did with changing the policy on pro-life versus pro-choice in 2024 was the harbinger. And I think we said it on the show at that point that this is the harbinger of things to come. And so now what's happened? Well, if you fast forward to now, we're at a point where you have these wedge candidates. James Fishback is probably one of the top examples around the country where people say, I don't understand how this is happening, or this guy is crazy. And we're like, well, we would easily direct you back to the foolishness that is the two-party system. And you can tell how fed up people are when this guy is polling, in some instances, comparable to how Ross Perot polled in 1992, when if he would have stayed on the path, he probably would have been president of the United States as an independent. Andrew, I think what people need to understand is that people get to the end of their rope, and when they have nothing left to lose, they lose it. And they'll start looking for alternatives. We have said it on this show for probably the last 2 years. You are probably looking at the last two-party cycle in the U.S. We're kind of sunsetting that. I think you're going to see legitimate, independent, or other contenders show up in races across the board and actually start taking seats. And if people aren't paying attention, they may get to the highest one.
Well, when you look at the people who have been run out of D.C. over the past year and a half. I think Trump has been president for 535 days. There are 133 days from, at least as of this production, until the midterm elections. One common thread, just saying it, is that all of them were demanding the Epstein files be released and were upset when insufficient evidence was produced. But you have the Thomas Masseys, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, you have Tucker Carlson now, and there's a host of others. Joe